The youth here grew up in the hardships of the Civil War. Since then, they've struggled to make it to a fast and westernized lifestyle.
Lonely at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. I will stay on the low, chasing my dream because I know. Orolola di mango malo. Morokoto idisho malo. Everyone should let check home alone. Not to find anybody, the money I want. Not the hell with them people at the top. Want to get I should kill it in love. I'm the waiting I love, waiting you love, oh. Now the waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Oh, kokoro no biboska, with some money chinja. But I know I know the waste time, with some money chinja.
With the big bucks, I'll be looking at business stressed.
Okay now.
To person between my bed. I see. I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. One day, you get ya. Mama, say, I want me to go. I can't move the lumber. Oh, where would he get? I got to do that, but they don't want him.
With the big bucks, I'll be looking at business stressed to kill. Mama got me up on the Rick list. Pole position at the fella running the distance. I'll be banging, giving a triplets.
The bigger the bag, the bigger the butt crack, the bigger the chance the birds up in my contacts. The figure's a big deal, a pen on the contract. Serve me up, baby, give a tip on me toe end.
And I'll be whipping a wire, puffing a Benson, pushing a pack, the full stack like a benching. Giving the fish scale that slide like a penguin, flipping the chick on my bills, why fuck a pension.
Slow mo vision, I've been puffing the peace parts, selling free fires to the fiends by the seaside. On my tail lines in the seams of my levers with a stack bigger than Nicki Minaj. Where you
Birds whistle when I walk like this. Best listen when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with me tats out. If he's hard, he can try and chalk like this.
Chain swinging when I walk like this. Heads bobbing when I talk like this. I'm outside on the curb with the straps out. Ever love you ain't gonna choke like shit.
I spin fellas, my swing quicker than Federer. I serve packing the bands back on the regular. And I'ma tell her how she sing for me T-Pain. Your mama's hooked on the packs, I'll be selling her.
I click Amazon, bang 'em and I'm a nut-sang. I feel it dead with the lead like a mukbang. The magazine made me lean when I walk in the drumstick will making that bang like a funk band.
I spin
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
And there it is right there. Oh, I'm bouncing against the topic. Hold on. I need to do something. I need to mute something. Am I still going twice? Oh, hold on. I am still going twice, but there it is. I need to do something. Let me just unplug this. I've got my mic in the wrong system, so that's better. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So we start it off with a greeting. Good day to you. Pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So yes, good day to you, of course. Yes, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Click on the like button right now. So as soon as you hear my invitation for you to do so, please do so. So click on the like button. So important. The like buttons don't often instances mirror the level of viewership that we do get. We're not getting anywhere near the viewership, of course, but the viewership that we do get, the like button don't often instances mirror that level of viewership. So if you're not averse to doing it, then you might as well do it. So do it for the culture. How about that? Do it for the culture. So if you don't viscerally recoil from the thought of giving this bald-headed, funny-sounding guy from Oyo a thumbs up, then just click on the like button. So if it's no skin off your nose, then it is a skin on my nose. So click on the like button, and if you're watching in Watchback, that invitation still applies. We really do need to be getting figures up, and it always starts with the like button. So click on the like button. Do it now. So click on like, and then if you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. Numbers need to go up in all spectrums, on all spectrums. So numbers, you know, we have the mad idea of getting 100,000 subscribers before the end of this year. Look how feasible that is. Looking at the number we are at now. So that journey does start with your subscription. So click on subscribe, and then we take that first step towards that lofty height. So take that, click on the subscription button to set us off on that journey towards that lofty height. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then we had an instance yesterday, which we've never really experienced before. We did not experience a super chart. The platform is a ravenous beast that continuously needs to be fed. So listen again. the platform is a ravenous beast that continuously needs to be fed. So it must be fed order for it to sustain. So feed the platform by super chatting. We still maintain that low bar of 5 minimum super chats, and we have the expectation that will be met. Maybe the compliment from yesterday will come in as well. So click on like, click on subscribe. I think it was actually yesterday that I did not make the invitation for people to super chat, so they thought maybe it wasn't necessary, but it is necessary. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, copy the URL to the stream. I hope it's sufficient enough of you are doing that, by the way. So copy the URL. That's the link, by the way. That's the expansiveness. What does it even mean, URL? I have to check that. It's something link. I know the L will be linked, but I'll exactly copy the URL, which is the link, that bar at the top, and then pop it into your social media spaces, the WhatsApp group that you go to that everybody don't like you, and the Facebook spaces for your old school, whatever it is, that you all pretend like your life is better than it is. You know, those spaces that you're trying to keep up with the Joneses art, put the links in there to expand the platform. So we must expand the platform, and it can only be done by you. So I can only really do the broadcast, and you can do the expansiveness. So expand the platform by sharing the link. So again, the call to actions are thus: number 1, click on like. Number 2, make sure you're subscribed. If you're already subscribed, then you don't have to click on the subscription button again. And then number 3, so this number 3 now is optional. You are highly recommended to, but you're not compelled to with the same push that I'm pushing you to click on like and subscribe. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and engage with your paddy man, one man went to mow. If you want to come and have a bit of a chat with that bald-headed guy from Afijo local government area, you also, if you want to come and have a pow, a jow, whatever it is they call it in Nigeria. So if you want to be an active participant, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as easy as wiping your behind. So there it is. So do all those things. So those are the righteousness that has to be fulfilled. Like, subscribe, share the link, come join us on the screen, and super chat. So those are the righteousness that necessarily needs to be fulfilled. So we are going to be going to a space that I'd made this somewhat of a vow not to go to on the platform again. So we're going to be going to spaces that we've been to in the past. We thought we'd never revisit, but necessarily we must, because our difficult conversations have to be had. And if it's handled elegantly, then there's no reason why it cannot and should not be tackled. Difficult, because we can all gather and pretend like whatever it is, but there are difficult conversations to be had, and we can, with elegance and maturity, handle those difficult conversations. So it's somewhat of a tricky one, this one. So we're going to be kicking off. We're going to that thorny space again of the division in Nigeria, which of course divides along ethnic lines. So that's the space that we're going to be opening up with, and we're opening it up because some lady has now put out a perspective on social media, and that perspective bears interrogation. An abundance of people sent me the link to this lady's output. So now I'm bringing it up for discussion, and hopefully we can wrap a civilized discussion around it. So it's a 2-part clip which lasts about 25 minutes thereabout. So get your drink, get your hot chocolate and the biscuit. If your picadillo is a glass of wine, get that as well. I'm sure you're grown up enough to have a glass of wine. So settle yourself in, and then we listen to what this lady has to say. So this will take the first phase, and then we go to the readout, and then we have several video clips to go through as well. So just settle in. It's a mixed bag of all sorts, all delivered to you by your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. So let's kick it off with this one. I'm going to come off the screen and then let this play. And then as soon as this plays, I may not even come up the screen actually because I may want to run commentaries to it. So, but I'm going to remove my image, put the avatar in place of it, and then we have a listen to this. So the story starts here. It says part one, the genesis of tribalism and nepotism in Nigeria, white paper edition 1964. So this goes to the ground zero of this particular narrative. But what I've not really listened to it as expansively. You know, I like to react to things organically with you guys. So I've not really listened to it at any great length. So we'll share it together now, have a listen to it, see if there's any sense to it, if there's somewhat of sense to it, if it's a categorical nonsense or an absolute truth. So enough of my waffling on. Let's get to it. So let's get to it. And please let me know in the comment section if you can hear the volume. There's no point in me playing it if you cannot hear it. So let me know in the comment section if you hear the volume. Very important that this be heard. So let's play it.
Of the current staff list of the Nigerian Railway Corporation reveals the following facts. Number one, the post of the chairman is held by an Igbo. The next powerful post, that of general manager, held by an Igbo. Their two private secretaries are Igbo. The assistant general manager is an Easterner. The deputy assistant general manager, an Edo man. The private secretary attached to them is an Igbo. The senior labor relations officer is an Igbo. There are two posts of senior establishment officers shared by an Igbo and a Yoruba. There are 15 assistant establishment officers. 9 of them are Igbos. The only post office superintendent is held by an Igbo. There are 3 senior stock verifiers. 2 are Igbos. There are 3 stock verifiers. 2 of them are Igbos. There is provision for 1 deputy secretary, and it is held by an Igbo. There are 3 senior assistant secretaries. 2 of them are Igbos. There is provision for 1 assistant secretary who is an Igbo. The corporation has 1 public relations officer and he is an Igbo. The corporation senior lands officer is Igbo. The commercial advertising officer is Igbo. The only studio supervisor is Igbo. The only deputy chief accountant is Igbo. There are 16 executive officers. 9 of them are Igbos. There are 2 senior stores officers and they are both Igbos. There are 5 district controllers of stores, 3 of whom are Igbos. There are 10 assistant controllers of the store, 5 of whom are Igbos. Out of 6 district engineers in the corporation, 4 are Igbos. Of the 10 senior assistant engineers, 4 are Igbos, leaving the remaining 6 to be shared between Yorubas and other tribes. The corporation has only 1 assistant architect, and he is an Igbo. The only permanent way assistant is Igbo. The only senior assistant commercial engineer is Igbo. There are 5 assistant signal engineers, and 3 of them are Igbos. Out of the 3 assistant bridge engineers, 2 are Igbos. The only clerk of works is Igbo. The corporation employs 13 inspectors of works, and 7 of them are Igbos. The only senior draftsman is Igbo. 2 of the 3 senior works managers are Igbos. All the 3 electrical engineers are Igbos. The only assistant electrical engineer is Igbo. There is only 1 production engineer, and he is Igbo. Out of the 14 works supervisors, 9 of them are Igbos, and of the 32 works foremen, 20 are Igbos. The railway has 4 carriage and wagon supervisors, and 3 of them are Igbos. The only wharf plant inspection is Igbo. The only superintendent in training is Igbo. There are only 2 technical instructors, and they are both Igbos. Ooh. The corporation's only research chemist is Igbo. Of the
It shake you, huh?
sorry. Okay, this is number 46. Of the 21 traffic and commercial officers, 12 are Igbos. Out of the 8 traffic controllers, 5 are Igbos. There are 25 traffic inspectors, 14 of whom are Igbos. There are 5 shed masters, and again, the Igbos take the lion's share of the 3. Number 50, 6 Igbos are shed foremen out of total of 12. Of the 9 motive officers in the railway, 6 are Igbos. Out of the 12 locomotive inspectors, 8 are Igbos. The only senior telecommunication assistant is Igbo. Number 54, the 2 road transport foremen are Igbos. The only hospital superintendent is Igbo. The only specialist in surgery is Igbo. The only principal medical officer is Igbo. The railway has 10 medical officers, 6 of whom are Igbo. Of the 10 pharmacists, 6 are Igbos. The only health officer is Igbo. The only hospital administrative secretary is Igbo, and the only engineer in chief construction is Igbo. So just to make a comment. So this is all in Yoruba land though. This all of this that we're reading is in Yoruba land, and Nigeria wasn't as populated as it is now then. So, and I think I'm just going to read this page and then probably we can discuss. And so, dear brother, out of a grand total of 431 names on the current staff list of our railway corporation, 270 are Igbos, while 161 belong to other tribes. 57 direct senior appointments made by the Nigerian Railway Corporation during the tenure of office of the present chairman, Dr. Ikejiani. 27 were Igbos, 8 other tribes, and 22 expatriates. That is not the end of the railway story of tribalism. We hope you remember the disgusting case of Unjoku, the brother of the Minister of Transport, under whose portfolio is the Railway Corporation. You don't? Well, the minister's brother joined the Nigerian Railways as a messenger and retired as a messenger. We woke up one morning only to discover that the Unjoku, the retired railway messenger, has been appointed member of the board of the Railway Corporation. He became chairman of a staff selection committee and a registered railway contractor. So basically, here a a messenger became like chairman of staff, and he's the one appointing staff members. Sorry, I continue to read. There is also one case of one Okere, who is cousin to Dr. Ikejiani. The record shows that this man only has class 4 certificates. He was a clerk in the accounts branch of the railway. We know you will be staggered to hear that this fellow is now the Railway Corporation's representative in London. 3 Yorubas who are qualified secretaries are skipped over for the chairman's cousin. George, oh ye gods, the horror is not ended yet. Do you know that in addition to being chairman of the Railway Corporation, Dr. Ikejani is also pathological consultant to the corporation at an additional salary of 1,500, I think this is pounds per annum. So far, there have been 4 corporation representatives in the United Kingdom. All 4 have been Igbos. Number 1, Mr. Eguna. Number 2, Mr. Eguatu. Number 3, Mr. Mmegwa. And Mr. Okeke. Let's see what the picture looks like in the Ports Authority. So now we're going to Ports Authority, which is also within the portfolio of Mr. Raymond Ujoku, Minister of Transport and member for Owerri. The first thing that strikes one in this department is that barring the chairman and general manager, the first 25 topmost officers are all Igbos. The chairman is a Northerner, and the general manager is a Sierra Leonean, and the secretary board is Yoruba. The 1963 staff list of Ports Authority reveals that 1. The acting personnel security is Igbo. The charges officer is Igbo. The only senior executive officer is Igbo. The 2 executive officers are Igbos. The only assistant executive officer is Igbo. The 3 chief clerks general are all Igbos. The only acting senior establishment officer is Igbo. All the 4 chief clerks are Igbo. The only training officer is Igbo. The 2 chief labor relations officers are Igbo. The 3 establishment officers are Igbos. Out of the 3 senior establishment officers, 2 are Igbo. The only chief engineer is Igbo. The 2 deputy chief engineer is Igbo. The only port engineer is Igbo. The office has room for 3 harbor masters. 2 of them are Igbos. Out of the 8 marine superintendents, 6 are Igbos. There are 22 senior accounts and 11 of them are Igbos. The 2 dock superintendents are Igbos. Out of the 12 traffic officers, 10 are Igbos. Of the 12 stores officers, 7 are Igbos. The only senior assistant secretary is Igbo. The deputy secretary is Igbo. Out of a total of 104 top posts in the Nigerian Ports Authority, 73 are Igbos, 23 Yorubas, and the remaining 8 belong to other groups. That is about 70% of the total that are Igbos, 22% Yoruba, and 7% others. Sorry. Now, let's have a look at the Yaba Technical Institute and see what the picture portrays. Of a total of
sorry, I was speaking, not knowing I was muted. So yes, all right. So there's a second part to that. The second part is of equal length as the part you just heard there, but I think the point has been made. So I think the point has been made. We may well play the second part in the latter half of the show, but I think the point has been made. If you've ever wondered why people recoil so viscerally from the idea of Peter Obi being president, I think it's already explained there. So that's the anticipation and the expectation of a lot of people regarding the Obi space. So that's the anticipation and the expectation. You could argue that maybe they were the most qualified, but in that readout, some of them were not at all even qualified. Some of them barely had school cert, and they were elevated to positions of somebody that you'd expect a doctorate from. So it's not my line, Chooks. It's just people are talking about this, and I thought I'd bring it to your attention. So there it is right there. So and this goes back to 1963, and a lot of people argue then that this is the birthing of tribalism in Nigeria. So a lot of people make the argument that this is the birthing of tribalism in Nigeria. That's that. I will play you the other half later on in the show. But still speaking of rights to reply, here is Wike now coming out after Fubara's successes or what however you choose to term it at the local government election. Watch this.
This should be done. This should be done. This should be done. And we said, okay, Mr. President, we are going to comply, and we did comply. And then you started playing tricks. You say, this is not the way things are. If that is the case, okay, we're out of it.
But Minister Wiki, just for a moment, because what you are talking about now is that some Rivers elders are unhappy that you are still holding on to Governor Fubara politically and you're not allowing him to act. And since you mentioned that matter, let me play this for you.
Okay.
This is when you are talking about successor and how you will not play Godfatherism.
Yes.
We've seen successors turn against their predecessors in politics.
Yes, yeah.
Would you be worried if that happens to you?
Why? Is he serving me? Was he born to serve me? He was born to serve the state. The problem we have, or leaders have, is that look, you you succeeded in supporting the person to be in office, right? What you did, is it for him to fail or to succeed? You want you to come into your house to be taking orders? You want your wife to go into time, do this is what I want to do, not what. No. You see, once you have left office, you give yourself that respect. I say, I have done my own. If he wants my advice, it's okay. If he doesn't want my advice, it's okay. But for me to begin from day to day, telling him he must do this, he must do that, that is not acceptable. That's why people fail. They get, oh, you know, after I did this, see what you have done. Okay. It's one time to send me to jail.
So you were the one who said that you were going to leave him alone.
Yes.
Why are you leaving him alone?
What is the problem? And that's what I've said. What have I done that contradicts what I said there? Has Fubara ever told you, I said, come and be giving me money? Has he come and told you that I said, I should do this and this I refuse to do, and I'm not happy?
So what exactly is the problem?
The point is that he had a problem. He plotted a coup to remove the Speaker of the State House of Assembly. And the thing boomeranged against him.
So it's not between you, it's not a personal political issue. Listen, it's not about demand and supply.
Demand of what? Of what?
Of resources.
No, please. By the grace of
because
God.
That's what politics.
No, Sharon, by the grace of God today, I'm the Minister of FCT. I have my own budget, I control. So what is that? Has he ever told you, I said, go and bring me this one naira, and he said no, and that's why I'm fighting him.
But he said now, that
to tell you that I meant well, and I said it there, is for you to make insults. When I was leaving, in the executive, first of all, I brought him to start learning about executive council meetings when he was governor-elect. I didn't have that opportunity. I brought him. 2, I was one on the executive council, approved the ring road. I took him to Germany, the headquarters of Julius Berger. I said, look, you will make your second tenure easy if you concentrate and finish this ring road. I was the one. I was the one who said, look at this project, look at this project, look at this project. See where we have stopped. Make sure if you continue with the project and finish them, nobody will contest election against if I didn't mean well.
So, but what he said that today that he is willing to allow for peace, that is up to you.
Who told you that? See, that's the problem.
No, he said, the governor said that it's up to you.
The problem is, no. First of all, up to me. First of all, what do I want? I've told you here severally, what is the problem? What has led to all these people are talking about? Let me tell you the thing. First of all, APC went to court. I didn't go to court. Court gave judgment. You say you don't obey judgment. And people say, you are seated here as a governor who's supposed to uphold the rule of law. You come out openly with impunity. You will not obey court judgment. If anything you want to do, you will do, nothing will happen. It's not my business. So who is the one laying foundation? You see, that's the problem I've asked. Tell me the simple truth. And it is in this country I've seen that because of peculiar things. So we always say there will be a debate between the Republicans and the Democrats. And we're all interested. All interested. Why? Why? So, Supreme Court was to give judgment about Trump matter. Everybody was waiting. What will Supreme Court of America, United States say? They came up and said, look, this.
All right, it's getting somewhat nonsensical. So that's Wike defended the indefensible. So Shane Okinbaloye caught him on the hop with that clip of and there have been several clips. So we've played similar clips here as well. Shane Okinbaloye caught him on the hop with similar clips of him pushing against the idea of exactly what he's now doing to Fubara that once you have left State House, then your bags are packed, and then it's not your concern how the next person was elected either by fair means or foul. He sits there as the governor, as you sat there as the governor. So the decisions rest on the table, not yours. So he was telling us about how we took him to Germany to meet Julius Berger, instructing him on projects to complete, etc., etc. So if he wants to carry on being governor of River State, then he should send a bill to the parliament to allow for a third term. Then he will run for an election. If he's elected, then he can be the governor of River State in perpetuity. I am a Wike fan. You know, I think it's a champion human being. But on this matter, maybe just let it rest, you know. On this matter, just let it rest, because it's certainly not going anything in the direction of Wike, and it can lose a lot of his luster, a lot of his appeal off the back of this. So that's that. Are we still, yes, should we go there from there to another one? So let's continue with the clips, actually. And let's stay with, are we staying with Fubara still? There was something that Pansat said yesterday that I saw a video clip that somewhat contradicts it. Yeah, so here it is. We're still staying with Fubara. So I'll only be giving you like a minute of, it's a 5-minute long clip, but I'll only be giving you a minute of it. So I think in some of Pansat's submissions yesterday, he was saying that he was backing Wike, who was an Igbo man, against Fubara, who was an Ijaw man. But it looks as though Fubara is actually the Igbo man. And why do I say that? What they
just give me just a moment. Okay. Ms. Anke Dirks, please give me a moment. Let's hear from the executive governor of.
No, that's not the one. There was a clip I saw of Fubara speaking in full-blown Igbo. So do I have it? Yes. So here it is.
Onye jikwa na ọfọkwa na ele kwere. Afọ na China phone. I use a snap you. Go delete the picture.
Okay. You think it or doing it now?
China phone. Go delete the picture.
Okay. Ndị ọdọ dị ya na nga ndị isi ere awọ dị nga ndị inyem ndị isi ụmụ asa awọ.
I'm not talking now.
All right, so I don't know Igbo. I don't know Igbo past the word Kedu, but I've been reliably assured that that is a Fubara speaking full-blown Igbo then. So he's very much an Igbo man. I think the abundance of those people, they're a mixed blend of Igbo and indigenous indigenous tribes. So that is it's an Okobo, they speak Igbo. So if they speak Igbo, then they are Igbo. So that's just that's the standard of measure, isn't it? If they are linguistically and culturally Igbo leaning, then they are Igbo people. How can there be in linguistics and culture Igbo, but they are not Igbo? So if he's speaking Igbo with that much fluency, then he's certainly an Igbo man. So Fubara is an Igbo man. You heard it here first. Our court recognizes Abure as Labour Party's national chairman, gives fresh order to INEC. So this is one of the top end stories that came out today. So now let's have a read through, then see what this actually means. Again, court recognizes we are not seeing anything like supercharts. I want to be seeing supercharts. I don't want yesterday repeating. Court recognizes Abure as Labour Party's national chairman, gives fresh orders to INEC. So what does this mean? The Federal High Court, Abuja Division, on Tuesday, October the 8th, declared the Labour Party LP 2024 National Convention valid and compelled the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to recognize Julius Abure as Julius Abure's led executive. In a judgment delivered by Justice Emeka Nwite, the court further compelled INEC to grant due recognition and all privileges to the Labour Party's National Working Committee as led by Barrister Julius Abure. Obiora Ifo, the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, confirmed the development in a statement on Tuesday. October the 8th. So here it is. Federal High Court Abuja declared Labour Party 2024 National Convention valid, compels INEC to recognize Abure-led executive. A Federal High Court in Abuja today, Tuesday, October the 8th, 2024, has declared the 2024 Labour Party National Convention held in Nnewi in March. Now it's taking me to his tweet. So let's go to his tweet. When you click on this hyperlink sometimes. So let's go to his tweet. Federal High Court Abuja declares Labour Party 2024 National Convention valid, compels INEC to recognize Abure-led executive. A Federal High Court in Abuja today, Tuesday, October the 8th, 2024, has declared the 2024 Labour Party National Convention held in Nnewi in March valid, constitutional, and in line with all laid down laws in Nigeria. In a judgment made by Justice Emeka Nwite, whilst delivering the in a judgment made by Justice Emeka Nwite, whilst delivering the judgment, went further to compel the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to grant due recognition and all privileges to the Labour Party's National Working Committee, as led by Barrister Julius Abure. Details to follow. So there it is right there. So what does this mean is the wider question. What does this mean? What this means now is that, because they tried to sidestep, I think it was Alex Otti and Peter Obi, they tried to sidestep this guy and ease him out of the party, but he has now been affirmed by law. But then over the course of, between them trying to sideswipe him and this affirmation by law, there's been daggers drawn between the obedient space. Remember all of the exposés when this guy came out, that's Julius Abure, to accuse them of financial impropriety, and they in turn accused him of not being worthy of the post. So there's been back and forth, both bars, between those two spaces. So now that law has given Julius Abure legitimacy, how does that then play out in the relationship between him and Peter Obi? But then I think he needs Peter Obi more than Peter Obi needs him. So I think he'll just use that legitimacy to get back into the good books of Peter Obi. I think that's the sum total of that. So the sum total of that, but this is a space that is as convoluted and as mystifying as anything in Nigeria, the oil industry space. Our refinery was built without any government incentive. So that is a Dangote speaking right there. So the word incentive, quite an ambiguous term. So what does that actually mean? We know that he had favor from the central bank because at the commissioning of that refinery, Godwin Emefiele, he told us as much as that. So we know that he had favors from the central bank. But what were those favors and what does it mean by incentive? So hopefully the body of this story will unravel that. Our refinery was built without any government incentive. This is Dangote. Alhaji Aliko Dangote, president of Dangote Group, stated on Tuesday that the Dangote refinery was built without any government incentives. Dangote shared this during his keynote address at the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria Summit in Lagos, themed Making Nigeria a Net Exporter of Petroleum Products. Represented by Mr. Ahmed Mansour of the Dangote Group, he emphasized let's start out from top again. Alhaji Aliko Dangote, president of Dangote Group, stated on Tuesday that the Dangote refinery was built without any government incentives. Dangote shared this during his keynote address at the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria Summit in Lagos, themed Making Nigeria a Net Exporter of Petroleum Products. Represented by Mr. Ahmed Mansour, of the Dangote Group, he emphasized the need for pardon me. Let me play you a bit of music. I'll be back in a moment. Let me play you a bit of music. I'll be back in a moment. Let me play you a Yenda Bar. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
So apologies for that. My little boy wanted the cuddle. So where were we? So let's get back to it. Our refineries was built without any government incentive. This is Aliko Dangote running contrary to popularly held belief. Alhaji Aliko Dangote, president of Dangote Group, stated on Tuesday that the Dangote refinery was built without any government incentives. Dangote shared this during his keynote address at the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria Summit in Lagos, themed making Nigeria a net exporter of petroleum products, represented by Mr. Ahmed Mansour of the Dangote Group. He emphasized the need for investor incentives to achieve the country's goal of becoming a refining hub. So I think Nigeria is already a refining hub. Even the single entity of Dangote Refinery makes Nigeria already a refining hub. And then with the Rabiu BAU that is coming up within months, which is also a huge capacity refinery that's coming upstream in a matter of no longer than 18 months, that creates an additional abundance still. And then with Walter Smith, which is a micro refinery, and Port Harcourt, which at some point we call upstream, it already makes Nigeria more than over capacitated for refineries to satiate local demand. So that then transmutes into net exporters. So Nigeria now will be a major player in the oil industry space, and there will be major buyers of crude oil globally, and that is where the country, within the next 2 years, that is where the country is landing. And a lot of people are excited by this, actually. A lot of that excitement outside of Nigeria, the African space, they are excited by this. Dangote shared this during his keynote address at the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria Summit in Lagos, themed Making Nigeria a Net Exporter of Petroleum Products, represented by Mr. Ahmed Mansour of the Dangote Group. He emphasized the need for investor incentives to achieve the country's goal of becoming a refining hub. He highlighted the importance of ensuring sufficient feedstock availability and called for an end to the practice of mortgaging crude oil. So this Dangote refinery is a real game changer. We've discussed this endlessly from so many perspectives, about a different perspective. You know, he's now going frontally towards this forward selling crude that is the custom with Mele Kyari and was the practice of the Buhari administration, where they just mortgage the future of the forward sell it, that for the next 10 years, you can take 20% of our crude and just give us money so that we can go and marry another Aisha or something. So this is what he's speaking to. He highlighted the importance of ensuring sufficient feedstock. So feedstock is crude. So there should be sufficient enough supply of crude so that these refineries do not have to worry about crude. And refineries in Nigeria should not have to worry about crude, where the top 10, I think we were number 7 of our oil exporting countries. So there's an abundance of crude in Nigeria. So feedstock should never be a worry. They highlighted the importance of ensuring sufficient feedstock availability and called for an end to the practice of mortgaging crude oil. It stated that to realize the summit's vision of making Nigeria a net exporter of petroleum products and an energy-sufficient nation, the country would need to develop up to 1.5 million barrels per day of refining capacity, supported by the government and collaboration amongst industry stakeholders. He said, to grab this opportunity, we need to build a 1.5 million barrel per day of refining capacity. This will not be an easy feat, and strong government support will be required to achieve this. We built Dangote refinery without a single incentive from the... I think that's an unfair statement to make, actually, because there are dedicated stock dedicated to local refineries, and the abundance of that dedicated stock goes towards Dangote. So that's an incentive right there. And that was an agreed incentive long before it was anywhere near the completion of this edifice that he has put up. We built the Dangote refinery without a single incentive from the government. However, to achieve the vision of turning Nigeria into a refining hub, investors need to be incentivized. He called for prioritizing the implementation of domestic crude supply obligations and expanding crude oil production capacity to meet the needs of new refining facilities. Dangote praised President Bola Tinubu's efforts, emphasizing the government's proactive measures to accelerate divestment by international oil companies and other initiatives. So yes, I'm not quite sure. You're lost in the language there somewhat, but if it says it did not, I wonder what qualifies as incentive, because facilitation is incentive, And if he did not have government support, that edifice would not be in place. He had cheap dollars, which was round tripping for years on end. They were just, it just walked into the CBN and they just opened the vault and told them to pack as much as they could. So that's an incentive right there. And they've ring-fenced a certain amount of barrels of crude towards his refinery. So that's his. So what more support does he need? Africa's dependency on petroleum product imports. He noted that despite being Africa's largest crude oil producer, Nigeria had long depended on imports to meet its refined petroleum product needs. Dangote discussed opportunities in Africa, noting that the continent imports around 3 million barrels of petroleum products daily, with half of these imports coming from coastal countries. He pointed out that these countries produce over 3.4 million barrels of crude daily, with import mainly coming from Europe, Russia, and other regions. He emphasized that the Dangote refinery already produces enough diesel and jet fuel to meet Nigeria's need and is increasing PMS production to satisfy domestic demand. He also acknowledged that global shift in petroleum sector, particularly in Europe, would disrupt traditional trade flows for refined products in Africa. So there is a Dangote right there telling us that it's incentivized. So just to double down that it's not being entirely upfront with the truth. I'm not quite sure how much more support he's looking to get, but he's certainly getting support from the government. And this clip here adds to that. So this clip here adds to that.
So where does aviation fuel come in?
Well, that's the cost of operation. Incidentally, it is also coinciding at a point when Dangote refinery is coming on board, and Jet A1 is to be produced. They're about to start producing Jet A1 for our local industry. Guess what? The airline operators of Nigeria recently, with my blessing, they just met. And let me argue this expo. I'm sure maybe they have not to reveal it to Nigerians. They have made a clear decision, all of them, they will no longer buy imported fuel. Yes. To also support the local industry, Dangote refinery. It's a decision by the airline operators of Nigeria, with my push and my blessing, that they should only buy from Dangote refinery.
So there it is right there. So how much more support does he want is the question. How much more support does he want? So how much more support does Dangote? And by the way, apologies for the rattling sound. It is raining where I am. So when is it not raining in England? Still with Dangote, this last one, Dangote refinery will propel Africa out of poverty. AU's Ibn Chambers. So that's the name of a person, by the way. I hope I didn't murder it. Yes, just a few paragraphs from this, actually. Yes, let's... A testament to Dangote's foresight, African entrepreneurship. Celebrated diplomat and African Union High Representative for silencing the guns, Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, has described the 650,000 barrels per day Dangote refinery as a transformational project that will propel Africa out of poverty. The chairman of the African Union High-Level Panel on Sudan made this statement during his visit to the Dangote refinery in Ibedu-Lekki, Lagos State over the weekend, noting that the world-class refinery, everybody visits this refinery globally, and Pansat will come here and tell you that there's no such thing as a refinery that was built. Noting that the world-class refinery is a testament to Dangote's foresight, Nigeria's ingenuity, and African entrepreneurship, Chambers emphasized that the Dangote Group is leading the way for the private sector in Africa. I believe these are the types of transformational projects that will propel Africa out of poverty. Projects like the Dangote refinery create jobs, have multiplier effects on the national and regional economies, provides cheaper and reliable fuel for transportation, agriculture, and industry. In short, they lubricate the real economy, and that is their gospel truth. There is no economy on this planet that is not lubricated. You know, there's every. Oh, I didn't even have my camera on. Did you know that every single economy, there's no economy on this planet that is not driven by petrol? Pause for a moment and reflect on that. There is no economy on this planet that is not driven by petrol. So petrol transports it transports the economy, it transports the people, it transports haulage, it transports human capital, it transports everything. Remove petrol from any economy, and that economy collapses within 24 hours. So it's the greatest proportion for any economy on the planet, and it's a game changer. And that is exactly what this Arab-sounding fella is talking about. I believe these are the type of transformational projects that will propel Africa out of poverty. Projects like the Dangote refinery create jobs, have multiplier effects on the national and regional economies, provides cheaper and reliable fuel for transportation, agriculture, and industry. In short, they lubricate the real economy. The Dangote Group is leading the way for the private sector in Africa, which has a pivotal role to play in the fight against poverty and in creating opportunities for the youth. This is a veritable pathway to silencing the guns, he said. So there it is right there. So that's Dangote Group. Then it's a real game changer. It can only Nigeria has the expansiveness of thought to reach to that level. So now this one now is Paul Biya dead. So let me actually play you a clip. I think the death of the Cameroonian president was announced today. 91, 93, 95 is nearly 100. It's been dead for so many years in spirit, but not in body. But it looks as though he passed away today. So the story starts from here. So let's pick it up from here.
Uncertainty and apprehension hangs over Cameroon as ABS sources in Switzerland, France, and Yaoundé confirmed that President Paul Biya, Cameroon's long-serving leader, has died. Biya left the country 1 month ago to attend the China-Africa summit and has not returned home. He has also not been seen in public ever since that summit. The 91-year-old Cameroon president was expected.
All right, the 91-year-old Cameroonian president. So that's the rather grainy clip that announces the demise of the Cameroonian president. Or is he dead? Is the question. Is Paul Biya dead? Cameroon government breaks silence. So what are they saying? Yaoundé, Cameroon. Cameroon has said President Paul Biya is not dead. The rebuttal follows Biya's long absence from the Central African country. Rumors are that the 91-year-old was allegedly hospitalized at the Percy military hospital in Clermont, France. The speculations reached a new peak on Tuesday, October the 8th, with the broadcast by South African channel ABS Africa TV of the announcement of the Cameroonian leader's death. Correspondents report that Biya has served as president of Cameroon since 1982. I wonder if some of you listening to me were even born then. Certainly Mike Olawale was not born then. Correspondents report that Paul Biya has served as president of Cameroon since 1982, having previously been the prime minister of the country from 1975 to 1982. So it was certainly the president of that country long before a lot of people were born. Amidst the rife rumors, which is trending on Twitter, Rene Emmanuel Sadi, the government spokesperson and Minister of Communications, quashed the report. He said in a statement read on state radio broadcast, the president, Biya, is in good health, so that's already a lie. We saw him peeing, did we not, in some event barely a few weeks ago. It can be in many things, but a 91-year-old is almost certainly not in good health. The president, BR, is in good health and will be back in the country any moment from now. In the same vein, the Africa Report quoted Andre Magnus Okumu, Cameroon's ambassador to France, as saying BR is in Geneva, Switzerland. Contacted by Jeune Afrique on Tuesday, October the 8th, the funny-sounding Cameroonian name stated that Biya has never been hospitalized in Clermont or anywhere in France. So there it is right there. So expressing his displeasure at the spread of the rumors, the diplomat stated that the president is currently in Geneva, adding that the nonagenarian is in good health. So is it that it certainly is dead? That's certainly so not wishing death upon him, but I think they're just trying to create the avenue to make the announcement. So there is no. It was reported too widely for it not to be the case. So that is Paul Biya right there. So we go on from. Oh right, I wanted to actually start this program off with a puzzle. I forgot it. I just saw the clip now. So I'm going to play you this clip now, which is a puzzle. In fact, I'm going to give you two puzzles to see if you can solve them. But let me play you this clip first. So I'll play you this clip. And if you have an answer to the poser that this guy is putting forward, let's hear it in the comment section. When I saw it, I couldn't come up with an answer, but you are cleverer than me. Listen to this guy. Is presenting you a poser and see if you can come up with an answer to it.
No Igbo name starts with letter P, like P for Peter. And no Yoruba name starts with letter C, C for Chioma. If you think I'm wrong, drop the name.
So there it is right there. I wouldn't know about the Igbo names, but I couldn't come up with a Yoruba name that starts with the letter C. So that one caught me off guard. So let me take you on to this now next one. So a lot of noise around Alex Oti and his achievements in Abia State or whichever state in the East he governs. A lot of noise. Is as though he's walking on water, some of the reports we're getting. But here is an indigene of that state inviting us to pause for caution. Listen to what he has to say, especially if you're an Igbo speaker.
Social media number one governor ebe a na-arụ ụzọ na-eche ndị mmadụ ji akpọ ụkwụ ha n'aka na-aga ihe awụ nkwọngwa Aba a business area ebe na-eweta ego n'Abia steeti Aba ndị mmadụ na-ata afụfụ lee ka ndị mmadụ si ata afụfụ na Aba na-aga na Aba na people na-ata afụfụ ihe a ya wụcha business area ebe na-eweta ego na-abịa na ya all people na-ata afụfụ onye ọbụla ji akpọ ụkwụ ya n'aka na-aga. Governor biko bịa nyere anyị aka unu hapụnụ social media ihe ndị mmadụ na-epost ndị mmadụ bịa na-epost na social media na-arụ ọrụ na Aba n'ọwa Aba ebe a na-arụ ọrụ ihe na-emewe ite arụ ebe a rụrụ arụ asara na-arụ ụzọ biko gọvanọ bịa nyere anyị aka ihe awụcha ndị mmadụ ebe ndị mmadụ na-aga ihe awụ.
All right. For some of you non-Igbo speakers, what that guy was saying essentially was that a lot of the achievements that we hear attributed to Alex Oti is coming out of social media influencers and bloggers that he's put on his payroll. So he's advertising success that is not on the ground, and he's taking us around Abia State to just look how deplorable the state of that place is. And they're telling us this guy is doing fantastic work. If he's doing any work at all, that work should start from there. So that's that guy then being quite emphatic that that Alex Oti is just a Kamaje, Babe Magbabe, abracadabra, is just pulling the wool over our eyes. So that's Alex Oti pulling the wool over our eyes. So we are still staying with the Southeast, but we're going to the Southeast in this next clip on a lighter note. So for my money, I'm in total agreement with this guy, and this is how exactly it should be done. So the teaser towards it, the riddle that you have to unravel to watch this clip is have her washed and brought to my tent. So that's what that's your clue. Have her washed and brought to my tent, and that is exactly how it should be done. This guy concurs. Listen to this. Watch this.
Alert for what? Baby! Honey?
Huh? What is it?
You sent me money. For what?
Okay, you receive it. That money I sent to you. Use it and go to market and buy engagement ring. If you buy it, you wear it. You know what I go? I'm going to the shop now.
Honey? You seem like I should do what?
Use the money. Go and buy engagement ring and wear it. This is almost 8 years. Two of us have been into this relationship so that we'll know where we are going. So use the money, buy the ring, wear it, and go into the shop in the evening. I'll come back.
Baby, is this engagement? I don't understand. I should go to the market and buy ring and put on my finger. Baby, this is not engagement now.
Well, no problem. Send back the money.
Maybe what you mean? It's not what I mean, but
no, send back the money now. If it is not important, if you don't need this kind of engagement, now send back the money now. Don't you want to marry me? You want to marry me, and I send you money to go and buy engagement ring and wear. If I come back in the evening, we'll drink there in a very simple way. And
So there it is right there. Have her washed and brought to my tent. So that's exactly how it should be done. And still staying with that theme of exactly how it should be done. You've all heard the phrase or the word Karen. And when you hear the word Karen, it doesn't really connote the name of a person. It describes a particular type of being. When you call somebody a Karen, especially if you live in the West, you know what that means. Karen, K-A-R-E-N. So ordinarily, traditionally, it's the name of a person, but contemporaneously, it's the description of a certain type of person. So here is a Karen situation handled expertly. I was so impressed, I thought I'd share it with you. Watch this.
You're being insultive, and I think that's unfair.
Rules is for everybody.
I didn't do nothing to you.
Yeah, you people do that.
Always you people.
Put the volume down.
You said my volume was loud. I said I'm sorry. Brought it down,
yeah,
and you start talking about you people. It's rude if you talk to me and be like, yeah, you people. That's rude. Don't do that to me. I don't know you.
Don't you do that to me.
I don't know you there.
I don't know you.
That's rude.
It doesn't. That's not the question. The question is the rules is for everybody.
My volume wasn't even
Same
loud.
rules for everybody.
I don't gotta turn off my phone for you.
If you say something, it's for hours.
Are you okay?
Can you stop it?
Did somebody hurt you?
Can you stop it? Yeah, you people do that.
Always
every
you
day.
people.
Every day I need to say these same things.
Lady, if you have a problem with my skin, you can use the next stop.
I don't have a problem.
Then stop treating me like I'm not a person.
Be quiet.
No, I will not be quiet.
I mean,
you're not gonna bully me into silence, ma'am.
No,
I have rights to be here.
So that was expertly done. I think there's only one winner in that little exchange. So that woman was coming from historical prejudice, looking to vest it upon that girl. But that girl stood her ground and she beat her down. Not physically, but mentally. It was a mental joust and only one winner. So excellently done. So things being done perfectly. So still staying within that theme of speaking truth to space. Here is let me play you this clip first, and then maybe I'll share thoughts with you afterwards. We're going to Palestine and this particular novel take on the goings on there.
Many have been quibbling that the court did not use ceasefire, the word.
But all the orders that they gave can only be acted upon if there is a ceasefire. The ICJ had confirmed that an occupying power cannot rely on the right to self-defense, as stated in Article 51 of the UN Charter. It's not two equal free states fighting each other. It is an occupier fighting those they have occupied and essentially slaughtering them. If the case proceeds as we anticipate, and it is found that Israel committed genocide, all those who were complicit are as guilty as Israel. For the first time in 75 years, Israel is being held accountable by an institution. For the first time, we have opened up for the world to see. We, South Africa. But now, the lies have grown even bigger. They're now accusing UN workers of having played a role in the October 7 attack by Hamas. And so they have stopped funding to the UN agency that was supporting people who need aid. So I've called on my colleagues of the South, East Asia, Latin America, progressive African countries. Let's put our heads together and let's fund that agency and let's make sure that aid gets there. There are 5 or so countries.
All right, so every single detail of what that lady had to say, I am on board with it. Certainly, maybe a few of you are as well. But I'm always conflicted when it comes to the Israeli-Arab sort of thing, with the Israelis whooping them all over the place. So instinctually, I always go in support of the small guy, the person being oppressed, the person being disadvantaged. But if you look at the relationship of the Black people and the Arabs, then you might want to pause for a moment. These people treat us like shit, you know? So they will treat us in exactly the same manner that the Israelis are treating them. You know, so do we even have a dog in that fight? Or should we just let the Israelis do as they will with those people? They are not especially nice, the Arabs. So what is it to do with you if they're getting a little bit of flavor of their relationship with Black people? You know, so it's one of those gray areas. But then, of course, you cannot bear what you see coming out of that space every single day. So it's one of those where you're conflicted in thought. So we're still staying with the theme of speaking truth to power. And here is truth being spoken to Nigerian power. What this?
I'll put it this way. I'm an applicant applying to work in your successful company. And after passing through some processes, your HR department, that's the Human Resource Department, asked me to provide a referee from my previous place of work to enable me to secure the job. And I have something to say. This is the response of my employer, whom I've worked with for the past 8 years. And this is what he has to say. And I quote, "His propensity to corruption, his tendency to disloyalty, his inability to say and stick to the truth all the time, his propensity for poor judgment, his belief and reliance on marabout, his lack of transparency, his trust in money to buy his way on all issues, and his readiness to sacrifice morality, integrity, propriety, truth, national interest for self and selfish interest." My question is, if my previous employee forward this reference to you, will you employ me?
Yeah, tell him man, shut up. Shh, who are you talking to? They follow me to find cubicle. Sure you know this is.
And there it is right there. In case you needed reminding just who Atiku Abubakar is, that is Atiku Abubakar right there. And that who knows Atiku Abubakar better than Obasanjo, who served in torture 8 years with him, and is telling you that it's just Babalawo stuff. If there's ever, I'm not sure, even Donald Trump is not as desperate for power as Atiku. It's a total and absolute desperado. And he will do absolutely categorically anything to grasp power. And when he grasps that power, he will use and abuse it both for his personal aggrandizement, selfish enrichment, tribal peccadillos, and excesses. You will suffer if Atiku was ever, you will suffer if Atiku is ever your president. He will straddle you like a horse and ride you like a donkey. And that is it's not even me saying it, though. It's his fellow Aboki saying it. We'll be getting to the storyline of Speed Darlington versus Burna Boy in a moment, and we sequenced a series of clips that chats us through that storyline, that particular narrative. So we'll be getting to Speed Darlington versus Burna Boy in a moment. Burna Boy, of course, summarily marched Speed Darlington to prison. So we'll be getting to that storyline momentarily. But before we get to that storyline, though, just a few more clips to go through. So now we go to this next clip. You know, we often gather here and in spaces all over the Nigerian space to talk about how votes are being bought in Nigeria, and and we say that they've pulverized the people so much that they now weaponize that poverty in order to continuously take advantage of them. That's the narrative that we paint. That they've pulverized the people, and then they've used that poverty to keep them in perpetual poverty during elections. So we're talking about narratives of giving people 5,000. That was the phraseology Ayofayo said then. Vote for us and cook a pot of soup. So that's as low as 5,000 to mortgage your future for the next 4 years. So that is the pulverization and the advantaging of that poverty for political continuous repression. So that's the narrative we paint around Nigeria, and we're saying it's a unique peculiarity that holds that place in permanent abeyance. So we say it's a unique peculiarity that holds that place in permanent abeyance, but narratives globally may somewhat disagree. They weaponize poverty all over the world, no less a place than the United States. So now watch this as Donald Trump uses a loaves of bread to buy votes in America. You don't even have to take my word for it. This clip explains it.
Direct from the White House. We went to church. Trump sent food to all churches, and this is what I got. Today, church. Behold, my name is Uwomena Aboroba, me and my wife. We went to church. I went to church, and Donald Trump think I'm going to vote for him. Feel like making me 1 million. Big boss for everybody in the church. See what it is inside. Meatball. Now, wow, Trump. Now what, you go still lose? I promise you, now I go vote against you. They give me potato. And some onion. Oh, apple there. I'm not just buy apple again today. Okay. Yogurts. What do you yogurts? Cheese yogurts. You want more fat like him? Okay, no problem. And White House onions. How many yogurts you bring? Just for you. Okay. Go and vote. Cast your vote. My church can't buy me. Make sure you vote against him, okay? Thank you. I'm going to vote my votes today.
All right. So there it is right there. So if that happened in Nigeria, we all know what we'll be saying. So that's Donald Trump sending food to electorate voters just on the eve of an election. So how is that different from the bullion van that Tinubu stands accused of? Yeah, and how is that even different from this? What we just saw there, that clip, how is that clip we just saw different from this clip right here?
Yes, okay. F1.
So there it is right there. Weaponizing poverty is a global, politicians weaponizing poverty is a global phenomenon, even experienced in no less a country than the United States. So we're going to get to the Speed Darlington narrative now, and that will be the cap off of my opening salvo. But before we get to the Speed Darlington contraton, let's put it that you know, these are not. Anyway, I don't use these words to be pretentious, by the way. It's just the word that seems to fit what I'm trying to get across. But before we get to the Speed Darlington narrative, let me, certain cultures have certain stereotypes within the Nigerian space. So when you're talking about booty shaking, Owambe behavior, you put that to the Yorubas. When you're talking about enterprise and all of that, you put that to the Southeast. And when you're talking about stoicism, conservatism, traditionalism, piety, religion, you attribute that to the North. So some of those stereotypes, stereotypes often in instances are not true, and in instances that they are true, they get turned on their head sometimes. So this came out of the North, and it surprised me somewhat. This is not Yoruba land, this is the North. What this? So there it is right there. So that is Aisha shaking what her mama gave her. I wonder what Al-Haji, what the Imam will say in the mosque. So that is Aisha shaking what her mama gave her. So Aisha shakes what her mama gave her. But then, so let's get to the Speed Darlington narrative. So the Speed Darlington narrative, it actually starts from the United States, and it starts from the Shea. Shea is mansion or homestead in Spanish, I think. It starts from Shea P. Diddy. So of course, you all already know the narrative of P. Diddy, what's happening to him recently. But then that storyline is not only isolated to the American space, it has a global feel. So a lot of Nigerian artists at the moment, they are flourishing in the international space. And as they flourish in the international space, they get to meet international actors. So a lot of Nigerian artists, they have sort of photo op relationships, collaborative musical relationships, all manners of relationships with P. Diddy. No less an artist than Burna Boy. Burna Boy also has that sort of relationship. He has an established sort of alliance, allyship. I don't want to call it a friendship because I'm not party to it, but it's certainly known with P. Diddy. So now when the P. Diddy storyline broke out, people were reaching to all of those photo opportunities that Burna Boy spread out within the Nigerian media space to show his partyship with P. Diddy. So that's when it came. So that's the backdrop. And what's his name? Speed Darlington. I forgot to. Speed Darlington picks it up from here. So this is where the story starts. So let's start from here.
Sucking up to Burna Boy don't mean shit. I am Odogu. That's my language. Odogu is masquerade name. It's not a nickname. If anybody is gonna claim Odogu as a nickname, me is qualified. You dumb fucked in the ass, motherfucker. You out here shouting, Odogu, Odogu, Odogu. I'm like, look at this punk. You trying to be like us. You trying to be like us. You trying to be one of us. You now one of us. Because if you are one of us, you would have known that Odogu is not a nickname. Go fuck your mother. You now one of us. Everybody's tough in Lagos. Everybody is a G in Lagos. Come my side. I'm G'd up, motherfucker. Everybody's tough in Lagos. Everybody's a G in Lagos. Come my side. I'm G'd up, motherfucker. Fucked in the ass, motherfucker. I hear sucking Burna Boy's dick in my comment section. Come my side. Come on the road, Imo State. You know if you pass road, where me at the pass. Yes. At the pass where I'm, you know the pass. Everybody's tough in Lagos. Come my side, you fucked in the ass, motherfucker. You run naga, I'm yanaga gaya. You fucking bastard. You come on the internet, you they shout to Dogu. I'm like, is he a god? Everybody's a G in Lagos. Everybody's a G in Lagos. Come my side if you a G. You fucked in the ass, motherfucker. I'll make another oil video. Nothing mega. Nothing mega. If you a G, come my side. I mean, know the price where me pass. You fucking bastard. Odogu. I'm like, Odogu my ass.
So that was Speed Darlington in a live stream on Instagram, going back and forth with Burna Boy fans, doing his American Gangster straight out of Compton via Ugeli, sort of whatever it is that he was doing, his American Creeps or Creeps and Bloods or whatever I thought he was doing, some American Gangster via Abakaliki, whatever. So that's him. And the Burna Boy fans were going after him because of this. What this?
Everybody just they rush, they go America to snap with Didi that year. But Inote, after Burna post his picture with Didi, the next year I've been at the same particular year, Burna won Grammy. You understand me? All I they do since in Aichiche. So I just wonder, Burna Boy, this video, I they ask you question. Don't get offended. Now question I they ask. How many oil did you drop for your nyash before they give you that trophy? Burna, how many oil them rob for your nyash before? Burna, I'm asking you serious question. Them say them see 1,000 bottles of baby oil for Didi house. And I know say after you snap with Didi, you won Grammy. How many? I see magazine. You know they put oil for my body before they go give me kiniko. I just collect them off of merit. You blow after you snap with P. Diddy. You was under his arms, sucking up to Black America. Burna, come to this comment section and clear something. We want to know.
So there it is right there. Burna Boy, P. Diddy, baby oil. So that is our Speed Darlington then telling us that, suggesting, not even inferring, stating outrightly that Diddy diddly Burna Boy, it was diddled by Burna Boy. So that's the misjive that led to that exchange between him and Burna Boy's fans. So Burna Boy no longer able to tolerate it. He summarily, it took a team of 9 plus a squad of police officers to go and pick this guy up and lock him up. So as we speak now, Speed Darlington is in custody. And then from that braggadocious American lingo, whatever it is that he was doing, the story now lands with this now next clip that I'm about to play you. So this is the latest installment. So you remember, motherfucker, motherfucker, I am from Ugeli. You come round my end, I'll have you shot. All that American posturing, it lands here. Watch this.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Nigerians. My name is Miss Queen. I am Darlington's mother. I just get information that my son is missing. Speed Darlington is missing. His gate man called my family and notified my family that there's a video Darlington made and put on internet about Burna Boy. So he notified my family that Burna Boy came with his team and they picked Darlington up from his house. Please, please, Darlington is my only son. Darlington is one and only son I have. I am begging my fellow Nigerians, please, everyone should help me to beg Burna Boy. Burna Boy, please. My name is Miss Queen. Burna Boy, I'm begging you. My knees on the ground. Please, I am begging you, Burna Boy. Tamper justice with mercy, please. Tamper justice with mercy. Have mercy on my son. Forgive me, please. Burna Boy, I'm on my knees. I'm begging. Tamper justice with mercy. Forgive Darlington. Forgive Darlington. Forgive Darlington. I am begging. Nigerians, please come to Darlington's aid. Please. You people, all Nigerians, all Darlington's fans should join me to beg Burna Boy. Please. Burna Boy, please. Tamper justice with mercy. Forgive Darlington. This is me, Darlington's biological mother. I am begging. I don't know what to say other than I am begging. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. I'm a mother. Please. He's my only son. Forgive him. Forgive him. I'm just asking for forgiveness. Please, Burna Boy, please. Please. Please, I'm begging. Forgive my son. Release him. Forgive my son, Burna Boy, please. All Darlington's fans out there, please join me to beg Burna Boy for the release of Darlington. Nigerians, come to my son's aid, please. Please. I am begging. I'm on my knees begging. I'm begging. I'm just begging. I have no words. I have nothing to say than to beg Burna Boy. Burna Boy, please, I'm on my knees. May it touch your heart to release him. Forgive him, please. Forgive him. Forgive him. Forgive him, please. I have nothing more to say than to forgive my son. Have mercy on him. Oh. Have mercy on my son, please. 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 I'm begging. Have mercy on my son. Have mercy on my son, please. Burna Boy, please. I am begging you, okay? Have mercy on him, please, okay? Have mercy on him. I'm not in Nigeria right now, please. Have mercy on my son. Tamper justice with mercy, please. Please. Thank you so much. I know you will listen to me. Please.
So there it is right there. From the ding dong, motherfucker, the motherfucker, and all that. Look at what that guy has done to his own mother. So there it is. I'm seeing in the comment section that they said they've granted him bail now. So it looks as though Burna Boy has removed his jackboot from the neck of this wayward character. And by the way, Speed Darlington has that reputation of being somewhat a bit too fast with, and loose with the mouth, especially on social media. I think he's trying to build some sort of notoriety for himself because, of course, his entertainment career has come to its natural plateau for reasons of not really having any significant talent. But there it is right there. Look at what he's turned his mother to kneel down on social media begging for the life of her son. So there it is right there. Be careful. It puts me in mind of that Otapia woman. Be careful what you say on social media, because the real world has a reach that reaches to you on social media, especially when you present you. Even if you don't present yourself visually, if you present yourself audioly, if there's such a word, the real world can still reach you, because your voice can be sampled to identify your identity. So just be mindful. And if you want to go as wild as that guy, and then you have the repercussions then of your mother going on her knees on social media. So that is the narrative then of Burna Boy versus Speed Darlington. Power past power is that what that storyline tells us. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll send the I'll send the link into the studio to see if anybody wants a conversation. Otherwise, we round it up. But as I send the link, I'm going to play you this clip now that celebrates somewhat. Hold on. Let me do something first. I'm hearing an echo back, so let me fix it. All right. As I wait to see if anybody wants the conversation or not, I'll play you this now last clip. This last clip, people keep saying, people keep running Nigeria down, but there's certainly a lot of developments in Nigeria, especially in pockets like Port Harcourt, Lagos, Abuja, certainly, maybe a little bit Kano, Kaduna as well. Nowhere else is developing, but those sort of spaces, and those are the hubs of Nigeria, actually. When somebody comes to visit Nigeria who is not vested or invested or has familiar relationship, if they come to visit Nigeria, there's no reason for them to go to Ekiti or Enugu or whatever. They have no interest in spaces like that. They go to Lagos, they go to Abuja, and then they've seen Nigeria. They go to Kano as well for the culture, and then they've seen Nigeria. That's where people. Have you seen all? Because there seems to be a plethora of foreign bloggers visiting Nigeria over the last year, 2 years. There's been a plethora of foreign internet personalities visiting Nigeria. There's one in Nigeria at the moment that I've been following. Let me see if I can actually show you him. It's traveling around Nigeria at the moment. It's just a new starter within that travel vlogger space. But I've been following him. In fact, I comment on his on his videos, and when all these new starters start, they always respond to their comments before they get big. So he's been back and forth in conversations with me in the in his comment section. So it's this guy right here. So is this guy? Hold on. Hold on, just hold on right there. So is this guy right here? His name is an Englishman. His name is William Ashby. So so you can go have a look at him. Actually, he does very well. He's actually been visiting Nigeria for a decade plus. It's only just
for over 500 years, the master dyers of Kofar
name is,
Matter have
Will
plunged cloth
Ashby.
deep
So
into
he's
indigo
been,
pits,
traveling
crafting blue
back and
fabrics that
forth
have been
Nigeria,
traded across the
and the
Sahara
places he's
and
been
into
to
Arab lands.
Lagos.
The
And
Tuareg
now
people of
he's in
Mali,
Kano,
known
in
as the Blue
Lagos,
Men,
Abuja,
would
and
exchange
in
camels and
Nigeria.
dates for these textiles. Legend
Nigeria
says
is
they would request the cloth to
developing,
be
and the
unsalted.
development taking place in places like that. And Lagos is the epicenter of development in Nigeria. So Lagos is the epicenter, and Lagos continues to evolve. If you go to Lagos and you miss 2 years before you go back, the development will be such that you would not be able to recognize this anymore. And here is an example of that. So I'll play you this, and at the end of it, and then we'll see if anybody turns up. Otherwise, we'll round it up. Let me play you this.
A few months ago, I explored the
Tell me
Lagos
if you
water
can hear it, by
transportation
the way.
system and
Tell me if you
visited the
can hear
Five
the
Cowries
audio.
boat terminal in Ikoyi. Today, I'm revisiting to see how things have held up. We all know Nigeria's maintenance culture isn't the strongest and can be a challenge. So let's see if the terminal is still well maintained and if the services are still good. Is it still working or has it failed? Living and working in a city like Lagos with over 20 million people means that how fast goods and services move around really affects the city's growth. The roads are often too small, so traffic jams are common. New things like the rail line and the ferry services have made it easier to move people and goods faster. But to keep the city growing, these services need to be well maintained. That's why I decided to revisit the boat terminal in Ikoyi and try the service again to see the condition of things.
All right, guys. So I just arrived the Five Cowries building in Ikoyi. This is the boat terminal, guys, and it still looks so beautiful. It's still well maintained, and the environment looks very, very clean. Okay, the last time I was here, I was able to use my Cowries card to access the boat, the ferry system, all the way to Ikorodu. So I will be going in now to see if I can still use the same card to access the system and just to see how the entire system works. Is it still well maintained? Let's find out, guys.
Open my eyes, I slept through the day. Slept through the day, feeling uneasy, I push it away. Push it away. Last night was fun, don't feel like today. Feel like today, let's do it again, let's go on a day.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sorry. Can I still use my carry card to access the ferry system?
Yes.
Can I pay for it now? Ikorodu, yes. 8 o'clock, again. All right. I just got into the Five Carries terminal and I wanted to purchase my ticket, using my carry card. Apparently, the carry card still works, right? This is the ticketing area where you buy your card, your ticket from using your card, or you can pay in cash, or if you have your bank card to pay with. Okay, so however, I came very early, so I'm unable to purchase the ticket now. So I have to wait around 3:30 to get my ticket, right, using my Cowries card. Apparently, I can check the balance on my Cowrie card, okay, using this device right here, right? Lagos State has really, really improved the transportation system to the point whereby, with just one card, you can access both the waterways, you can access the BRT bus, and you can access the train transportation, okay? Now, with my Cowrie card, I want to check how much I have left. Note that the fee from Ikoyi to Ikorodu is 1,500 naira. So let me see if I have enough money topped up on my card that will take me all the way down to Ikorodu. All right, so help me. So let me check out the card now. All right, so you place your card here and you click check balance. All right, so it's loading now. So I currently have 1,946 naira on my card. You can see my name right here, Mena. So guys, this is just an amazing, amazing development. Thank you so much.
This technology here wasn't present the last time I visited. It's a welcomed improvement and a great addition. Additionally, there's now a restaurant and kiosks at the terminal where you can purchase food and drinks while waiting for your boat.
Please, can you help me with one of this meat pie and one Coke? All right, guys, so I am here at the Five Cowries terminal. You can see it behind me, right? This is actually the waterfront. Okay, what you saw earlier was behind the building, but this is actually in front of the building. So you can see the terminal behind me. It's very, very beautiful, right? Now, on this side of the building, you can see Victoria Island very clearly from this side. Beautiful, guys, very beautiful. And from here, you can see all the boats that are being used for transit here at this terminal. It's just so amazing the improvement that Lagos State is doing. Now, the good news is that Lagos State has actually launched what they call OMI buses, right? OMI is a Yoruba word that means water. So in translation, it means water bus, right? It's a way to actually improve the water transportation system in Lagos State. OMI buses are state-owned boats that was created specifically for the transportation of people and goods in.
This is an idea that I've often advocated for Lagos State. Um, Lagos State is, I think it's about 60% water thereabout. And I've always thought that there's been an underutilization of the waterways in Lagos State as a form of transportation. And they just funnel everybody onto, because you need a healthy mix, not a healthy, or a healthy mix of our transportational infrastructure for a state as small in geographical size as Lagos State, and as densely populated as it is. So you need a rich mix of our transportational option. And the biggest transportational option in Lagos State should be the waterways. I've often thought that they've not opened enough sufficiently that space, and it looks as though that's been addressed.
Lagos State. So today I am actually hoping that I get a chance to actually ride on one of these boats, one of these newly commissioned boats by Lagos State, and ferry on them from here to Ikorodu. So let's see how it goes, guys. So guys, we started boarding and everyone received a life jacket. We are going into the boats right now. You can see all the boats right here. This is the new Lagos.
The jetties should be dotted around all over Nigeria, especially those riverine spaces like the South. Those spaces are more water than land. So if you build jetties just right across the expanse of those coastal ways, it just makes for easier transportation. It opens up our business activities, all of these things. And it's not really a big cost, by the way. Just put satellite jetties, essentially like bus stop jetties, and have tiny little ferries, just ferrying people across those waterways. Break it up, open up that space, and expand the economic activities of it. You don't need something as plush and lush as they built in Lagos here, because the amount of money they used to build all these Liberace type edifices, they could have built about 7 jetties for all of the monies that they've used. What do they need? Get onto it's not even about the ATVs, it's not about the waiting area or the ticketing port, it's about the jetty and the ferries. So just build something reasonable and modest, even make it look beautiful, but not to the expansiveness of what we're seeing. That's just a gross waste of money. But there it is. The facility is there anyway.
State's Omi bus I was talking about, this one, it's newly commissioned about 2 months now, and you can see it. However, this isn't what we'll be entering today. We'll be entering one of the old boats for this trip that we'll be having today. It's really quite an interesting development by Lagos State government, because the buses are really nice, and by the way, they seat up to like 40 passengers. Okay, this is the one we are entering. Wow, this is so beautiful. We're entering this boat right now. Lagos boats. Really nice, guys. Whoa. Oh, let me see if I can get. Let me see if I can get this view. Oh, this view is nice. Nice. The chairs have this pocket thingy where you could put your stuff when you get in. Alright, and people are also entering from the front. This is the control, and you see the boat is filling up.
My life jacket is not put on properly. Look at this very big boat. This very big ferry. Very huge. Sorry. So guys, we are moving.
At 1,500 a trip, even though it's subsidized, is it still priced out of the affordability of the everyday Lagosian?
We are on our way. While I was in the boat, I noticed there was a new water navigation system that wasn't there the last time I was here. I think this is an impressive improvement by Lagos State. What is your experience like on the Lagos boat ferry?
I think it's okay. It's better than the private-owned boats. At least for me, it's safety first, and price-wise, is reasonable. So it's something that we are looking forward to more boats, so that at least people will get better opportunities and get better safety.
Thank you very much. On a scale of 10, I'll give it a 7.
So it seems Lagos State has been able to maintain, the same standard they started the operation of these ferries with. They've been able to maintain it for this long, and I'm very, very, proud of Lagos State government for doing what they are doing.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that's Lagos State then. We don't even have to wait 2 years. I think we can state it now that Lagos State is not even a Nigerian state. It's not even an African. It's an international state. I think we don't have to wait any longer to be able to say that. Contrast it with a place like Anambra, where they're telling us Peter Obi can be president, or contrast it with Ekiti, where Fayemi is speaking English. They say speak and do. That's the lingo on the streets in Nigeria. Speak and do. Do you know what that means? Speak and do. So they say it and do it. Speak and do. So that's speak and do right there. It's well worth taking a trip to Lagos just to be part of the experience of the vast improvements. The rail service, the intra-city rail service, the Omi bus, the sea buses, the jetties, all of these things, the improved roads, all of these things coming together, an O2 style arena being built, all of these things, and you are not saying, of course, there are improvements. So we play the Kegite music and then we see what happens next. It looks as though we may well have a bit of a session. We try and cap it under 3 hours though, which now seems to be the currency that we're going with. First, the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Pilot kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. ṣòdùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ó lè yọ àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agosheme death have nothing to do with us. It looks as though we may well be having a session, especially when we're graced with the presence of two Niger. So that's the mighty man right there. A man of equal, maybe even superior might. There's Kulata right there. The dulcet tones of Baba in the house as well. So the session kicks off. Kulata, you were saying the opening salvo was long and labored, but there was nothing in the news cycle, so I had to compensate with just chatting shit. But
I was like, are you enjoying yourself?
No, I was enjoying it actually. That may well be the new format. Me just meandering through depending on what the audience response is. Me just meandering through the news cycle in the day. But good to have you. Let's kick it off with you. What piqued your interest? So in terms of the news, Abure gets the affirmation from law that is the chairman of the Labour Party still. So how does that translate for Peter B and his co-travelers? Dangote telling us that his refinery did not get any incentive from the government, all of that. And then that little clip that I played at the beginning of some woman quoting chapter and verse of how ethnicity, tribalism started in Nigeria. So either that or whatever interests you.
I mean, there are slim pickings in the news, so and I've not been reading the news. That's just the truth. But the Abure one kind of interests me. So does that mean
why is Kulata started? He was here. I was here before him.
What's wrong with Emefiele? Please go ahead.
Do you know why it's starting? It's a good question
Why
actually,
is it
because it's a good question. You know why it's starting, because I was going to start with you, but you prefer to go with a prose rather than a sonnet. But
I do like, because I don't have the opportunity much. That's why.
You like the long essays. So
no, I'm here to beat Kulata.
No, me, I'm pretty straight to the point.
I need to beat Kulata to submission, because all those arguments he's had now, the results are in. Most people
let me tell you one thing now, Tunaja. I was listening to your session on Kaizo's stream, I think a couple of days ago, with you and Gas Them Up. It was quite a delightful conversation. It frustrated you, of course, eventually. But for what it was quite a delightful conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah. I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I must say too, when I saw you reading this stuff, I thought you should be commended for at least coming out every day, doing your bits, and the work you put in. I'm not sure enough people, you don't get thank yous a lot for all the work you're putting in.
All I get is abuse.
Are you trying to grease his balls? What's wrong with you?
No, it's just a fact. Sometimes when I feel something, I just say.
Are you in PDD stuff?
He comes here, because sometimes he comes in, nobody is here. He just talks, and he's coming and doing the hard work. You see what I mean? So you have to commend that. That is quite remarkable stuff. So that's that anyway. So are you gonna go with me or go with the guy?
We can just free flow. There are only 4 of us here, so we can just
let's talk about Labour Party. So
yeah, why not?
You see, no, that's a hot topic now. Then you can bring your belly aching, and then I'll respond to you. Can you guys hear me? I'm not using my usual Bluetooth stuff.
Yes, no, you're a bit grainy, but we can make you out. So if you can make adjustments,
I can swap to a better one though.
Yeah.
Because I just use this one for music. If it's grainy, let me swap then.
Yeah, you're still listening to music. I've stopped listening to music. I thought music was only listened to by people like Tunaja. I cannot imagine you. I can imagine you only listening to Beethoven and things like that. You don't strike me as a. Are you a Speed Darlington fan?
I mean, I'm kind of mixed. I listen to all kinds, really, from classics to even Afrobeat now. So yeah, I do dabble into all
When
kinds of.
did you discover that video was a phenomenon? Yeah, I only discovered that
It
5 years
wasn't long
ago.
ago. No,
It
mine
wasn't
was
that long
even
ago for me.
mine
Yeah, I
was
didn't even
less.
know yet. I didn't know he existed as a human being until
Yeah,
about
mine is around 2 years ago, so that's when I even knew it existed.
you know. But
Mm.
my music stopped for me with Fela Kuti and those sort of after that I just gave up on the
Exactly. Lagbaja was just about
yeah.
where I stopped.
Yeah.
So
Is it
yeah,
better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Okay. Labour Party, Abi.
Yeah, so
So
Labour Party and then Wike came out today as well. I'm not quite sure if you saw the interview, but yeah, carry on.
honestly, those wiki something. I'm not. I don't care. The Labour Party one is funny because Abure has been affirmed as the chairman, and Peter Obi and Alex Oti, they did their own convention, and then they came out with some. I don't know if it's caretaker or interim. I mean, chairman. So, what does this now leave Obi? To say that the guy doesn't know how to lead or how to organize is an understatement because this is a big, massive flop. Because, if he had control of his party, he will have organized a legit convention. They could have sacked Abure in a legit way. Now Abure is there. So what is he going to do? Is he now going to go bury Abure, or is he now going to carry his bag and go to NMPP since Kwakwanso said he doesn't mind deputizing with him? Because if we take this man for what he is, he's not an organizer, he's not a builder. He looks more like an opportunist. But be as it may be, if he's an opportunist, okay, then maybe it's time he just jump ship to a better organized party, NMPP. But then when he goes there, it's going to be in the similar situation as it was in Labour Party. He will have control of nothing. Now, is that a better team? Yes. Kwakwanso will be a more formidable VP, unlike Dati that added nothing to his ticket. With Kwakwanso, at least they will have a place, not that they will have a play in the north. And with Tinubu's bad performance, they definitely will have a play in the south and the better part of the Midwest. So if I was him, now that he's lost the Labour Party political game, either one, join NMPP, like I said, or two, just form your own party and know that, okay, you have obedient. But option number two, it's guaranteed that you will not have anything that will call a result in 2027 election. If it does option number two, then it must be
They
gunning for.
withdrawn its automatic ticket in Labour Party, of course. Remember,
They've withdrawn it. But if he negotiates, if he stays with Labour Party, then that means he's eating his own shit. So if he's eating his own shit, he has to play ball with Abure. Because okay, so what was the point? What did they do all that convention? Or what did they do all that for?
Hold
Now
on, Kodata, yeah, like going too far now. The judges
it's not too far.
The judges did what they did. Had that had nothing to do with the party. If the judge decides that they are working for APC or anything and they want to sabotage this Labour, that could be an easy way to do it.
Okay, so if the judge is working for APC, or if that's what you're alluding, shouldn't you know that is part of Nigerian? That should be part of your calculation. It's Nigeria we're talking about.
If that's what you are saying, then that you can make that kind of this thing. But it's just that your initial position was.
But no, it's clear this man demonstrably has not been able to control a party and is not been able to lead. He's been able to inspire young people. Is separate from leadership and organization, kind of like have a structure of something, an operation that you can run, which is one of the reasons I really doubt he can really run the country, because he is a one-man army. He's all by himself. He's a guy that will go and pump his own gas. This is not the way you can lead or run a country. Like even at work, when you're giving you a boatload of responsibilities, you have to look for people that will deputize you, move it around, because you can't do everything by yourself. It's impossible. You just have to lead.
I think
And
the way he's doing it now, there's nothing like fundamentally wrong on this part.
it is fundamentally
fight him in a
wrong.
messy way. No, look at it from the other point of view. He's allowing the process to run, and he's doing his own thing. Remember, he has more support in the party. Sooner or later, Abure will find his way through the door. When the time this is
Okay, now that the court has affirmed, Abure did his own convention, and it looks like his own convention is now legit. The court has affirmed him as the chairman. So what is Obi going to do? He has to wait for the next convention. When is the next convention?
No, it's not like that. The party has mechanisms that they can use to trigger whatever they want to trigger.
But he doesn't hold the control of the party is what I'm talking about.
Even if you don't hold the control of the party, when the election is coming up, there will be means where the members of the party can trigger stuff, and they know full well that
if you have that kind of situation, you have zero chances of doing well, because that means you're not organized. That means you'll have internal bad blood in your party. I mean, it's demonstrated beyond every reasonable doubt that it doesn't understand this thing called organization. It doesn't.
I hear your point on that one. However, I still think that the Labour Party, when this stuff, because especially if this current president, this economy doesn't improve, you can see a situation whereby the other parties will be so desperate, and if the environment is so hostile to this current government, and people are suffering, they will be like, Abure, you're just in the way now. Get out of the way. Where the guy that has won over 6 million votes.
First things first, Abure is smarter than him when it comes to this party stuff, because he's already mended fences with the other group, the Apapa.
I think Tunaja may be right. It serves Obi more. It serves Labour Party more for Obi to be there than it serves Obi to be there.
But with Abure grabbing his balls, that's the point. Abure right now has zero. I mean, he has zero. He has zero incentive to be loyal to Peter Obi, because Peter Obi has directly tried to throw him under the bus. So if Abure is there and they offer Obi something, don't you think Abure, as willing and dealing that he is, will not deal Labour Party to Tinubu? We're talking about Nigerian politics.
Are you saying that the party belongs to the leader or
no value to Tinubu now?
Exactly.
No, I mean, it's the sabotage from within. Look, your top ticket, Peter Obi, first things first, if he didn't go ahead to do whatever they did, if he had gone behind the doors to kind of settle scores with Abure, kind of like just let the whole noise simmer down, he'll be in a better position. But now he's gone, he's done whatever he was going to do, and they've lost. So ultimately,
it's not lost, it's just a court.
They've lost in court now.
Yeah, but
Are they
the court
going to
has always
appeal
been siding with Abure. That's not a new thing. The people themselves is what is the difference.
It does not matter. Well, the people doesn't matter at this point, because Abure controls the structure of the Labour Party, and they will use that to negotiate with Obi, and they will also use that to negotiate with opposition. So at this point in time, if Obi is going to stay, he's staying at his own peril, because Abure will. I mean, if you were Abure, what will you do with the character that he has? Yes.
If I was Abure and I'm running a party that has become very, very has the chance of winning the office, I would do everything to enhance that opportunity instead of making it about himself. That is the problem.
First of all, you don't have the character of Abure. If you look at the character of that guy with his record, the guy at this point in time will be smiling, because he's now pulling the levers. So is it that Obi leaves that party, forms his own party, or goes to join Kwakwan? So if he stays in Labour Party, they're going to sabotage him from within. The combination of Abure and Papa, they're going to sabotage him, because he's already shown his cards.
He's not going to be able to. You see, when the people are the ones that matter, especially in Labour Party, when this time comes, you will see that even Abure will be scared for his head. If we're talking about 6 million votes.
When 6 million, forget 6 million was 2023. 2027 is going to be another number. So you can as well
even
forget
if
that
it's
6
2
million.
Abure never got more than 50,000. What are you talking about?
It does not matter. I mean, to Niger, that's why I said But because you are too straight-laced, put yourself in the conniving Abure's position. All Abure wants to do is to maximize for himself and his friends. He doesn't care about all this stuff you're talking about.
Okay, you are making maybe you are right actually on that front, but that's the reason why when the members, when it's time for when the election starts coming up and it's time to start selecting people, that is when the members their power come in and they will limit his ability to do anything. That's if they don't throw him out.
But do you know what it means for Peter Obi that brought a party of like tops 10,000 votes to 6 million votes, not having the power to not being able to grab the reins of the party? Do you know how that
I
sounds?
think we got that. Where is that? Where is PDP? I think it's practically the same
Forget,
thing.
stop talking PDP. We're talking about
No, we are making
property.
that
We're not shifting
guys,
goalposts.
who is doing the same thing.
please. Look, what you are not realizing is that there is a lot of political interplay in LP. Let's go back to Abure Convention in Owerri. Deputy Governor of Abia State was one of the presiding officers in that convention. In fact, he was the one who acclaimed Abure as the new chairman. Fact check me. So I was puzzled when Obina went to OT and they called that all-important working committee meeting where Nenadi emerged as somebody who used to organize the party. So who is playing who here? Because the deputy governor will not go to Owerri to attend that convention without the express approval of OT.
Exactly. So there are, if OT is with Peter Obi, I don't think Abure can stand in the way. There's no way. All the big hitters in the party are together. I don't see Abure being an issue really. If he wants to be an issue, he will be removed.
The big hitters try to remove him.
No, you are misrepresenting me, to Niger. What I'm saying is that Abure has power. He has leverage. It's Obi that's not reading the tea leaf. It's Obi that is not It's Obi that is not reading the tea leaf here, because he's being played by even OT himself.
See, when you say Abure has power, it's just the court. He didn't wield anything on the ground that threw the other people away. The court just found in his favor, and it's the interest of the court and the interest of APC to make sure that court finds
in the eyes of the law, who has control of the party?
Abure.
Officially, yes, it's Abure.
Okay, and also, also from a party standpoint, who is the most senior person in the party?
It's Abure.
In terms of outside of the party chairman, because the person
the governor is
Alex Otti. So Alex Otti is not. I mean, Alex Otti is just one step into Labour Party, one step outside the Labour Party. Because if Labour Party crumbles or it stays under this Abure and nothing is going, it's either it goes back to APC or he does something else. So at this point in time,
I think Peter Obi is actually the senior. Even
it's not the most. That's not how you look at the most senior.
Because it doesn't. No, I think so, because Peter Obi has been is an ex-governor and he's got 6 million votes.
He's an has-been.
Whoever have an elected position is the most.
Whoever has elected position.
That's why Trump is the leader of Republican Party instead of Peter Obi was a governor. He won 6 million votes. OT is a governor. And he hasn't won
Trump, by virtue of being a presidential candidate, is a leader. Absent that title, he was just a floor member. They have the RNC chairman. But if Obi becomes the nominated presidential candidate of LP, leading them to the 2027 election, he assumes automatically the leadership of the party.
Yeah,
that's the rule.
If Peter Obi goes with Kwankwaso and I think there's a good chance, especially if they work with PDP too. There's a good chance, but I'm beginning to see chances of this current government redeeming itself. There's a chance, especially with Dangote coming on stream.
Forget this government redeeming itself. Let's just even say this government is this government, because we don't even need to.
If it remains like this, they're not going to win. No matter how
let
much you
me
try to rig it.
okay. Let me put it this way. If it remains like this, they're going to win. If
They
it doesn't
won't.
remain like this, they're going to win. And if things improve, they're going to win. Bottom line is they're going to win in 2027.
No, they won't. You are making a lot of assumptions because personally,
Okay, is Edo State a joke to you? Is Imo State a joke to you?
see, let me say this. The reason why
Are you
is
clinging
because
hope onto what happened in
no, you have to look at the
River State?
the dynamics in Nigeria has always been the other parties are the ones sabotaging themselves, and it looks like Kulata is completely missing that. They are the
Missing
ones
what?
sabotaging themselves. PDP was divided. They killed themselves, and the same
But
thing happened
PDP is
again.
dead. Don't you get it? PDP is not going to come alive.
But they could decide if they become desperate enough and this government, the economy doesn't improve, and they see,
Tinubu owns PDP. The better part of PDP is in Tinubu's pocket.
yeah.
Well,
So
let me
forget
predict
PDP.
something to Naija Kulata. If Obi shifts base to NNPP and align with Kwankwaso to lead that party in the next election, don't be surprised. Atiku will be pushed out of PDP and he will contest under the banner of LP. Mark my words.
Atiku.
Yeah.
Atiku is already talking about supporting P2B, and Kwakwaso is now talking countenancing.
I can't say Atiku contesting under LPO.
If they push him out of PDP, he has no choice.
Maybe
He might
SDP,
endorse.
but then SDP also belongs to Tinubu.
My prediction is that Atiku is not going to run because the noise he's beginning to make some. The last time I heard from Atiku regarding P2B, he was talking about endorsing him. So that is a sign. And you look at Kwakwaso now, he's beginning to line himself up to be a kind of running mate. The whole thing comes together, it's not come together yet. There's a very, very
Okay, you Tunaja, answer me this question.
they have a chance.
Answer me this question. If Atiku doesn't run, PTP fronts somebody else, Peter Obi goes to NNPP or whatever, or stays in Labour Party, who do you think is going to win?
I think PTB, this in the Labour Party will win. If Atiku endorses P2B.
You
You don't understand. If Atiku endorses P2B and this in Kwankwaso runs with P2B, that we're talking about Kanu here. What are you? Am I mistaken here? We're talking about Kanu.
So if we're talking about Kanu, so what?
Sorry, Kulata. Tinubu did not win Kano in the last election or Lagos, and he won the presidency.
But this time it goes into the column of P2B. That's the difference. Before it wasn't there.
No, Kano was 50-50 last election. It was almost 50-50. Or maybe 55. 55-45. It was close. It wasn't like Kwakwaso had what's it called, landslide. And at this point in time,
P2B's column, and Kwakwaso is quite a heavyweight in the north.
No, it's just Kano.
Kwakwaso is not a heavyweight in the north. I think the last election
it's just Kano.
I think he is at least. He can get some.
He has been tested in an election now, so we know for fact that he's not a heavyweight.
Okay, Tunaja. So Atiku will endorse Peter Obi, that's an NMPP, and leave PDP, not endorse PDP. How does that work?
Stranger things have happened. You are seeing Wike doing craziness right now. Labour Party, this is the PDP in River State just converted to something else.
I think you're just wishing for Obi to win an election.
No. I told you before that when Kwakwaso could run as a running mate, you thought he was crazy before. Now you're beginning to hear it. When things get desperate, they will start coming together. But I don't think
nobody thought it was crazy.
Don't swallow that hook, line, and sinker. He was teasing because he gave condition. He said, I think there was a caveat there. I can't remember. I can't quote him correctly now, but there was a caveat to that offer.
To include it in the headlines.
Even if he wasn't teasing, it's still not a winning ticket.
Then you're estimating what could happen. But that said, though,
because I think you are carrying over Peter Obi's 6 million votes to the next election.
There's no 6 million votes.
You think Peter Obi will win Lagos again?
Never.
You are making a lot of assumption.
I'm not making an assumption. As far as Lagos State is concerned, forget it.
Maybe,
the same
maybe,
day, the
maybe he
same
doesn't
day.
need Lagos State. Maybe he doesn't need it. But remember, this in what's it called? But Tinubu may not be as popular as he was before in the north because he's done some things now that has pissed people off.
Who told you was
El-Rufai is on
popular?
his side.
Who,
Even
who told
El-Rufai
you
is on
was
his side.
popular in the north
Yeah,
and
but he got
Nigeria?
some votes in the north that helped him.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is Imo State election. Is it a joke to you? Is Edo State election? Is it a joke to you? Don't you
No,
see?
it is clear. You are not the one that is missing it. The other parties are divided right now. That's where the problem is. If they decide to
Okay.
come together, that dynamics will go away. But if
So
they
they are
remain
divided in Imo. They are divided in Imo State.
I think they are. PDP is messed up
30
everywhere.
upon 30 local government win. Divided.
PDP is messed up everywhere. Look at what's happening in Rivers State. PDP is messed up. Even in Edo State, they are fighting each other. PDP is practically dead.
Let me say something about Rivers State. See,
You know what,
Tinubu.
Kolata? What is the chances that Kwankwanzo is not even working in favor of Tinubu during the last election?
Yes, I think it may well be, but let Kolata say that thing so that the conversation stays within a
The
structure.
thing almost escaped my head, but I think I remember now. You see, so, like a state like Rivers State that everybody's talking about now. First thing, Wike is in Tinubu's pocket. Fubara is also in Tinubu's pocket. Both of them, all of their Tinubu is an all of the above kind of guy. So all this stuff that you are talking, Tinubu has captured a chunk of PDP. It's whatever is going on with Labour Party and Obi. You can as well take it that Tinubu already has inner people in Labour Party based on what happened. So there's nothing going to happen in 2027. Option A, Tinubu. B, C, D, E. Everything is Tinubu winning in 2027.
Kolata, maybe it's time to address these 6 million votes that Peter Obi.
It's nonsense now.
Yes, it's one of those events that you say at the West End. They say for one night only. I think a lot of those votes.
You guys are doing a lot of wishful thinking. I don't blame you guys. It's the other parties that are useless. They are the ones giving. Tinubu barely got 36% of the vote, and you guys are so confident.
Oh my God! To Nigeria. Look, in 2023, Tinubu was not the president.
Oh my.
In 2023,
the election.
It did not.
It was his party that was in office.
Oh my! Just let me land first. 2023, Tinubu was not the president. 2023, we had a novelty, Muslim ticket. We had another novelty, Christian, Igbo president. We had that. We had all these feelings. Right now, forget all that stuff. This is brass tactics. Tinubu is the man in charge. And he has hold on now. He has his fangs in everybody's skin that matters deep. So whatever you like, ultimately people will sit at home. He's still going to win 2027. There's nothing that will happen in 2027 that Tinubu won't win. Nothing.
The way you are talking there, you really don't. The way you are talking about politics is really scary.
I can put money on it. You know, I'm comfortable to put money on it.
If I was Tinubu, I would be telling you to shut up because what you are doing, you don't even know what you are showing bad karma. Because politics, 10 years can happen in a week, and you just assume that nobody knew PWB was going to be here.
Oh God!
Even about 5 months before the election, nobody knew PWB was going to be here. But you just make all these predictions. Like
Tunaja, let me ask you a question. Even though Kulata actually has the floor, but let me ask you a question. You know the religious votes that went to Peter Obi, the phobia, the apprehension around the Muslim tickets. Do you think that will carry through to 2027? That apprehension around the Muslims.
No, I think that part of it. I don't think it was that strong. To be fair,
it was strong.
It was. Don't shy
in the
away
middle belt. In the middle belt,
I don't know in your minds how that is
in southern Kaduna. All those places it was very
okay.
Very
Yeah, maybe in those areas.
Oh man, let me humor you something. That pastor, the pastor that shouts Muslim ticket the most, the pastor in Canaan. What's that? My sister's pastor again. Pastor Oyedepo. Guess what happened last week? They gave him landing rights. He was going to build a landing pad in Canaan land. The president gave him that. Do you think what's it called? He's going to be making insinuations about Muslims are going to steal you? Muslims are going to do this. Of course, he's not going to say shit. So forget Muslim ticket. And also for Peter Obi, is rabid Southeastern fans. They ruined a lot for that guy.
Oh, they ruined a lot.
They ruined a lot for that guy
No,
with
they
the way
haven't. No, they haven't.
the way they've kind of like the hypopian elements in that
The
space.
insults, the curses,
The insult, the constant days,
the
they've pissed off
chicanery.
they've pissed off a lot of open-minded people.
Maybe that's a little bit in the southwest, but because Tinubu is a polarizing figure, he has actually polarized the other parts of the country too.
The other parts of the country are going to be bought. Forget all that story. It's
Making assumptions, eh? Go
it's
and
not
buy
assumption.
Southeast. If you can buy it, why can you not buy
For the
Southeast?
past 4 elections, nobody needs the Southeast to win any election.
Exactly. So you
So
are
who
saying
cares?
you can buy. Why not continue not buying Southeast?
But it doesn't need to buy them now. If you want to go and buy jeans, is it every jeans that is in the store you buy? You buy the ones that are valuable for you and leave the ones that are
Even
not
don't
valuable for
forget
you.
to Nigeria. Out of that 6 million votes you are parroting, 2 million came from Southeast alone. 2 million
Yes,
of that 6
even
million.
if that is the case, my issue with the way people are talking now is that they all forget that 5 months before the election, nobody knew P2B was going to be here, and you're just making assumptions.
Oh,
Now,
but boy, you leave story now.
Let me tell you, there are two things that will unseat Tinubu, and I think this may well be the play. I think very, very close to the elections, they will launch just a wave of insurgency against his administration in a similar way that they did with Goodluck Jonathan. So I have the anticipation that they will start to launch. Yeah.
No, I don't think that can unseat him.
And I'm going to disagree with you. Tinubu is not good luck, Jonathan. The only thing that can unseat Tinubu is death or incapacitation.
I don't like
Those
talking
are the two
about that,
things.
but that's the only thing.
Those are the two
What are
things
you
that can
talking
unseat
about?
him.
No, I think what can unseat him is if petrol price shoots up from around 1,000.
If petrol price is
500,
if petrol price is 10 million naira, Tinubu will win 2027.
And the way you are insulting Nigerians, you have no clue at all. The guy won 36% of the vote. If he was so popular, his power was so great.
Naija, put money down. Put money down. Let's put money down.
Sometimes you make it sound as if all these things like
let's put money down.
Don't get irritated. It's a fact. It's a reality.
His argument is not based on fact.
And I'm willing to bet on it.
All right. To Niger, let's look at some facts. If you are saying all of these things, Tinubu can only be unseated by a superior argument. So the person that is going to unseat him will have to come up with a better plan for the Nigerian people. That look at all that you have been through. This is my better plan for you, that better argument does not exist. You know, the better argument for that counterweights what Tinubu is doing, it does not exist.
I don't think it's argument that can unseat Tinubu alone. You have the other side has to be organized. They are not organized. They are in chaos. The other parties, the three major parties, the other two major parties are in chaos right now. That is the problem. They are not organized.
For someone like you that thinks like you, that thinks that the reason Africa and core is undeveloped is because of supreme planning by the West and co that control your resources. You can't apply that same logic to think that the chaos these people are facing is by I wanted to say it's by divination, but Tinubu is not God. It's by planning.
No, I get that aspect, but our own people were also part of the equation. Our own people like us, we are very disorganized too. That is part of the reason why the West is.
Look, if you let me say it again. If you organize till tomorrow, if that man is not in the hospital bed, dying, or is not dead, he's going to win that election.
Man, what a hubris, man. Yeah, but let's also be when you are talking, it's like you don't even understand politics that well. Politics is unpredictable.
I just know it's going to win.
Unpredictable. The only thing I will say that is slightly different from how this what they call it, Jonathan was replaced, was that the North, during the time they unseated Jonathan, there was a lot of a kind of need to have a northern person in the office, so they were really passionate about it. So and then they went ahead to unseat this Jonathan. But in the case of Tinubu, The only reason why they will have that kind of passion is if this economic issue remains during that time. If it remains, your own and the other party becomes organized. Forget it. I think Tinubu is not going to make it, no matter how much he reads.
The only thing in common between Tinubu and Jonathan is they're both human beings and they come from Nigeria. Outside of that, nothing else. 2027, you have a president, so you can as well forget it.
Who do you think is more likely to win the 2027 election? Don't give us fanciful ifs and buts. But in terms of real politics, who do you think is most likely to win Tunaja?
You know what? I don't know.
You do know. You do know.
No, I don't know. Because no. I'm telling you now.
He's self-doubting. He's doubting himself.
He knows that he just can't utter it
because
they
will give you my reasoning now.
They will flog him if he says it.
I can give you my reasoning that if you look at the opposition parties, they are not very organized. If you look at the current government, they are extremely unpopular. So you don't. How can I know if the economy improves? That's why I wanted to say that there are signs that it could improve if this Dangote refinery starts doing well. Then you can, especially if the petrol price starts coming down. It doesn't even matter whether it comes down to
okay, Tunaja, as bad as APC is, as bad as the economy is, as things have not taken off, what's the track record of APC with elections since Tinubu has been president?
He's been winning some and losing some. He's not winning all of them.
Majority of elections have gone APC's way.
So was it under Buhari.
Oh, okay.
It was the same case. Was it not when
Tinubu always wins anyway. He never loses. He always wins.
So under Buhari, opposition became president. I mean,
I think under Buhari. Under Buhari,
Peter Obi became president of Twitter.
No. Under Buhari, a lot of governors defected to APC.
So who became president on that? And look, tonight, just stop arguing. This is a waste. Is the useless argument.
It's the other parties that you see. Don't keep underestimating them. But I must say though, if you look at it from the point of view of the dynamics of Nigerian elections, yes, you can argue that because it's incumbent and there is no real passion in the north to unseat him. Yes, there's a chance that he could make it back.
So someone that's not incumbent is ordering DSS to go after Emefiele while you are the sitting president.
I don't think you know the kind of man you are dealing with.
I know the kind of man that I'm dealing with. He's willing to sell anything to get into office. Point is that if he's unpopular and the economy is still like this, and I don't think it's going to be like that's the thing. I don't think this economy is going to remain this bad in 2027. But if it remains like this, I can assure you that people are not going to find it funny.
Kulata may be right, Tunaja. Tinubu had been, Tinubu had been wanting to be Nigerian president even when Obasanjo was, when Abdul Salami left. They've been planning this thing for a very, very long time. We had Oshoba come out a couple of days ago to walk us through that plan. They actually had meetings and structures since 2007 to make this guy president. And now it's president. He will give it up to some guy from Anambra.
Let me remind you now. You remember Gordon Brown? He wanted to be prime minister, didn't he? Then when
Gordon Brown is Scottish now.
But how long? You are making it look like Yoruba is majority. You still need other groups.
No. But it's the British don't like Scottish prime ministers. They never have done. Yeah.
Because there has always been tribalism everywhere. Yes, people think the British don't have it too. They have it there too. But point is that he tried to be leader for a long time. When he got there,
look how quickly they got rid of that Indian. If that guy was white, he would rule this country for 10 years. Rishi Sunak, brilliant guy, but
they got rid of him fast. He waste time. See, there's always tribalism. The moment you elect somebody that is not of a certain tribe, you've already lost about 5% vote, at least. Just because the person is not of that tribe, you've already lost 5% votes. And you just have to assume that. However, this election, it will still come down to the dynamics on the ground. And a new candidate might just show up too. You can't, elections, to predict it.
So what would the new candidate do? Is he going to do magic? Or, I don't even understand.
See, the thing about new candidates is that they will show up in a very strategic timing. And before you know it, the election is over. That is the problem. Nobody see you just had an experience of it and you still are pretending as if it doesn't happen.
Okay, let me make a quick point here. So I think Kolacha has been trying to explain to maybe Tunaya that you win an election by consolidation or your constituents, right? And that's what Tinubu's been doing, okay, since he became the president. And even Kolacha, we can say even Kolacha may have like not necessarily a 180-degree turn, but a few months ago, Kolacha was like, I think was down on Tinubu that like, hey, it doesn't have the chances of him winning the election 2027.
Sorry,
like
Prince. Kolata was just pandering to the obedient. He wants to be liked. Kolata wants to be liked.
Oh, okay.
Me.
Okay.
No,
He's not pandering anything.
Okay, Prince Daddy, continue. Continue.
No, I was going to say a few months ago, it sounded like you were down on Tinubu because
No. I'm still down on him because his governance is BS.
Right,
his politics is A+, but his governance is babala bullshit.
Right, I understand that, but in terms of the economy and being a barometer for him winning the election 2027, but now you missed somewhat of a not a switch, but
No, it's not a switch. Let me put it this way: if things were done in the normal fair way, there was no control of this, or you couldn't buy voters, nobody will vote for Tinubu in 2027.
Right, but we all know, just like you explained to Tunisia, that's not how election works.
Yeah, but that's not how it works. Yes,
right, and not even in America. So it's all about consolidation. You said it earlier. Both Fubara and Wike are both on Tinubu's camp. As far as Tinubu is concerned, he doesn't care about the squabble they have between them. But it's playing politics.
Again,
This guy, one man, I can't remember his name. That PDP guy that wanted to be the chairperson that came on your show the other day. I think it was
show me.
Show me.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Hold on, it was trying to explain. I think it was the guest. They're trying to explain how election is won. Okay, I can't remember exactly his quote, but along that line, or could have been a different guest, anyways. So Tinubu is a master politician. I said it before that if you wrote a book, especially about, and somebody, I think, like I said, he's written a book before, but I'm talking about writing a book about this, how he became the president, how he won that last election. Okay, the guy's a master politician, is very smart. When it comes to politics, it may be messing up an economy, but when it comes to the politics, the guy understands Nigeria to the core. And to Kulata's point, the Northerners, I said it before on the show, the Northerners don't, they respect Tinubu, but they don't trust him. It's a kind of a negotiation, is a deal that you strike. You don't have to like somebody to support that person. And the Northerners don't trust Tinubu again, but they respect him and they expect him to deliver. But now he's been playing some games that they may not like as the Northerners, and therefore is looking at other parts of the country to consolidate. And I think he's doing a great job. I mean, it would be terrible. I mean, not terrible necessarily, but imagine Nigeria's economy being down the toilet, and Tinubu still became the president. That would tell you that to Nigeria, you need to understand how politics is played.
Let me ask then, how do you think APC won the election in this in Edo State? Because people in Edo State didn't say that they literally changed the voting, that they actually believe that the people actually voted that candidate. So how do you think they rigged it?
No, nobody said they rigged it. They won it. So you don't say they rigged it.
What probably happened was that they bribed a lot of people, voters, and they bought a lot of voters over, and maybe even bribed the opposition parties, officials. That is how you win.
At the end of the day, they counted the papers.
Exactly. But you see, the reason why I'm saying that is because the idea that Peter, you just come and rig the election and force everybody to vote for him, that's not necessarily how it works. And when it comes to the election,
you just touched the cocoa of the matter to Nigeria. The 2027 election will cost each of the political party nothing less than $500 million.
It will be more than that, Baba.
No,
It's
I'm
normally
just being
more than that.
modest, Kulata. I'm just being modest. If you don't have it, don't come to the wrestling ground. I'm telling you tonight.
The people that are up in arms, I don't see. I can't see the reason why I can't say too much about it because I know things are going to be different on that at that time. However, if I say like it's happening today, the people that are willing to be on the ground to block the influence of money as much, people are going to cast their vote, and it's going to be hard to cheat. If they vote for people, Tinubu, maybe Tinubu would have influenced them with money before then, he will win. And maybe they will cheat a little bit, but it's not going to change the necessary outcome of that election, especially in the South. I don't know about the North, too, but the dynamics I see, especially in the South, South, and Southeast, there's a lot of blockage against this in Tinubu right now because of all the dynamics that be going on in the country for the last 1 year or so. So I don't know if he's going to win. It's going to be based on the economy.
Tonight, Peter Bill also got the 6 million votes by consolidation in his constituents. You know that, right? The Christian bloc, the anti-Muslim bloc, the Igbo bloc, the Southeast bloc. That's how he won. That's how Peter B got got 6 million votes. Okay, so again, you see people going out there to vote. We all, even here in the West, we all are. What is the word? We all are in a condition one way or another. Look at the way Prestige talks, the man of Prestige, the way he talks, right? You would think, but anyways, see, we are all conditioned one way or another to have affinity to a party or an individual candidate, and that's where it goes. You see people going out there thinking they're voting for the right thing. They don't know what they're voting. Most people, even I can tell you, I think I've drawn that conclusion actually, that in the West actually, people are much more gullible than in Africa or in Nigeria when it comes to voting. I believe that. So in other words, in Nigeria, people have more of their own mind in making decisions, but nonetheless, a majority of the voters are conditioned to vote in a certain direction.
And there are tribes now. See, for me, what I see is that the easiest way for Tinubu to win the election is if the economy turns. If the economy turns, it's not going to matter.
That's the easiest way. Obviously, that's the easiest way if the economy turns. But that's easiest way. But what I'm saying is, any way, difficult, whatever, the cards are stacked for that man to win.
Okay, if you want to bet it this way, if the economy and the fuel price is over 1,000 naira per liter, he's not going to win.
All that one is story
that
now.
If you want to, if it's over 1,000 naira per liter, he's not going to win. But I believe it's not going to be.
See,
that's why he may win.
If we were talking, we will have said based on the way things have been going since APC took over 2015 and co, like they shouldn't be winning a single election in this country. If things were rational, they shouldn't be winning anything.
No,
and
it's local.
Not just that. Benue State, they won every freaking local government. Everyone. Without any exception. In Benue State. They won Edo State.
Benue is PDP. Where is PDP? PDP is practically dead.
Tonight, come the election time, keep in mind, Dangote himself is a constituent. Come election time, Dangote will be selling fuel at the pump for 400 naira per liter or something around
if
there.
That happens, I don't bother. People should not bother. Tinubu is going to win.
That's part of the calculus.
Forget it. He's going to win. Nobody's going to.
I don't even think they need any gimmicks like petrol price is 400 naira. It doesn't need all that.
No, Kolata, have you seen the polls? Have you even? I think it was one man that read the poll out here. The way the sentiments of Nigerians against.
Sentiment.
Hold on. It was very, very negative.
Negative. It will be negative. Let me tell you one thing. The morning of the election, the sentiment will be negative against APC, but they will use their hands and vote APC.
No, and it's going to pump a lot of money into the economy in the build-up. You know, they call it mid-term blues. When you are in the middle section of any administration, they are always at the most unpopular. They call it mid-term blues.
If the economy, from what an analyst talked about, I just saw him on the news. He said that with the work that they are doing with Dangote, that the naira will be appreciating. Because the naira is appreciating, the petrol price will be coming down by default. And if Nigerians start seeing that, that is when the popularity of the government will start this thing rising, and the election is over. Personally, if that happens, but if it doesn't happen, and they find a way to sabotage it again, all bets are off. It's
Look
just
at it this way. What would it mean if Tinubu won that election? What would that mean?
It means that he's probably has run a reasonable. The economy has started recovering, as he's heading in the right direction, and it will also mean that the security situation has improved a little bit. It doesn't have to change too much. That's the thing. He created the problem just because.
Do you think it has? Do you think the security situation has improved?
I think let's put it this way: the volume of insecurity has reduced slightly. It's not as
slightly
loud
or significantly.
I wouldn't say significantly. No, it's still there. And the other day, were you not the one? I think was it not you that told me that some students were executed by bandits and all that? It's still happening in the north, but the volume, I think, where you have they are totally running. I can't 100% be sure. I'll just say the volume has come down a little bit. I wouldn't say too much.
Tonight, I was gonna say, look, when Buhari was in power, the worst of the worst things that can happen to any country was happening in Nigeria. With the Naira debacle, the economy was, almost in shambles. A lot of things were going wrong. The woes of the nation. But that came Tinubu emerging as the president, okay, with all the opposition and resistance he had. So you keep talking about improvement in the economy, this and that. It shows that you don't have your calculus right. It's not always all about the economy. Just like you said earlier, they can tweak it a little bit. Getting close to the election, see the price of fuel go down, price of food improve, and security maybe a little bit better or whatnot. But at the end of the day, politics has to come into play. It has to come into play. So you have to think. Go ahead.
Even in the United States, basic sentiments of the economy doesn't even drive the votes like the way you think it does.
You would think exactly.
When actually does.
What do you mean? Was that not how Clinton won the election? Was that not how
sides?
It's not to the extent. There are many primordial sentiments going into voting that overrules stuff like
but there's something as soft and hard. This is support. If you have soft support, it means that your voters may not necessarily turn out. But while other people, their voters are willing to crawl on grass and fire to go and
what also complicates it in Nigeria is the transactional factor of the voting. The reason PDP lost in those states, they paid 5,000. APC doubled it up. Period.
Okay, you can say that, but I'm not. Maybe you're right there. But all I know is that the people that actually voted, they actually voted. they didn't.
They voted. They weren't cheated. They weren't cheated.
They changed the results. That's
one person just bought them with the double the price. PDP dropped 5K. APC dropped 10K.
Yeah,
and that was the result for you.
I guess when the election is coming up in presidential election, I think the attitude of states change, because that's why if you look at the southeastern state, they voted the Labour Party on so many other things in the presidential election.
The southeastern one, we all understand what's going on in the southeast now.
When that's my point. Nigerians are not stupid. They will vote for one person for president, and then they down the ticket, down ballot, they vote another party.
Southeast voting. Look, at this point, first of all, it's just a fact. At this point in time, most politicians in the country, especially the ruling party, they don't care about Southeast, because since 2015, Southeast hasn't. They've not won anybody any election, and people have won election without 95% without the Southeast vote. So why do they care about the Southeast electorate? Nobody was going to go there to buy anybody or to do anything.
Come into office because of Southeast before. But if like someone like P2B had come into office, you will see there's always a coalition.
But if that's an if, it did not. Since
Yeah, but
2015,
just because
nobody had
it
needed
doesn't mean
Southeast.
there's nothing that prohibits it from happening. Your statement, just because it hasn't happened.
It's if I can win election without a particular electorate, then until the electorate proves that they're useful to me winning before it changes. Right now,
No.
4 consecutive
For you,
elections.
hold on.
I mean,
Right.
is it 4?
Four is nothing
3?
now. For you,
3 or so. I think it's
it
3.
don't matter.
2015.
And to jump on that real quick, Kolata, and that's why also that's part of Tinubu's strategy. Also trying to demystify the northern votes is really trying to break down northern votes actually as a block, because we always think about northern vote being a block. It's trying to break it into different
It has never
parts.
been a block. I don't know where all these weird contraptions. You guys come up with all this stuff. It has never been a block. They always vote different directions.
Hold on. So the 11 million vote for 3 consecutive years for election for Buhari is not a block. You
Yeah,
don't
but
call that a block.
that's for it's like P2B in the South. That's for a specific candidate that they really like.
Well, we're
If you get
talking
that
about
Buhari was very popular.
listen tonight, just like Kelechi just said, the Southeast vote is almost inconsequential. It's like
It's inconsequential to APC. Zero consequences.
It depends on the candidate that is running.
It doesn't. For APC, look at it this way. APC has lost an average of 90% of Southeastern votes since 2015. And they've been president since. So why should they care?
Okay, fine. You can put
Is
it that
it
way.
even worth campaigning in the South? Did Tinubu campaign in the Southeast in the last election?
He did actually.
Your mistake is that because Southeastern candidates have not showed up and then they go on to win because of the Southeastern vote, you will not see it for anything. And if you look at it from that point of view, if you look at all the candidates that have won the election, if you subtract the Southeastern vote, they may have actually lost. So the idea that it doesn't count is quite a mistake, actually.
Can I ask for further a good question? So let's say we don't remove an Igbo candidate from the equation. Atiku against Tinubu. The Southwest will vote for. What do you think they're likely to vote for?
Atiku against Tinubu. They will vote for Atiku likely.
So exactly to the point K was making. So there was the point of campaigning there. They're not going to vote for APC regardless. Is the point?
It depends on the candidate, isn't it? If APC decide to go and pick,
I'm saying, like, if you look at the
changes.
political landscape, APC does not have any that much into the Southeast. So there's no political value that much that helps that party. So why bother? They will do it for just to fulfill or they will do it anyways, but it does not benefit what they need.
Absolutely. Tonight, he's trying to make Southeast votes relevant as much as
but
possible.
It's not relevant.
It's relevant on its own. I just said that. With that logic,
with that logic, every vote, every region is relevant.
So
if that logic,
of course, every region is relevant. See, look at Jonathan now.
But we're talking about real politics here.
Hold on now. Let me talk about Jonathan. If Jonathan's election, he won the Southeastern vote, then subtract it from the vote and see whether he won that election. That's why
for APC, Southeast is irrelevant for APC. Southeast is not part of the equation. I qualified it before now. You were not listening.
Didn't matter.
You were not listening.
You were not listening.
Fine. Okay. There's nothing to discuss then. We are all in agreement then.
So that is bad political. You don't because it's too predictable. So if it's too predictable, your value diminishes. Like that's the problem they have in the Southeast. If everybody knows your plan, then it has no value in the political space.
It has no value because you walk around it because it's a factor.
Exactly. It doesn't have value. It's just that they're not going to vote for you. What are you talking about? It has value for that they're going to vote for.
Okay. That's what that means now. They will not vote for me.
Yes, they will not vote for him.
So there's no value to me.
They let him go the other direction.
Just listen. You're not listening.
Mm-hmm.
You said, okay, no value means what?
Because he believes that they're not going to vote for him because
it's not what I believe. It's evidence-based practice. You've seen
because
the
evidence. He alienated them. He practically alienated them. Okay, let's say they not.
How did he alienate? No, how?
Did you go through the last election? Did you see what happened?
What happened? You think he alienated them in last election?
Hey, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! These people.
He went to campaign. He went to campaign in Ebonyi,
So
Imo,
you're
and
telling me that
Enugu.
hold on. So you tell us what Tinubu could have done that would have made, let's say, about 8.
You mean
Hold on. Let me finish the question. Hold on. You tell us what it could have done to have at least gotten maybe 7% of the vote from the southeast. That they will say, okay, forget Peter Obi, we're going to vote for Tinubu. What could he have done?
Yeah, whenever there's an issue in the southeast, he should have run there like the way he runs to the north every time and donate money to them the way he donates to the north. And then hold on, now you ask me a question. When MC Oliomo comes and opens his mouth, say, shut up. We're all brothers and sisters here. Don't do that nonsense again. I don't want to see
you. Naija, you should shut up. You're saying nonsense.
You see the attitude when they give you the answer to get a vote. You don't want it. What if the Northern has turned on him? He's going to need his
look.
There's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of what ifs, isn't there? It's like hoping against hope. Hoping wishful thinking.
If Tinubu sacrifices his only son for Southeast to get Biafra, they won't vote for him.
Oh my God! You see this kind of stuff. They will.
They will never.
Tinubu did a lot for the North for them to even vote for him. He did for this in Buhari, and he always when there was disaster, he donated. He did a lot for them to support him. If he did anything like half of that to the South, he probably will get their vote easier.
Because the northern vote is a large block of votes. The southeast vote again is not that consequential.
Is that true though? Is that true though? Because if you look at it, he almost lost the north because of Atiku.
Who?
Is that true though? Because the so-called big vote in the north, he almost lost. He lost a lot of votes, and Kwankwaso took a lot of votes from him too.
Who lost a lot of votes?
Tinubu now.
You don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you know what you're talking about.
This guy 50-50 split with Atiku.
Second, what won Tinubu the elections because it was the second place vote is what won him the election. It didn't really have to win everywhere, but he had to get enough second place votes in some key areas.
Thank you for saying that, BT. I was actually bringing up that data. They keep saying he lost Lagos. He lost Lagos by 50,000 votes. He lost Kano by about 70,000 votes. He got hundreds of thousands. Everywhere Tinubu did not win, he came a strong second.
That was the formula.
That seems to be a pattern you see with APC, and I think it's a pattern that other people that run elections should recognize because somebody said
it's the maths. You have to understand the maths of the election first.
Let me just something as evidence to what was just said. I think somebody said,
do you think?
Let me finish what I was saying now. I'm not going to take 15 seconds. Somebody sent me a link about the election in Edo State. And when I checked it, it's not because PDP won almost the same number of constituencies as APC. But whenever APC wins, the margin is bigger. And that pattern is what is the same with the previous election. Whenever APC wins, the margin is bigger, while the others, when they win, is smaller. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
What's the silence?
No, because nobody knows why you're arguing over it. I mean, I don't really get what
that he wins. That is a pattern. If you want to beat APC, you have to go for large margins wherever you win.
In the context of Nigerian state, do we have states that are swing states? You would say, Kolata, or do you think there's in the southeast? In southeast, do you think?
Prince Daddy.
Did we lose you? I think it may have been interrupted, but
I think I was following his question. We do have. Okay. Are you back?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Carry on, Prince Daddy. Let Prince Daddy land. You cut off a little bit. That's why Fukulata filled the gap. Prince.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was saying. You heard a question about the swing states, but the second part of the question was in the southeast. Is there any swing states in the southeast?
Swing state in the southeast. You know what an oxymoron is? It's a self-contradicting statement.
Southeast is the California. Is the California of Nigeria.
No, I think to be fair, it's true. It's like having a black guy in a presidential candidate in America. You expect to have a swing state among the black vote. It's not going to exist. because they have not had representation a lot. So if you choose somebody from there, forget it.
Stop. And every major group has had representation. Let's not say that. Everybody has representation.
What representation? What is the presidential?
Is presidency the only representation?
Okay, let's not go there now. I'm talking about presidency.
I mean, this story. We have Azikwe and Ronsi.
Why are we talking about this? Even the election is not even close. We don't know what the environment is going to be like. It's going to be very different.
Are you going to name the states
that are swing states?
Yes, in Nigeria. Yes.
Well, I'll call Niger a swing. I mean, Niger State a swing state. I'll call.
It's mainly the Middle Belt states, isn't it?
Bauchi a swing state. Nasarawa, Benue. Honestly speaking, it's mostly the Middle Belt. You guys are right. It's really the Middle Belt that swing state. The rest is one way most of the time.
It's Oyo a swing state.
Wait. No. Okay. Let's put it this way. Governorship election, they play both sides because they have a PDP governor. My state too, we have a PDP governor. So the Southwest states is only Lagos State that has been constant with one party. Every other Southwest state has changed to PDP at one point or the other. Consistently gone.
Edo has changed too now. I think
Edo has changed too. Edo should normally have the Southwestern culture, but the obedience beat them the last election. But I think they're back to their senses right now.
They beat themselves. Those PDP are just they become a disgrace. I think we just destroyed that party. I think on Wiki they destroyed the party completely. But we don't know what is going to happen. So can we talk about something? You know, this one we are speculating a lot here, man.
There's no speculation.
All right, let's bring Baba into the conversation. Baba, good to have you. I think you sent me that clip of Lagos State, and I was just saying, tell me if I'm being a bit excessive in language, but I'm actually saying that it'd be a real disservice to continue to consider Lagos State either as a Nigerian state, an African state. Is a global state now. Just the dizzying speed of transformation going on there. Go to Lagos State in 5 years' time, and you might as well be in London or Dubai.
Well, one man, that's a no-brainer. You know, Lagos was a colony when other parts of Nigeria, competing with other parts of Nigeria. Don't forget, Qatar Bridge was built in Lagos colony before Nigeria was created. The Ijora Power Station, which was using coal from Enugu then, was also built before Nigeria came into existence. So Lagos has always been the pace setter, whether we like it or not. And for the benefit of all those that are saying otherwise, Lagos is a Yoruba land, situated in Yoruba country. The Yoruba owns Lagos. We don't speak any other language other than Yoruba language. For emphasis.
Baba, I was hearing a compelling argument that somewhat, maybe not counters, but puts perspective on that. And they're saying that Lagos State is essential. It is in Yoruba land, but you might not necessarily say it is owned by the Yorubas. And the development in Lagos State, if you look at the big ticket elements that propelled Lagos State into what it is now, they are essentially federal projects. And if you look at federal projects, we're really talking about South-South resources abundantly that developed the whole country. So can we say Lagos of its own speed and ingenuity became what it is? Or is it that the baseline of a federal strong presence that put all those infrastructural juggernauts in place? Muritala Mohammed, Tinkan Island, all
no. One man, you're missing the point.
I'll answer.
Baba, please borrow me 10 seconds, please. Borrow me 10 seconds.
Oh God,
please. I've been waiting to say. I've been waiting to say this for a long time. Lagos is not just Lagosians. The wealth of Lagos was built on the back of Yoruba slave trade, of Yoruba slavery. Correct. That's where the money came from. And it's not just that, it was all over Yoruba land. That area the British.
It was a trading center.
It was a trading center, and the trade before they changed into commodities was people. And those were your cousins, my cousins, people that built the wealth. The trade of Yoruba people built the original wealth of Lagos, and it was built by the British. So let's stop all this stuff. Every Yoruba has a claim to Lagos because literally their blood is in Lagos. Sorry, Baba.
You know, there was something
So
I
BT,
observed
carry on.
recently.
BT, sorry to stop you.
Let me just add
You
something. Come on, stop it. See, there was something that I found recently that I'm beginning to ask whether being part of the three major groups in Nigeria actually stunts some of our people's view of life. Because if you look at Lagos now that you are talking about, do you see the same thing in Ghana? It was the slave coast. Do you see the same thing in Benin Republic? They had slave coast around those areas, even in other regions of Nigeria. Just because of slavery is not the reason why Lagos is where it is. It's the culminative wealth of the country that is there. The idea that it's just because it's a slave coast. You see, this kind of stunting of your views because you just want to represent your tribe.
You don't listen. You don't listen when people make the argument or their submission. I think Kulata said the Lagos is unique in the sense that it was the Yoruba people that slaved before it became part of Nigeria. Now you're talking about Ghana and the slave castle in Elimina in Cape Coast. It's not the same.
But it's not. That's the point. The wealth of Lagos come from the cumulative wealth of the entire nation itself. It's
Lagos entered prominence as a trading post, and the commodities that was originally traded that make it notable were Yoruba people.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it this way. Can we start from this?
Was Port Harcourt not also a slave port?
Let BT come in.
Lagos was the capital. That is what they refused to.
Hold on, Mr.
Niger.
Minority with esteem issues.
You are the ones that have a blind.
Hold on.
You are from the minority.
Slow down, to Niger.
You can tell. There's a difference between Lagos State and Lagos City. I think Eko and Lagos are not the same thing. People, I think that's what the issue is. There's Lagos State and there's Lagos City Eko. So if you want to discuss anything, you can limit that to Eko, not the whole of Lagos.
You're talking about Lagos Island.
Lagos Island, thank you very much. So when you talk about ownership, it's a completely different argument than who developed it. You can develop something that you don't necessarily own.
Oh, okay? No, nobody's saying that.
Hold on now. Can we...
Okay, go ahead. I can't hear him.
Hello, I think it's muted.
Okay. So that's the point. The idea that because some people came somewhere and invested funds, and so therefore the indigenous of that place cannot then be referred as the owners of the place is what I find ridiculous. Yeah, Nigeria's funds was poured into that the same way it was poured into Abuja. Doesn't mean that it's not it's still baggy land now. It's Abuja, but it's still baggy land. It's still baggy people.
No, I think that is not disputed. I think
that is the basic. But that is the point that I'm making here. Is because you build house in Lagos or you pour funds in it does not change who are the indigenous of the. It doesn't change that.
It never does. It never does.
So that's the whole point.
It's not just that. The development of, even when you think about me, I'm starting from the source. What made Lagos prominent? What shifted the power from Oyo to Ibadan to Lagos? I talked about the early trade, which was what brought Lagos into limelight, attracted people from all over the world. That's the original one. The next part is the part you're talking about. Awolowo built every part of Lagos apart from the island. Ikeja Industrial Estate, Ilupeju, whatever. It's just the island, maybe Apapa, that area that was federal. So that was built by Western region. Lagos was carved out of Ogun State.
You see, you guys spent a long time trying to wiggle it.
There's no wiggling.
You know what Kolata is saying?
You don't have the ability to listen to Niger. That's a problem for you.
seen it. That's what
no,
you're
you,
saying.
you need to
Saying
fix that problem of yours.
It's because of the Southwesterners.
Of course. Look at, have you checked the population of Lagos,
Why do you think that?
1950s,
Why do you think that?
1940s?
Oh my God.
Kulata, to Nigeria, what we have to consider is what actually propelled Lagos into great wealth. So
That's why we have to go into the source.
Yeah, but we can't really go to slave trading because there was
No, you have to. You have to.
No, because it's not unique or peculiar to Lagos State. All along that coastal.
No. It's not. No. That's not an argument. That's a false argument.
Bigger slave ports in the south.
That's a false argument.
One man, you are not getting the point. The major
I am getting the point.
Let me finish my own. The major slave ports in the Nigerian geographical space as we know it today, Calabar and Lagos. And if Calabar had not been neglected by the Eastern region government, Calabar will have developed as much as Lagos. But what I'm telling you, like Kulata is postulating, Lagos state wealth start from that. It was a slave port for West Africa. And the Yorubas, unfortunately, something I'm not proud of saying or talking about, the Yorubas were complicit, were involved up to their neck in slave trade. Most of the slaves, even from the Kiriji War, 27 years, Yoruba fought themselves. Those they captured, they brought down to Lagos to sell. The Lagos port in Marina was thriving. The Portuguese were there, the Scottish were there, the English were there, and lately the Germans came also. It was thriving, and that's where the wealth started.
Sorry, tonight. That Baba, that's what I was actually looking to disagree with. That narrative we just presented, and I'm saying that narrative is neither unique or peculiar to Lagos, or even at its most fervent in Lagos. Like you've already cited Calabar, which was even a bigger. What I am suggesting is that what actually propelled Lagos into this grand global city is essentially federal presence.
One man, you two, you are not listening. The port attracted foreigners. The foreigners sat down there and established trade and settled there, and then further conquered the king, and then started building from there. The British developed Lagos on the backs of slave trade of your people and my people. It's not just because, okay, there were other, because they birthed there, settled there, and started developing from there. That's the source.
So are you saying that the British are the ones that developed Lagos?
They built
to the large extent, yes.
They built Qatar Bridge, they built power station before Nigeria was created in 1914. Listen, it was a colony with a power station.
It's clearly obvious, though, that there are other areas, other capitals that have a slave coast there, including Senegal.
The British continue building there, yes or no?
Hold on. But you don't see Ghana creating a city that the size of Lagos. That tells you something that the
no. If it comes to Ghana, you are mistaken. The Gas and the Fantis, they have this problem with the Ashantis, because that region is also a problem with the Ghana government till today as we speak, because the Ashantis are landlocked people. And they, of course, it was a powerful. Can you finish so that you can get the perspective? You can get the perspective.
I know about the Ghana.
No, you mentioned Ghana, and I can go on to Senegal with you from Togo and everything. But for you,
none of them come close to the size of Lagos. Don't you get it?
Lagos is a small place. The landmass of Lagos is less than 3,000 square kilometers.
Yeah, but the wealth that is in Lagos is way greater. Why do you think that is?
That's a different question. That's a different question.
Oh, yeah. Can you calm down? Look, the history of Lagos is in plain sight. You get my point? It's in plain sight for anybody that is discerning. From Ebuteru to Marina, from Marina to Ebute-Elefun to the Kauri Creek area. There was nothing Oniru land was reclaimed by people like Awolowo in the lawsuit. So those are new
you see how people's minds
can you
cannot
learn
see,
history? Can you know exactly what we are talking about? Yeah. You get my point. The fact is, Lagos was the only colony with a power station. What I'm telling you is that trade has taken root before 1914 in Lagos. And that is why the Yorubas followed the track of the slave boats from Benin Republic to Togo to Ghana to Sierra Leone to Liberia to Senegal. That is why till today you can find the Yoruba settlements along the coastal lines. It's all about slave and all those things that tie to slavery. You go the Ghans.
Yorubas they are now coastal faring civilization now, huh?
The Ga people are in the coast. The Ga people, the Fon people in Togo, they are in the coast and they speak Yoruba language. The Ga king will come to Ife and pay obeisance. These are not.
So you don't know that there are Yoruba people in Ghana that are indigenous over there. You don't know that.
I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. We are not trying to.
Lagos is Yoruba land. You are all welcome to stay there. And let's move on. I don't know what this argument is. Yoruba land.
I think there is an element of tribal supremacist.
No. You are getting it wrong.
It is your,
it's not about
low self-esteem and low. That's
or jingoism here. There is nothing about jingoism here.
Is Nigeria entirely wrong? Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that you're entirely wrong. There's always an element of presumed supremacy with Yoruba people against anybody else. They just feel a sense of better than you. So you might well be right that.
I mean, come on, you are from Oyo for of all places. Come on, now. You are of all people.
Every group feels that way. The Southeasterners will look at you. If anything, most of the people that have lost out in this country, that when the country was created, if you look at it, the Edos have lost out. The Rivers people have lost out. A lot of people have lost out. The people that gained the most in Nigeria is the Yorubas.
Look, let me tell you something. The only one I would allude to and accept, the Eco Bridge. I mean the Third Mainland Bridge. Third Mainland Bridge actually was built by trade, by barter. We gave Julius Baja crude oil, not cash, to build Third Mainland Bridge, because we practically begged Babangida. Abuja was being built side by side. Then there was no money. Fortunately for Lagos State, Mobolaji Johnson brought Julius Baja to Lagos, to Nigeria rather. He made I.S. Adewale the chairman, and he took over as chairman from I.S. Adewale when he went out of the military.
Can I ask you a question?
Say again?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
when Lagos was the capital of Nigeria, how many heads of states that were running Nigeria were from the Southwest during that period?
None.
All right, Baba, sorry, before you answer that, Baba, before you answer that, let me just say this to the audience. I'll be ending and restarting the stream immediately within the next 5 minutes or so. So look out for that. It will stop suddenly, but then it will restart again. So just go on YouTube and start it all over again. But carry on, Baba.
Yeah. So I've lost my train of thought now. But if we are talking about
sorry, Baba. Lost your train of thought. Let me get a word in then, right?
So, just take Yoruba supremacy. Then you remember.
I have a genius idea. One man, maybe it's a little bit of everything everybody's saying. It's not just one reason about Lagos. Maybe it was developed because, number one, you had the slave trade then you also had it as a capital. So maybe it's not either or. It's like a forced choice. It's all of those things, right? So I don't know. It's a genius idea that came into my head. Maybe it's something like that.
I think that should have been obvious for rational thinkers, but some people like
that come to your head are genius, Is that what you've always told us?
Look, if we compare notes, Pansat, just give me some time to make this point. If we compare notes, for instance, the like Porto Novo, like what's the capital of Togo now? What's the capital of Togo? Lomé, Accra, and Accra to Abidjan, and the rest of it. They all have ports, slave ports, and stuff like that. But unfortunately, none of them, apart from Abidjan, the Accra is developed. But what I'm saying is that those of them along that line, the indigenes of these places, are not the one wielding power in that those countries today.
Like I asked you now, that's why I asked you, which of the leaders in Nigeria when Lagos was the capital was from the south?
OBJ.
None of them. Okay,
OBJ.
For about 2 years, but the others were from other parts of the country. That should tell you something.
Exactly. That was a brilliant question, but you have to also couple it with the fact that Abuja, for example, was a barren village, but Nigeria moved its capital over there and it's developed. So Kulata saying that the capital doesn't.
It wasn't barren. Don't be disrespectful. There are people that are indigenous of the Abuja now. What do you mean was a barren land? I mean,
why did they name all the zone in that name of the people? The baggy people. All the
land.
Okay, I mean, relatively speaking,
that was the same argument that the whites used in South Africa. That was the same argument the whites used in South Africa.
Okay, they don't exist at all.
But Martin, what is your problem? If you was barren, why
no. He's making the Mongo Park argument now. I discovered this place. Nigga, people already live there. Like that's
not the Owari people. They said something that used to be.
Mongo Park discovered the source of Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria don't live there.
Nigeria where we've been living all along and fishing.
Yeah. So what do you mean? It was a barren land? Come on, now, don't disrespect baggy people now. Come on.
All right, I will join you guys in when the new stuff is coming up. I'm pulling into my garage now. I'll be on the regular.
My argument is not slave trades. I'm saying the reason all Yorubas have special right to Lagos is because our blood was traded in Lagos. That's why every Yoruba, Lagos is a special place to every Yoruba, and every Yoruba has claim to Lagos. That's my point. Not because slave trade alone.
I think it's not only Yoruba though. They were going to the north to bring people down there. The Edos were going there too. So, but I take your point. See, nobody is saying that land is not Yoruba now. Come on, that is not. Even if those was sold from there.
See, I don't care. I don't care who's developing. The fact is, it's just even because before you start claiming supremacists, part of your Lagos was actually signed off by a family member to Lagos. Don't let me. It's a shameful fact of the family, but they signed it over to Lagos colony.
But one thing we are missing, BT. One thing we are missing that we have to salute the people of the Southwest for
maintaining
the leadership of Lagos in terms of development for Lagos. The concentration there, you understand, it has been steady, never declined. Adding blocks upon blocks and building it, and everybody and other people listen, and other people came and joined hands to continue the building.
We pray that data also kind of copies what Lagos, right?
Nigeria should take his security forces to Delta State.
You can tell.
Why? See, this is the nature of nations. There is always a give and take.
I want you to grow like Lagos now. I'm encouraging you in Delta to also come together like
the Delta people. They will grow at their own pace. They see if you want to talk about
at their own pace.
If you want to compare Lagos to, if you want to compare Southwest to other parts of the country, remove Lagos because Lagos is an anomaly. It's a federal capital.
No. We're not comparing Southwest. We're saying, see, Port Harcourt. Wait now. Let me say Port Harcourt, Warri. Those are states that should be at least. I said states, cities that should be 2/3 Lagos or half Lagos. I'm not saying full Lagos because Lagos was the capital, but Port Harcourt should be like 2/3 of what Lagos is. Warri should be like half of what Lagos is.
What happened to
when you have
what happened to no. What happened to PH though? It was going that direction in the late 80s, 90s now. But what happened to it? It was
The problem with that area is the lack of homogeneity, right? That's why till today, that's why you see all this struggle. Elections are never peaceful. Because that's the main problem of the South. They're too fragmented and there's no dominant player there. So everybody is butting heads. That's why when you see Rivers
I'm
election.
saying that even in the late 80s, it was a top decision in Nigeria, right? If I'm wrong.
Yeah, that was in the military. No, 80s, no. So yeah, that was all during the military. So at least that.
I think since democracy came on stream, if you look at the trends, it has weakened the other states quite significantly. I'm not sure why that is actually. The River State, Delta, Edo, they've lost that. When I went to Nigeria, if you look at it, Lagos, there was a significant improvement, and maybe Southeast, you see that in the Southeast, I saw more improvement, but in Edo, I didn't see that much improvement. I saw some in Asaba area. In River State, I expected more, but I didn't see that. So you can see that, especially since 1999 to date, democracy has not helped these regions.
Yeah, but that region has gotten the most money.
It hasn't helped them. That's my point. No matter what you want to say, however it happened, under military, those areas were doing well. Was it not BT that or BBT that was saying that in the 90s or so, Port Harcourt was doing very well? I was there. I know.
Warri was doing well too.
Exactly.
Warri was doing very well.
Since democracy, all these areas have suffered a setback.
But why?
Yeah, you can ask politics for you now. Are you not here talking about how Southwest win the election and this one? The politics
but they are making it. The point is they are making it work in Lagos. So I wish I could also copy what they're doing in Lagos in my state. So if it's working in Lagos, why can't you then? And you have more funds like Delta, for instance, or Bayelsa.
I'm telling you, if there is a chance for each state to start controlling their resources, those areas are the ones that will gain the most, because they wouldn't care about national politics anymore. They will just start running their own things. Because if you look at politics, has done them damage. Benin was one of the most thriving societies when the British came. But look at them now.
Well, you can say the same thing for your, ancient Oyo, even my hometown. Forget all that one.
That's the point. Oyo is still thriving. But the other side, they are not.
To Nigeria, what happened is this: for Lagos State, there has been political harmony. Whether you like it or not, we all mouth it and say godfatherism and things like that. I think with BT about a week ago, we navigated that route, and it was not about Tinubu. It's about political structure in Lagos.
I think Baba got it right when he said something about homogeneity.
The homogeneity is the main thing, because look at Delta State has always been PDP, River State has always been PDP, but we're not getting similar progression because there's always when you have areas where there's small ethnic groups, there's no dominant majority, then you have all these fight. Look at Delta. It's Shekiri fight Ijo, fight Robo, fight this, fight that. Look at Wike now, fighting Ijo. It's just fight all the time, and guns. That's always the problem in that area.
This is why I told you now, democracy wasn't good for those regions. It messed them up badly, and it's something that we have to. Or even the Southeast gained more from democracy than those regions. Funny enough, even the regional system we had before didn't favor these people as much than it favored the Southeast. It's funny. Whenever you have a kind of democratic system, it doesn't favor these people. Because democracy,
Delta and the River State has disappointed me too much.
No, the major groups use their power against the others in democracy. But
so
when there's a military regime doesn't care about that. So you can see that the other side start thriving when there's a military regime. But when there's democracy, the others start doing worse. They are worse off because the major groups use tribalism to completely, take advantage of the smaller groups. And in the case of the South and in the South, I think it's to the detriment of the Southeast actually, because if those areas were working very well together, the wealth that will be in that region will be out of control, really, because they have a good waterway from the south to the River Niger that goes all the way north. They have a lot of oil resources. They have the manpower. They are very educated people in that region too. They were one of the first to encounter the Europeans. So all that, if you look at Akwa Ibom is still very nice today, actually.
Yeah, Akwa Ibom is nice. That's the
Calabar,
exception.
those areas are still nice. It's just River State is just this political dynamics is always ugly. Bayelsa too is always ugly.
Okay, but okay. But Bayelsa is a single ethnic group, a single party.
So what's the excuse for that one?
What's the excuse?
I think the terrain, Kulata, basically, is the terrain of Bayelsa. Look, if it costs you 3,000 naira to build a kilometer of road somewhere else, you will need about 9,000 naira to do that same kilometer.
But Baba, do you know? Look at the allocation. 8 local government areas, massive allocation. So even if it's times 3 or times 4, they should be able to build it.
It's
if I can chime real quickly, out of all the things you guys said, if Lagos, belongs to if the British built Lagos or who has claim to Lagos, to me, that's never been the core of the issue. If you ask me, it's about the ability of a people to organize and develop their space that matters. Before the white man came to North America, the Indians were here. I don't think people around the world were scrambling to want to come to North America because of the Indians, because there's literally nothing here, so to speak, right? They had their own little things going on. But when you go to a place and you organize the place, put structure in place and build the place, it's the leadership that matters. So we can use all the excuses in the world why some part of the country is not developed or why Lagos is so developed. No, I like to. At the end of the day, I like to submit to the notion or the postulation that look, is the leadership in Lagos that has made it what it is today up to now. The continuity that it had, the people that were in place and passed down the baton to the next generation. That's what matters. Because there's nothing so unique going on in Lagos. Any other parts in Nigeria can be as good or better than Lagos. Even the inner lands, the interlands of Nigeria. It shows our this excuse about we don't have ports or we don't have this and that. It shows our lack of creativity and imagination. That's what it comes down to. If you give that damn place to a white man, they will build it out overnight.
So are you telling me that if the capital of Nigeria was Port Harcourt now, Lagos will still be where it is?
Why not? I mean,
can you hear me?
You know that.
But since they took it to Abuja, Lagos has even doubled their development since they left.
But hold on, please.
If you know how fast Abuja is developing, you're not going to say that. But that said, Lagos still has a lot of people there. Yeah, go ahead if you want to say something.
Let me say to Prince Daddy, right? This argument, this debate we make about Lagos, it really, really, really cheapens the Yorubas on this platform. You have to. I want you right now to use analytical, explanatory, discerning, evaluative thinking, critical thinking. You see, in a human body, right, like your own body, Prince, you have a head. Then you have your torso, right? Your external body, your organs. You only have one head because you're a unit, you're a body, just like Nigeria is a body. And Lagos was our capital, it's our head. We're not going to have Lagos all over the country, just like every other country. Like here in the United States, we have New York. Until the capital was moved to Washington, D.C., just like our capital was moved to Abuja.
New York was never the capital, it was Philly.
Whatever, right? The same is still the same reason applies.
Sorry, Pansat, carry on, but let me bill out hand over to Tunaja. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. So
why Nigeria is that? I don't get. Okay, go ahead.
So when you have a head, it has a different function. Is the head? It's where the brain is. That's if you're alive. Is that your brain is alive.
You have your skeletal system. You have your organs and your tissues and your cells, which would be like a dough, obviously. Be like the cells, the smallest component of that body. Why would you come here and you want to claim the head? Even I don't know what part of the state that you claim to be. Maybe it's the tissues or the organs of the body. You are trying to divide us. If we're a unit, we're a body with a head, which we made our capital. You cannot be going to the rest of the states and say, hey, you don't have a Lagos. You don't develop your own area. Why should we? If you develop Lagos with cocoa, for example, if you say, okay, we live in, pay us all the money that we've put in that place. Do you know how much cocoa you have to sell to do that? To return all that money to
but maybe you weren't listening to us earlier. A chunk of Lagos was built with cocoa money.
Well, fine. Some of it was built with Enugu's coal. Some of it was built with
no.
They
hold
purchased
on.
the coal. They didn't use
The granite pyramids. But that's a lazy argument to be making in the 21st century when we should be.
But it's not lazy.
Let me respond quickly to Pansat.
But I have to learn now because I was basically just going through the analogy.
Well,
right?
the anatomy analogy
I was gonna say the
if you have
homeostasis.
If you have one head, it doesn't mean that you can develop other parts of the body, like maybe go to the gym, work out, run, eat right. So you're making.
No, but that's what I'm saying. When I land, what I was gonna land with, I could just go to a thread. I thought you guys were talking forever. You like a new voice to come in here, but I'm saying if you are the description, the way you're doing it is a homeostasis, a state of relative constancy of the body's internal environment. But you are, after we built in a, just because you're claiming it doesn't mean anything because you're just talking nonsense. We built it doesn't mean that you can then claim it. Nigeria has been trying to stare you politely. But what I want to do is to end this forever.
I think you're referring to Babati, not me. I don't think I even made that argument. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, it's still applicable. What I'm saying, let's stop this silly argument that we're making. If we made every state have a capital like Lagos, we're gonna then you may have a
the
point.
The Lagos you are talking about is the island alone.
It doesn't matter.
From Tata Bridge Ido to Race Course. That is a capital, not the Lagos as we know it today.
No, listen. The type of capital we have in Lagos is one that even affects the environment. Other states around there. If you go there, they benefit from being close, having proximity, because at the port you have all kinds of things in Lagos. And somebody, I bet it was Nigeria that asked you the question earlier. But why? What is the problem? You have other states in the Yoruba land. How come you don't build your own Lagos that you could claim and say, okay, this is ours? That one there, right there is ours. We built it. It's the capital of Nigeria. Finally, if you go to Abuja now, or when Abuja's political capital was moved from Lagos to Abuja, you don't see those people back in Lagos. They've gone. If you do the same thing with the ports, you do the same thing with everything that's concentrated there, everybody else is going to be gone. And then you're going to be backwards like the rest of the southwestern states.
No, that's wrong.
If you okay, you tell me.
You just said
in United States, you have slaves. You have slave trade in the United States. And then the United States was built on the back of blacks.
Okay,
Hold on, this is a question for Kulata, right? In the United States, the slaves built even the Capitol. They used our people, slaves, to build the United States, rail lines and all kinds of things. Does that then give the blacks United States? Of course not. That's an absurdity. The U.S.
No, that's a different argument.
That's a different argument entirely.
That's a different argument.
Okay,
it is. It is different. You're talking about people that were subject. You're talking about people used as labor, right?
Slave labor.
That's what you talked about.
No, we're talking in the Nigerian context. We're talking about people in their indigenous land.
No, but look, what I'm saying though, if that argument stands alone because it's your indigenous land, You also
because
have a lot of you also
that
have
is
a lot of
what ties you.
Yoruba. Hold on, you have a lot of Yoruba states that have indigenous Yorubas in their indigenous land. That's not what your argument is, because we have a lot of.
Let me just add one thing. See, you keep saying slave trade that because they sold them from there. The slaves, it was still to the British, isn't it? So all the slaves that come from Nigeria that went to the British, is still the money. Where do you think they put it? They put it down in Lagos. I don't know why you keep saying just because the slaves come from Southwest that's why the Lagos is great. Just admit it. It's
You
because
don't even understand the argument
You
tonight.
don't understand the
You
argument.
don't understand the argument.
Don't blame the man. The esteem thing is what's going on here. It feels,
oh
I don't
God.
know.
You keep shifting the goal. All
It's
these
an
job
esteem
class.
problem.
1 minute you say slave.
It's
When
an esteem
one
problem
man
that
has
is happening.
corrected you, one man
No,
made it very
you don't
clear.
understand. It translates that Lagos was and is a thriving trading center until tomorrow.
Same.
And anywhere you have trading center like Timbuktu, like Mali, they become a trading route. Have you
but
read about
most of
this?
them are like
Let me
Lagos.
finish. Let me marshal my points. Like the Trans-Sahara trade routes and the gold route and things like that. That's what Lagos has been. But the Lagos as a capital, as we know it then, you understand, was from Kata Bridge, Ido, straight to Obalende Racecourse axis. That is the end. I think in size, that could be even less than 20 kilometers, square kilometers. Lagos is different now. You get my point. But what I'm saying is that the pace of the development has never faltered.
Yes, because Nigerians are concentrated there. How can that be confusing for you?
No, because it was welcoming. When Nigeria was formatted, 1914, everybody naturally would go to where trade is, where people are making money. Those with spices, those with yam, red oil. Let me. You are not. You are just. You know. You don't heckle. You is burden on heckling now. They come to Lagos. They are all welcoming, and nobody is saying go back. But there were people there. Trade has taken root. The port has taken root. Development has taken root. Qatar Bridge has been built. A power station has been built. Those are the things that will attract outsiders into that economy.
Yeah, but you are wrong, because Lagos State was created in 1967. Lagos State, right?
From Ogun State.
Talk about Lagos
From
State.
Ogun State to join the capital.
But just hold on. It was when Nigeria was restructured, created into 12 states. And Lagos State, that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about Yoruba land. So
it's part of Yoruba land.
You have to just trace it back to that Lagos State. The inhabitants there, the Aworis, the fishing community islands and peninsula over there, right?
Pansat, I made the argument that you simply can't do that anymore because of I started with the movement of Yoruba people when it comes to slave trade and why all Yorubas have claim to Lagos because of what happened that history. So it's no longer
that's acceptable to me. You're limiting it to Yorubas, right? You cannot live.
No, I'm not limiting it. I'm starting it from the beginning. First of all, why they are lay claim. Next thing, wait now to Nigeria, Farabale. First thing, I mean, why they lay claim. Next thing is how the trading started, and then a chunk of the development was by the British, especially concentrated in the island area, and that's what Nigeria as a government inherited. It has nothing to do with what Western region built.
You're going from the middle, right? You're talking the British in the 1850 thereabout.
From 1850 to 1950, essentially 1959.
I know, but you have to go further back to when it was colonized by the Oba of Benin in the 16th century.
Well, I can go further back there. Oba of Benin was given at a post. It wasn't colonized, They had a post. They had a post on Lagos Island.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, because instead of going into all that, if you're gonna go to the history, we're not measuring it by square inch. We're looking at the history of Lagos. If you want to start from the beginning, you go to when it was colonized by Oba.
Lagos. Okay, so what is Lagos? Let's define Lagos. Lagos is not Lagos Island. Lagos is Lagos State.
No, even Kulata, besides that,
Lagos
if Benin
colony.
colonized, listen,
It's Lagos colony,
Pansat,
not
can you
Lagos
listen?
Island.
Pansat, give me
Yeah.
just 30
I think
seconds.
we keep
If you
circling
come to
around.
a place, let me use your word. Let me borrow your word, colonized. At least that means you met people there. The Benis came actually, they met people there. Didn't they meet people there?
The
So was it a
aborigines don't
virgin land?
count. And
Was it was it a virgin land?
Sorry,
Was
sorry.
it a virgin land?
Sorry, I think the Benin people didn't claim to meet people there. From what I gathered, they didn't claim to meet anybody. They just said
That's Spain. Go and read any history book. They met people there.
No. My point is that I know when I read it that they are worried people were from that area.
No, hold on.
No.
I was going to bring up. Hold on. When was talking about the colony of Lagos, 1850. If you remember, the British signed a treaty with the Egba people to join that colony, right? 1850. I was going to go into that, but I worry about to get esteem because I don't want him to slip into depression. So I don't really want to go that far back. But if you really, so just go study the deals the British made with the Egbas, with the Jebus.
The Egbas would have not even been part of Nigeria because they were
really
long ago.
That were there. I don't know why.
Hold on, can we finish? Can we finish? So
they are worried people.
Hold on. Hold on. You do know that Egbas technically had their own country that we gave up willingly to join the union, right? Egbas we had our own constitution, our own coat of arms. Look it up.
So
they gave up their land to part of Lagos.
National anthem.
Yeah, we have our.
I don't know what you are
talking about. Hold on.
What is all this point? We just keep talking about
Lagos. Let him finish now.
Let him marshal his point now.
Egbas gave up their land to join the Lagos colony. We had our own. That was, by the way, look it up. The British government recognized it as its own country. You can go online and look at it. They gave up their own sovereignty to willingly join the colony. So for them to have done that, for you not to like, today because it's a Lagos state, how dare they say how can they lay ownership to it? It's an insult.
Who is saying that Yorubas don't have ownership? This is what frustrates me. Nobody said that. That's a strong man argument. So, the argument I was against was when Kolata is making it look like because it's just Yoruba people, that's why Lagos is so successful. They did it very well. I was like, but that's not the case.
I didn't say that. That's why I said you don't listen.
That's what you said.
You don't listen.
You did. Maybe you made a mistake. You did say that.
You don't listen. I said the origin. The reason why Yoruba, I started with the building blocks. Then I went to the main people that really started the development, which is the British.
What does Lagos mean?
What
does Lagos mean? That name.
Is that a jam question, Pansat? What do you mean?
What because I have a follow-up.
Lagos State.
What is going on today? I'm like, what have I done?
Lakes is a Portuguese word for lake.
It's a Portuguese. Okay, Lagos. The Portuguese Lagos. It's not Lagos.
Lagoon.
Land of lakes.
Let me tell you why I asked the question, right? It means lakes. Now, there were warring Yorubas in that area from the Ogun axis, Ogun River, who they were fighting each other. But it's a lake. Nobody lives in a lake. They're warring. The Portuguese came in there and colonized it, right? So they are worried that we always mention they came from the Isheri along the Ogun River. They're not from Lagos.
Isheri is in Lagos.
Now, hold on now. They came from Isheri along the Ogun River.
Are we in the
right? And they're just warring. They're warring.
Can we move on from this topic?
No,
why? No. Don't move on. Don't move on.
No.
Pastor, where's the Isheri?
Lagos is Yoruba. What is
hold on now. So since we want to go back, so we can say who owns Iliko for Moshua because they lost the war and they gave him the Abi. If you want to go Abi, who owns from State?
But here's my final comment on this because obviously we're just doing a mental exercise. Right? The point is that if you want Lagos to be Yoruba, you have to pay. right? And you don't have the money.
Wow, sit down, Daddy.
Ghana has a selling cheaper than you ever sold it, and you cannot pay for.
It is.
You
I
cannot
keep telling
refund.
you,
You cannot refund.
I don't understand why people
You
like
cannot refund Southern
if
people the
Lagos
money.
Yoruba, so what? What does it make you grow taller?
If
I don't know what the point
if I am
is.
new, if I wanted to, if I was a Yoruba man and I want to show that we built Lagos, right? I'll go build another one. Maybe by then I'll build another.
They don't have another one. They don't have
show
any
you
other
that I
one
can do it.
Have you been to Ibadan?
like that?
Have you been to Ibadan before?
Look, with
Ibadan
my
is not
Google map, I've been everywhere. All you have to do is put any Ibadan, whatever you want, put on. I could zoom down.
Take your Zoloc.
Do we have space for you boys?
Ibadan is not even
Ogbeni, take your
nothing
Zoloc
close
and go to
it,
bed, Daddy.
or maybe even not as good as Onitsha even. I don't know why you're going on about Ibadan.
Do we have space for new voices?
So stop pretending.
Yeah, let new voices say. But what I'm saying, left to me, if Yorubas keeps talking about this nonsense, we're supposed to come out there and take them, conquer them, because that's you owe us a lot of money for what we put in that Lagos.
It's like Fulanis in Nigeria
for you to
claiming that
come
Nigeria
online
didn't enrich
every
them.
day.
Okay, let Paddy speak. Let Paddy speak.
Something that doesn't belong to you. It belongs to
Let
everybody.
Paddy speak.
And
It's
we
new.
move on to
Let him
something else.
speak.
All this tribalism is just getting me.
It's not tribalism. You're just a minority.
No.
A bloody one.
Golata is scared. Golata is scared because I want to go into a topic that I will beat him and beat him. He's going to beg.
No, we're talking history, not tribalism. That is cheating on the topic. You don't cheat on the topic.
Paddy,
Yeah.
go ahead. Hold on. Let me commend the forefathers. So far, I've been pleased. For the past hour, he hasn't discussed any bomb, no nuclear weapon for the past hour.
The night is still young. The night is young. We are going to be heading there very soon. But it's about this refinery. You know, the NNPC has divorced Dangote now. I wanted to ask Kolata this question, though.
No, let Patty speak first. No. Let Patty speak, I beg.
Are you the moderator?
Kí ló kọ́ ẹ tún láti agbẹnu sọ̀njọ́ kí ló ń
ṣe. Don't mind this guy. Paddy, go ahead.
I'm going to show you. Let me finish what I'm saying. Don't even start. I'm trying to ask a question.
Let the man speak now. What kind of mod is this now?
Beat his stuff. Let me moderate, Jare. Okay, let me ask Paddy. Let me ask you, Paddy.
No, the reason I came up was for the Lagos conversation.
Oh my God!
That's why
what you want to say now? You want to say that anybody's arguing that the Yorubas don't own Lagos? What do you want us to do? Frustrate and beg you to forgive us for ever suggesting that the Yorubas don't own Lagos?
No, okay,
what do you want us to do?
So here's this, right? Before I even go to my point, it's like as someone saying to you that you're not the son of your father, and even though you might want to ignore it, over time it begins to irk. So it's very natural that people, especially when people start to downplay the efforts and stories and generation and and the history that people have kept into that land specifically to make it what it is today. All right. So before I go ahead, I want to quickly also mention that the Lagos that we all speak about, there was a Lagos colony, right? And Lagos colony, of course, is a very popular one that we all talk about. The Ebutemeta Lagos Island piece was the first part of the colony that the British are taking for the Queen. So it was said this colony belongs to the Queen of England. Now, in that same Lagos colony, they took another place again and also named it Lagos Colony. That include Badagry, right? Then so Lagos Colony, Lagos Island, Lagos Colony, another Lagos Colony, Badagry. Then they took another Lagos Colony again. I can't remember where that one is. Then there was now Lagos Protectorate. The entirety of the Yoruba land, all the way to Oyo, were all called Lagos Protectorate. So so what the British referred to, every southwestern place was Lagos. At some point in our history, all referred to as Lagos Protectorate, even up to Kirijiwo. It was, as far as the British was concerned, it was called Lagos Protectorate. So the name Lagos itself, even though as it was called, of course, it was given by the Portuguese, but the British used it to call, as far as they're concerned, the entirety of that protectorate, up until they bought the rights from the Royal Niger Congo. That's the Goldie piece. Before the Niger Delta joined us. And they said, but even though Yorubas knew that they had individual tribes amongst them, However, the Egbas were the first, I think BT said it, but they got their own independence from that Lagos protectorate and became their own nation, Egba nation. Now, one of the things that I love about the British is that whilst they were transacting with inside of that Lagos dialogue you are calling, they had documentation of every tribe and family that they traded with to the letter. Tribes, and you hear the Egbas, the Sabes, even some houses that they were trading with, to their family names, and the notion that about Benin came to colonize Lagos. No, it was the Obaship that Lagos adopted. Right, and Passad was onto something. I hope maybe because from ChatGPT, it was indeed right that yes, the Sherries were one of the first people who were coming from the River Ogun, who traded in Lagos, also before the Awaris. But the Obaship itself, that Obaship, there was also an Ashikba, which came from the Sherry, who were probably one of the very first foundational people to take monarchical roles. They claim that an Oba, the first Oba of Lagos, is an Oba from Benin. No, it is his father is an Isheri person. His mother is from Benin. And then he grew up in Benin, but came back to Lagos, Eko, to now become an Oba. But before he became an Oba, there was already an Eleko. So there was an Eleko before we now had a more structured Obaship. And it was that Obaship that the British were dealing with. In fact, just so that you guys even know, even the marina, this marina, Broad Street Marina that we all talk about, that was part of the Lagos colony, was first owned by an Egba woman that we all popularly know, Madame Tinubu. She owned that farmland up to way to Igbobi, which was probably called Igbo Obi. That's the farm of kola nuts. So that even that land itself is an Egba land.
So
there's also the Ijebu. Hold on. So there's the Egba ownership.
Let the man finish now. He's cooking. Let him finish
now.
now.
Class?
Just listen.
Let him finish now.
So you get to where I'm going. So there's the Egba land owned by Albekotas. There's the Ijebu land, which are all those islands, all those Lekki, all the way to Apapa, all the way to Ekpe, all the way to Korodu, owned by Ijebus. There's Badagry, owned by the Sabes. All are different Yoruba ethnic groups or nations or whatever it is. But the British took it and made it into a colony, made it into a protectorate, and now Nigeria took it and made it into a state. So to now claim and say this state does not belong to certain people, it is faulty. Now, hold on. Before you start thinking, oh yes. Now, the British themselves were the ones that made that modern feel. Hold on. Listen. The British themselves made the modern feel.
That point.
Just hold on. I mean, you're an anchor now. The British themselves
saying that it's not Yoruba.
Let the man finish talking at this now. What is all this? What kind of host is this now?
Stop it. We can't be wasting our time talking about repeat.
No, we're enjoying what he's saying.
We're not talking about the same thing over and over.
We're learning.
Let him 1 minute to wrap up. Let him take 1 minute to finish. He can't go on forever. Let him take 1 minute to wrap up. 1 minute.
So the British themselves made this modern view. However, before this modern view of Lagos that we had Ibadan, we had Abeokuta, we had Ebute-Metta, we had even had Oyo that had the fantastic new Portuguese architecture. So what Lagos is today to the Yorubas, Ibadan was once. Before Ibadan, Abeokuta was once, Ibadan was once, Oyo was once, Ife was once. And all generations, those places were the metropolis standard of that era. And in the next maybe 100 years again, it might just be Ekiti. So when
now
you say
how your culture spread, you guys just like talking about it so much.
Tonight we have culture and we're sharing it. Come on, let's.
This is propaganda.
Why is it triggering you? Why are some people's story bothering you so much that you don't want to hear it?
It's no self-esteem now. It's no self-esteem.
I came here because it's a kind of Yoruba supremacist way of thinking. You are so egocentric.
We have a culture. We're sharing our culture.
If I come here and start telling you about Igbo man, should come and start telling you about Igbo man, would you be okay with that?
Thomas, can you take over, Thomas?
Tonight, are you Igbo? Tonight, are you Igbo?
You know, Igbo. Well, I choose to be Igbo.
Thomas, can you take over from this guy?
Somebody speak the truth there, Igbo. Even if they're Yoruba, all of a
we
sudden.
should move on to something else. This is not
Yeah, let's change the
No,
subject.
we're enjoying this one.
Go and get the money
Yeah,
to
they
buy
just like to,
Lagos
they just like to
from
make
the
themselves
government.
feel good. Yeah,
All right,
why
now
do
it's
you
no
want to
man's
make
land.
yourself
If you
feel
want
any
it, pay for it.
to Nigeria. Okay, so just give me like 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me wrap up. Okay, before the advent of Lagos was just like that marketplace, right? And that marketplace, before we had it, we had also had Ibadan as that marketplace. In fact, there were vast more cultural people living in Ibadan. Ibadan was even so much of a melting point that we had even people as far as Baribas, as people as far as Nupe, even fighting on behalf of Ibadan. We even had some Ilorin people fighting alongside Ibadan against their own people. So what Lagos is to that melting point, Yorubas have always had that central city. At some point, it was Oyo Ile, the old Oyo, where we were dealing with the Malians, where we were dealing with people from Senegambia. So Yorubas have always created that central civilization. And due to war, we will lose that one. So we lost Oyo Ile. We all came to, we came to Oyoro. We lost Oyoro. We came to Ibadan. We lost Ibadan. Ibadan broke up. Then we started having Eko. We started having Abeokuta. We started having Ekiti. And all those places were fantastic cities. So when people laugh at Ibadan and say Ibadan has brown roofs, those brown roofs are rustic roofs that are backed by Nigerian law that you cannot break them. You must leave those architectures until they demolish. And that's something that many people don't even pay attention to. So
Paddy, let me ask you a
He's trying
question.
to make an excuse for the
Would you
underdevelopment
agree?
of some
Would you
eastern states now.
accept the fact that
Yeah.
the Lagos that all of us have in our head, right, when we're talking about
Yes.
Lagos here,
Yeah.
is the one of after 1970, the rapid urbanization
Yes.
that happened after
Yes.
1970, after the war ended
Yes.
between Nigeria and Biafra?
Yes,
Then there was
I
a
agree.
rapid urbanization in Lagos. That's what we mean when we talk about Lagos.
Yes.
It's not
Yes,
Lagos,
I agree.
right? Is that right?
I agree. Yes, you're right. And I agree with you.
No,
But
that's not correct.
No.
That's not correct.
Do you know why I said
Let him land
Before
now.
the Civil War,
Do you know why I
before
said
the
so?
Civil War,
Baba, please hold
Let
on.
him land.
Do you know why I said so? What he said is, do I agree that when they say Lagos, not us, when they say Lagos, they mean like the modern Lagos. But here's what they all miss. They always assume that Lagos that they're all referring to was now in some shape or form built by the federal government. And that's what I was going to say, that is now a no. The Lagos the federal government inherited had already been developed by the British. Then they expanded.
Lagos Island. Lagos Island is what you're
yes.
talking about. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
So that Lagos Island.
Hold on. Paddy, you have been talking quite a long time now. Hold on.
Yeah.
So you see the contradiction now. You don't want to give the Nigerian state. You see, what I find here is that there is an element of denial that the fact that Lagos is part of Nigeria is the reason why it develops.
Because you didn't allow me finish. No, because if you just allowed me just 2 more seconds.
Let me tell you what I'm
just
saying.
allow 2 more seconds.
There's another aspect of
you are misrepresenting everyone. Yeah, to Nigeria, you are misrepresenting us.
But he just said it again that the Nigerian government was the one that built Lagos.
No. Nobody says that. Calm down, to Nigeria.
Just hold on. Just chill. We are all gentlemen now. I mean, we are in our houses.
Oh God! I really wish the topic is over. I don't know what the point is.
You are in your You are in your house or you are in your workplace. You are not. Don't be in a hurry. You stay here till 3-4 a.m. So just chill. There's time for all of us. I'll soon log off. The Lagos that we are all proud of today, that we talk about, does not only include the island. It also includes the mainland. Now, that mainland that's part of the new life of Lagos was part of Western region. Oba Akran, Mobolade Bakanthony, those places were literally Yoruba wealthy people that used their cocoa money to develop those areas on purpose, including the airport. Now hold on. Here's the thing. I'm not even kidding. There was a Western
region. You're still making the same point again. Now you pretend as if that's not what you're doing.
Just hold on now. Just please hold on. Imagine Akintola Awolowo building a modern part of Western region. Ikeja, Oba Akran, Yaba, Lupeju, they develop those places, and then Nigeria now takes everything, and then you say, "Oh, federal government built all this." Remember, as at that time
even
already,
British embassy in the UK,
embassy, even NTA, even as at that time, right? Federal government was already building Abuja. So they were not even doing so much. In fact, remember the story of
No. Let me correct that British embassy one. Do you know even that was Western Region Consulates in Great
Consulates,
Britain?
yes. God bless you, Baba. I was not mentioning
So,
that.
so what is the point? Let's summarize. What is the point? So
So
that you come out
the point
stand on
I'm
it.
making here is this, right? When you guys say federal government built that Lagos, it is not accurate. Federal government inherited that developed part of Lagos and merged it with what the British have done, and alongside their own little expansions here and there. So it's like a trifecta of development: federal government, the Western region, and the British. So that trifecta is the modern day Lagos.
Make it smooth, and the rest of Nigeria.
Okay,
That's
so
what
to
they want to
summarize,
hear.
Paddy, to summarize what you're saying, what you have already stipulated to, right? You do understand, you do agree when it comes to the beginning of Lagos.
Panza, you just extend this conversation on. You keep asking all this. You like this type of conversations a lot.
Okay, no problem.
You just extend it. They're just going to keep saying the same thing. Oh, the other Nigerians didn't do anything. It's only
let's shoot.
All right, let's move on. Who muted me now? Who just muted my mic? Was that you too, Niger?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, don't do that again. We're both sitting here.
Cross with me.
Okay, let's go ahead and change the subject. Go ahead.
Okay. Nuclear weapon. Yeah, let's go.
AK-47.
Don't worry, we're not going to AK-47. I just want to go back to this Dangote business that is going on, and which could be the saving grace of your favorite candidate. Because they said they have severed the ties between them and NNPC now. So the question I wanted to ask you: what if NNPC decide that, you know what, we're going to sell Dangote crude oil at half the price, and then Dangote processes it and charges us equivalent of half the price that we charge him, and give us the petrol at a cheaper rate? Who loses any money from that? I just want to know. Does any party lose money?
Okay.
And then Nigeria loses money.
I want to understand this. Let him explain, please. Who loses money? Because I really want to know.
Hold on. So you must put some figures to what you're saying. So you must first tell us what will be the cost of production if they do that. So let's put some numbers so we can actually.
Let's say the cost of production now, because instead of 0.46 or 3 that we were talking about, it's now 0.2 because the petrol.
Okay, on the average, it costs of $40 per barrel. To lift it out of the ground.
Yeah. Let's say, okay, let's say we gave him the cost price of lifting it up, so because that belongs to the IOCs, isn't it? So we gave him the cost price. Then when he gives us the crude oil back with all that discount on top of it, does Nigeria lose anything?
Yes, the money we could have made if we had sold it at the Platts price.
But we are not making the money because we're not selling it overseas. We are still using it for Nigerians.
Yeah, so but we could have still made money now. NNPC is an ongoing operation. It's not a charity.
How could we have made money? Tell me.
Because crude oil is an internationally traded commodity that is traded at a specific price as a benchmark price.
To Dangote. So since you are selling to Dangote, no, so sorry, just hear me out here. Since you are selling to Dangote and it's coming back to us, then why sell him at international price?
Well, I've thought about that too, but for a commodity that is traded based on the benchmark price, if government is going to be doing that, it's some sort of backwards kind of subsidy. Because look, whatever crude the government makes, when you think production sharing and all whatnot, you need to sell it at a price that will make NNPC profit. Right?
No, but it doesn't have to make it. See, the point is that let's say even what you are saying, you can even increase it a little bit so NNPC has 5-10% profit.
Is it possible? Yes. Is this something I've been thinking about tonight? Yes, I've been thinking about that a lot. That why should we follow Platts template for crude that we're going to supply locally?
I find that weird. Why are we selling to him at international price, even if it's in naira? Why are we putting it at a high rate so that when he gives it back to us, it will be more expensive at the pumps?
Well, that's the way it's traded. Can we make exemptions? I can investigate it because it's something I've been thinking about. Because if we just do something slightly more than the cost price to us, let's just say, because our crude is expensive to get out of the ground, let's just say we sell it to equivalent of $50 rather than the $70-something that is sold. So that's a $20 discount that we'll be getting to Dangote. But we also need to make sure we have a mechanism of making sure Dangote supplies it to Nigeria and it doesn't go and export it.
So how much will you? Okay, so hold on now. So if that is done, how much will it come out at the pump for Nigerians? How much will it
It's not a straightforward calculation, but it will be much.
you
It
must
will
give
be a
us
lot
numbers
cheaper.
now. If you want us to, Abi, give me
Okay,
the
let
number.
me start plugging it. I think I ran into some rough formula somewhere. I don't know if it's ChatGPT, but let's not look. I've had a rough day today at work. Let's not put my head into
No,
that.
but okay.
I think it
Will
could
it come
come
out
as
by
low
half?
as it could come out.
Well,
Yeah, it could come as low as half.
because it is also volume based, right? A volume based, but it will have a lot of savings. A lot.
And one other area you will start saving again is that because now that this we are not demanding dollars again, the naira will start appreciating because the
The
naira
naira will
is
strengthen
against the
because we're
dollar.
now demanding more naira.
Because it's
I mean,
appreciating against the dollar, that too also help drive this in cost down. At least for Dangote anyway.
Yeah, personally, I actually said, I think the only other part that I'm a bit conflicted about is, although we are all selling to Dangote in naira, I still sense that Dangote's demand for dollar will also increase because he will need to convert that naira to dollar so he can pay back his investment. Because the investment he got, he didn't get a naira investment all the way. He got about dollar investment, so he will still need to demand dollar from the CBN.
He has to pay his loans, but it's
He has to
also
pay his loan.
exporting. It's also exporting though.
But so
At
is
least
he exporting from the 400,000 that we're giving him, or
no,
is he importing and exporting on his own side?
He's importing oil because I don't think we can meet his daily demand. So Nigeria will give him some amount, then he will import more. So whatever, I don't know how they divide it or calculate it, but whatever excess that Nigeria is not supplying, he's going to sell that abroad.
Sorry,
So he'll be
I have
making
a
dollars.
question. I have a question. Is it important to sell? Like, is it open to people coming to refine in his own area, or is he buying and selling to them?
I think he did something like that for Mali or so.
Because I'm like, what is he buying to sell, or
them.
is he just refining for people, or which one is it?
His refining is also trading.
Both.
He does both.
Yeah.
He does spot trading.
Nigeria could become a very
good evening, everyone. Quick question. So how do we differentiate the one NNPC sold to him to give us a relief on that, and the one he bought from overseas? You understand what I mean?
Swap, and it's just a swap. You see, when you give him the crude oil, you have an expectation of a certain amount of products from him. So
how do you
as long as
enforce
you
it?
get your products from him and at the given price, that's all. You don't care about what else he does.
There's a rough conversion rate that I ran into, Thomas, but is there a way to kind of like physically know? I don't work in the refinery business, but I know NNPC is trying to staff some people that are going to permanently be reporting in that refinery. Maybe that's their job.
Yeah, you can.
But it doesn't matter if you know the amount of crude oil you give him, and you've already agreed the price, and he's already giving you the cost for per liter. Then you know what to expect from him. You say, okay.
Yeah, but the amount of petrol that you can get from different grades of crude oil differs, and the man's refinery can handle different kind of crude. So Nigerian crude, you will be able to have like an estimate that it's this amount of PMS, this amount of diesel you can get from it. If it's mixed up with some crude coming from Brazil or from Russia or whatever, then you need to be able to know that, okay, if I supply you this based on this rough calculation, this is what I'm expecting. So as long as it delivers that volume, we're good.
That's
okay, but let me say
I'm sorry, please let me ask this: are we not going to be losing? Is this guy not will be playing smart on Nigeria, NNPC, and Nigerian as a whole? Because he can do his brother.
They can do is Nigeria. They can do corruption. You're right. It's possible.
That's
actually can.
The reason why I think this formula might be
Nigeria, listen to this.
Go ahead.
Let me post on the private section right here. Okay, in Abia State, for example, it's just one state. They're building their own refinery. It's coming online. It's going to produce everything, right? We don't need Dangote. You guys, you keep.
What's the capacity?
It doesn't matter. It's gonna give us all we need. And
what is the capacity, sir?
What I'm saying, it doesn't matter. We don't need to be the biggest
yeah, but at least give me numbers.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Is that Abia refinery? I bet you is gonna. I don't even think Dangote has a refinery, to be honest with you. But we're gonna see. These people are building their own, and here's what's gonna happen. We don't plan on staying on fossil fuel forever, right? We plan on going with other stuff, wind, solar, all kinds of stuff. We're gonna be leapfrogging. We want to be like the Europeans. We're not gonna be catering to Dangote. He shouldn't have invested that kind of money in petroleum, because very soon people are gonna be using electric vehicles. So going and building the biggest refinery in the world doesn't mean anything. Let me just tell you, here in California, who's talking now?
How do you
I'm
get
making a key
wind?
point. I'm making a key point.
Yeah, I'm asking you, how do you get to get wind? Just add that to your submission.
Yeah, but look, we could go to that Sahara Desert and get it, right? We could go anywhere to go get it. we are Africans. All the artificial geographical divisions we have is neither here or there. But the key point I'm making is that you don't have to have the largest refinery. What we need is what the market requires. We don't want to be boasting and say
that's true. As long as you can supply the
you can supply your people. There should be modular refineries. The ones we have now should be fixed. The 4 or 5 that we have in states that should be fixed. I don't know what you're fixated with Dangote about. He's not. Here's what my challenge. I say, bring people to that refinery. Let them go through the process, right? Because we have 20% of that refinery. We paid billions of dollars for that refinery, so he cannot be opaque. It has to be transparent.
Well, press
right?
people have gone there now. It's not
no. He has a lot of people coming in, a lot of elite, right? Cabal, a consortium, people that we don't trust. That he
you don't trust Reuters, Bloomberg, and all the rest.
You could take him to dinner and say, "Hey, we're making him over there."
But Reuters
is our refinery 20%. Right?
No, it's not even
5 there. Let's see.
7.5
right now. He's
7.5, not 20.
He claims to supply 17%.
When was the last time you saw the national refinery? They took you inside NNPC refineries. When was the last time you saw Dangote's one? You are complaining. When was the last time you went to you saw inside the national?
See, this is the 7th time that they're going to delay the launch of Port Harcourt refinery. It's coming on stream in this month. That
what
month,
about Dangote? Right?
7th time.
In the last 9 months, he's supposed to be.
Pansat, why do you have bad bells for Dangote? Honestly speaking, I don't get it.
I don't have bad belly for Dangote. What I know is that historically, his grandfather, they have it in cahoots with Nigerian government, right? And he's been creating monopoly after monopoly, including cement. But it's not letting us. We cannot develop. We have to go at his pace. Do you follow what I'm saying? So I'm against monopoly. Basically, it's not Dangote. He's a mild-mannered guy. He speaks in a mild-mannered way. So him personally, no. I should be saying Dangote Group and not Dangote just like that. The Dangote Group is not good for us. We need to fix our refineries. We need competition. Here in California, we have over 60 refineries, bigger than what he has. In Texas, they have in Texas, they have over 48.
Okay, what about Edo State has 2 modular refineries? Edo State alone. Imo State is building 1. You just said your state is building 1.
There's one coming up in
There's one coming up in Akwa Ibom by the Bois, which is 250,000.
Yeah.
That's
Babati's person. I don't know if he's still building it. Baba Jebu's son was supposed to build a big one. I don't know if he still wants to build it.
I know, but you know what the difference is though with all those people you talk. None of them is saying, "Give me the entire crude Nigeria produces." Right? He's saying to Nigeria, "Don't even sell your crude in advance. I want the entire crude to go to me." Do you understand what I'm saying? He's also the one who's saying he wanted NNPC to buy from him, even though he comes and is lying through his teeth like NNPC is insisting.
Can we leave
no, hold on now.
No, Pansa, come on, stop going on about the Dangote. Like, why? It's almost as if you're jealous. Come on, leave it.
How am I jealous? I don't need anything.
It's like, see, Dangote right now may be the biggest linchpin Nigeria has got. If the Middle East
nonsense,
supplier,
that's nonsense.
hold on, let me hear me out. if the Middle East is on fire, where do you think they're going to be running to? Dangote is one of the few refineries, and Nigeria is an oil producer too. They're going to be running here, and crude oil prices are already going up because of all the tensions around the world.
Hold on.
Imagine if we didn't have refinery now.
Could you hold on? Because you could be doing that's for boys.
Come on, man.
That nonsense.
One of the few guys has done something
could
very,
you
very
hold
important.
on?
He's
in order. He's in order.
Oh God, why did they yank him now? So the point
can
is
you
that
add
I didn't do it. I didn't do
guy
it.
can you remove him too, please? Father, can you remove Father too?
You? Should I remove you?
They should remove you too.
Are you voting to be taken out?
One man, can you remove him? Can you remove him too, please?
Look, to Niger, if I may come in at this point, this Dangote refinery is good news, is bad news. Bad news, no, it all depends. We are going to make this man within a space of 4 or 5 years the richest man in the world. Because let's take, for instance, we give him 1 million barrel cargo. Quite all right. From 1 million, I can't, my head is not on the arithmetic now. We only get for PMS. That's all I hear. But one of the fastest products that comes out of the refinery first is the AGO. That's the diesel. So who owns the diesel?
Nigeria.
PMS is almost the last product that comes out of it.
Oh no! If you give him, Nigeria will own it.
Yeah, we want
it
every
depends on whatever.
But nobody's telling us that. There is going to be Jet A1, that is jet fuel.
Yeah,
there's going to be kerosene. There's going to be propylene. From that, our 1 million crude of barrel we give him alone.
Yes. There was a communique from Keyamo today that Nigeria will also be buying the jet fuel, from Dangote. So almost like including diesel as well. Too. I'm guessing every new kerosene. So Dangote would be selling every of those refined products, even
actually, where does aviation fuel coming?
Well, that's a cost of operation. Incidentally, it is also coinciding at a point when Dangote refinery is coming on board, and Jet A1 is to be produced. They are about to start producing Jet A1 for our local industry. Guess what? The airline operators of Nigeria recently, with my blessing, they just met. And let me give you this expo. I'm sure maybe they have done to Nigerians. They have made a clear decision. All of them, they will no longer buy imported fuel. Yes, to also support the local industry, Dangote refinery. It's a decision by the airline operators of Nigeria, with my push and my blessing, that they should only buy from Dangote refinery the jet.
That's a monopoly right there.
I don't care. See, you see, Kiamu, this guy seems to be the only guy in this government that sounds like he prefers locally manufactured stuff. He's the only one that has that voice. Like in terms of this in the airlines, and now with Dangote again, you don't see Nigerian officials talking the way he talks. Why is that the case? It's really strange. But that said, I think the argument: why do you have a problem with monopoly? Personally, you need monopolies like in for energy.
No, but you heard what he said. He's directing everybody to go and buy from one source.
You see, when the other refineries come,
but Kulata, the beauty of that actually is that they will be buying in Naira, but the foreign aircraft that will be coming, because most of them will come to buy cheap Jet A1. It is an attraction, actually. It happened in
It's good for our Naira. It will strengthen the Naira.
Yeah.
Because there's more demand for Naira.
Yeah. So that is the beauty of it. But at the moment we are saying they will only be doing the trucking of the Jet A1 fuel to the airport, because the pipeline from Atlas Cove to the Lagos airport damaged long time ago. So we have to build back the infrastructure to match with Dangote refinery, and to even get the oil, the PMS, AGO, whatever from that refinery cheaper. They can haulage it down to Atlas Cove. From Atlas Cove, they can run a pipe to Apapa Bat 12 or so, where we have train facility that runs from that Bat 12 to the north. So if we still have those infrastructure,
Baba, good morning. Sorry for cutting you off. We cannot run pipe in Nigeria as it is today. All those pipe, let me tell you,
No, Simba, something is wrong with your audio. You need to check it out.
okay. While at it, let me just continue my point.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's shaky. I
Okay,
don't know
go
why.
ahead. Let's see.
It's choppy. It's choppy. It's just check.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that all those pipes that will run into our NNPC depots all over the country, the one in Ore, the one in Benin, the one in Ilorin, in all those ones. Let me tell you, the reason why they abandoned all those things is that in collaboration with NNPC officials, there are people, by the time they are pumping, they have these people that they will inform, and they have where they have already actually what they call they vandalize all these things that they will just they have their own pipe
No,
already
OPC
attached.
was in charge of that contract now. You've
They
forgotten before they
cannot
took
do.
it off
Let me tell you,
OPC.
even OPC, even the civil defense and all those things. Let me tell you, Nigeria is just a bundle of corruption. The guys, the OPC guys, the civil defense guys, initially when they started, they were doing well, but after they discover that they can make money from it, they become part of the collaborators. That is why they just reverted to using all these tankers, yes, trucks. So we should not even be thinking of saying we want to run those. But we cannot manage it. We cannot police it. It's just going to be another wastage.
Yeah, I think the Nigerian government have not proven to be able to run anything. I think the thing I like about private institutions is that they have what they call it incentive to make sure the business runs. So, but governments, they don't necessarily have that incentive because they will leave office anyway. So they can just.
If you ask Dangote himself, he will not even agree to that kind of plan.
You see, so
the other thing, when Passat was talking, he was talking that why should they build such a gigantic structure? They are moving to very soon. We are talking about up till now, people are still using coal. Even China, they are still using coal. In the next 50, 100 years, we are going to be using fossil fuel. So it's not people that are doing it. Are they mad? They are not futuristic. But we just like to anytime we want to talk, and that's one of the problems we have in Nigeria. This same Pansa that was talking about Dangote, lambasting Dangote today, a few months ago when the government was having problem with him, it was lambasting government that they were sabotaging Dangote. And that's how we talk. We just flip mouth everybody. That's the problem with Nigeria. Whenever it suits us, we just say whatever you want to say. Why should we be against Dangote?
For me, right now, there are very few heroes you can count in Nigeria. Personally, I consider Dangote one of the few. Because for one man to do something that the state hasn't done and to bring such, like we're talking about almost 30% of our foreign exchange, for one man to do that is crazy. Quite an accomplishment. You have to respect that. And so personally, I believe that if this government is looking to do this, they can create billionaires in almost every industry. I think they call it in South Korea, I think they call it the Chabao system or something like that, where they
Cherbo, yeah.
They sponsor families and they let them become massive. They build large institutions. That's what you need in Nigeria, because if you have people like they will employ a lot of people, they will do a lot of exports. They will market Nigeria all over the world. This is how capitalist systems work.
Why are the private sector not actually investing in gas sectors in Nigeria? Why are they not? Apart from this LNG that we have, why are other people? Because gas is actually the main thing now. Even Saudi Arabia, that is the largest exporter of oil, they've discovered over almost 300 billions cubic liters of gas, and they were developing it rapidly. In fact, very soon, Saudi Arabia will take over from Qatar in the export of gas.
The reason why is because the Nigerian space is very, very volatile. And if you look at it, can you imagine if somebody started building a refinery or some gas stuff just before this government came into office, the chaos they would have experienced in the last 1 year and a half? That's what scares businesses, because you don't want to put your money down and you find out that, oh my God, billions of dollars or millions of dollars is just wasted. So it's a lot of money. So all that stuff, personally, I would prefer to keep the economy stable, keep interest rates low, then whatever else you pay around that is cheaper than making it volatile. And that's what this government did. They made everything volatile. That's the problem. And this is why you don't see people coming.
The interest rate that you are talking about, where is because if you know economics, you will not be blaming government for increasing the interest rate, because that is one of the measures that you can take when you have inflation. So
No,
you
but
cannot.
they went and floated the
wondering what
currency, knowing full well that Dangote refinery is around the corner. And
So
they
that
know
just-
full well that they removed the fuel subsidy. They shouldn't have floated it, because that's one triggered even a bigger inflation rate. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I mean, we have inflation, and you have to increase interest rates. I mean, it happened recently in America. When there was inflation, you have to increase interest rate. You need to mop out the money. So I'm wondering why your stance is around why you have grasp with the increase in interest rates.
No, I don't know. I'm not going after interest rate. The reason why they are doing the interest rate, because they created the problem in the first place by floating the currency and destabilizing the economy. Because if you float a currency like that, what do you think is going to happen? Now, all the businesses cannot predict what's happening. The currency is going up and down. That, at a matter of fact, it will be cheaper to defend the currency.
Nigeria, you have been saying this thing. Only God knows,
for how long?
almost more than 1 year
You
now.
want me to
But
show you?
the
You want me to show you
issue,
somebody that is agreeing with me? People,
no,
even
just
Babajide
wait.
of TVC does not agree with my
Forget
position.
Babajide. Who is Babajide?
No,
That guy
he used to
that just
support you guys before. Now he used to support you before.
the issue with, let me tell you, most of us, we talk online, we don't even have the information. Do you know the rot that they met? Do you think that if they don't take those steps, they might not manage it well, oh, but if they don't take those steps, those two key major steps that they took, you think that Nigeria will still be existing as a country today?
Yes, it will still be existing, because I know where all the money went. It will be. They removed
Which
subsidy.
money?
Let me tell you
Which
this.
money?
Let me give you the
All
numbers
these
if you
two
want to hear
key.
the numbers.
Let me tell you what the floating of naira subsidy. Do you think we have the financial wherewithal to continue the way we are running it? Like Buhari?
Paddy, understand this. That is cheaper than destabilizing the entire economy. Nigeria has lost a lot. The
It's
Nigerian
cheaper to be loaning. If I hear you right, to Nigeria, so it's cheaper for us to be loaning 1.5 billion every month to defend the naira alone.
What do you think Nigeria has lost in the last 2 years? Do you know how much? Do you know how much they borrowed to just defend the currency that they floated? Do you know? You see, that's the thing. We don't check.
How are they
just
defending?
assume.
How are they defending a floated currency?
If they didn't defend it, the currency would have floated even up beyond where it is right now. It would have gone. It would have been worse. They had to defend. They borrowed money from IMF and all their
How
friends.
much? How much did they borrow?
Billions.
No, they're not.
No. You have to don't just talk. How much? Even if you look at Nigeria, sorry, if you look at Nigeria, even Ghana, Ghana, as small as Ghana is, hold IMF more money than Nigeria was. If you are talking about $1.5 billion every month, do you think Nigeria will can sustain the economy by borrowing $1.5 billion every month?
Let me show you where one of that damage they did, so you can see the numbers.
We don't have that can be damages, but you can also estimate. You can estimate the benefit that we will have gotten.
I'm trying to give you the numbers. When they removed subsidy, they had money in their pocket, didn't they? But because they floated the currency,
which money? The way you look at that subsidy, you said no.
Let me finish the point. If you let me finish, you're going to understand what I'm saying. When you remove
go ahead.
subsidy, now you have space for the money that you used to spend for for the subsidy. You don't have to spend it anymore. Then what they did was they went and floated the currency. You remember when they removed the subsidy, the petrol price, they were not supposed to be paying any subsidy at all, was around 600 naira, because the currency was stronger. But when they floated the currency, then the currency shot up to 1,500 naira. Guess what? Now they have to pay the subsidy through the back door, through NNPC. That's why NNPC, just a day before Dangote said that they were going to start producing petrol for Nigeria, they came out and said they were owing 6.8 billion dollars. That is where the money went. You see what that money they used to defend the naira, that's where it went. But look at the other consequences. Inflation. job losses, businesses lose money.
No,
That's why I tell you that it was better
no,
to
that's not
defend the
accurate.
currency than what they went and did.
We've had the inflation before these policies. We've been having inflation since Buhari era.
No, this one, I think it went
all the
up. It wasn't up to 30%.
Even the credit crash that Emefiele did also dampened monetary inflation, bringing us as high as to the 30s that we were, and they had to mop that fund, right? That's on one ground. As regards even borrowing money to defend the naira, the government did not say they were going to take out subsidy through and through. They said we will take out subsidy, but if there needs to, we will intervene. So there are interventions, and those interventions were being carried out by NNPC, and that's it. So it's not like it's hidden. But of course, propaganda made it sound like it was hidden. So the government was making interventions on behalf of the country for fuel. However, they did not do the same thing so much.
The reason for that intervention. Remember, they already removed the subsidy
because there was no other option for us. We can't keep.
No, there was an option because Dangote Refinery was coming. See, Dangote Refinery was coming on stream.
Yes.
The money that they said, hold on. The money they said they didn't have to defend the dollar. They just removed the subsidies. Now they have this room for billions of dollars in their pocket. But what did they go and do? They went and floated the currency that made us lose all that money again. They had to use it to subsidize the fuel again.
But are you aware that we don't even have the oil to even use to loan any money from anyone anymore? You understand? Our FICO score, let me use that word, was already low. So nobody was even going to give us the amount of loan that we needed. So we were already, so the first thing the government had to do was to pay back our debt.
So because they still borrowed. I just told you that NNPC came out and said they own 6.6.
Those are pending. No, those are pending laws that got approved into this government. So what this government is also doing as well too is also service our debts. Remember, so we have backlog of debts that they had to service. So any funds that's coming in had to go back to servicing debts. When you service your debt, yes. So when you service your debt profile improves. So you're able to get more funds or get more loan when you need.
It was already sitting in the account. That's the one they used to, because they said, why is Emefiele claiming that he has all this money? Because the money was already leveraged for debt. So they use that money to pay off the debt, and then they remove the subsidy. They have extra room now, financial room. Instead, they went and floated the currency immediately. That took away that room completely, and then the Nigerian economy went into a tailspin. That is
sorry, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, because this subsidy saving that you normally talk about, can you explain it? How did they save money from subsidy?
Because when you borrow money to pay subsidies, or you get money from somewhere to pay subsidies, then if you remove it, that financial room now is free for other things.
The borrowing is free.
No,
borrowing is free.
Oh, no, hold on. They took the money and gave it to the governors. It was right there. They were taking a lot of the money. If you look at the allocations to governors,
the so-called allocation is not
no, Simba, let me speak. That's not from subsidy. That's from devaluation.
Exactly.
Sometimes I don't even know what he's doing. Do you even know what?
No.
What are you talking about? For finance? You even know what you're talking about.
Devaluation. Either way, is the financial room that they created.
To Nigeria, we make more naira from devaluation. Whatever we sell in dollars makes way more naira, and that's what's being shared. It's not
so where did the
subsidy
money go? Where did the subsidy money that they gained from? Where did it go then?
Which subsidy money? Weren't we borrowing
money? Was borrowed.
There was no money, but it was borrowed.
What is that financial room? Okay, then.
There's no financial room.
Sunaja, give me 1 sec. Sunaja, are you moderating or you are?
That's not. Thomas,
you are even talking. Hold on. You are talking more than the panelists. You should be moderating.
Don't make me come there. I'm having
a
conversation.
No. I'm not here to take over from you. No, but try to moderate. You are even talking more than the panelists.
I'm sorry.
Are you moderating?
Let me beat Kolata a little bit. Then
yeah, go on.
He can't help himself now. Just give him 1 minute.
You guys think I've been laughing at you guys. You guys think I win argument against Tunaja? So Tunaja was arguing with Dele Ogun, trying to convince Dele Ogun. He's smarter than.
What are you talking about?
You have a better chance winning argument with a mad woman. I'm thinking you win argument with Tunaja, man. I'm telling you, Tunaja.
Okay, you are borrowing.
Tunaja was on the Rudolph channel. He was arguing with Dele Ogun.
No,
It looks like a lot of
hold
people love that guy. It's like I'm in big trouble with arguing with him.
Can we speak now? Can we speak? Hold on. If you are
Go
borrowing
ahead.
to pay subsidy, then you stop borrowing. How is that? That is not, you're not saving any money to give to governors now. You just stop borrowing. That's it. You're not borrowing anymore. The period. So what are you talking about?
Where did the $6.something billion debt come from then?
What
You're not borrowing. Where did
you just stop this now?
$6.something billion come from?
Which debt are you talking about? How much?
NNPC $6.8 billion. You know they released that information.
Let's move arguments with other people, man. This is just other people.
So the problem is that personally, they could have just left the economy stable. Then, if you have to defend the currency, you can either manage devaluation or discourage the use of the dollar by various policies that which they went on to do in the end. They could have just done that in the initial stage. All these problems that the economy went through in the first year or so wouldn't have happened at all, especially now that Dangote is coming on stream. So what was all the fuss all about?
Tunaja, you don't need to talk. Let me speak.
All right.
The policies, they're good policies. Then, I won't say good. They were necessary policies. Are there alternatives? Yes. At what cost? I think our biggest problem was the FX supply, dollar supply. At the time Buhari was leaving, there was no dollar in the market anymore. It was a struggle. We also had backlog. We had many things. A president just coming in, seeing the situation of our foreign reserves and situation of things, and also all the major presidents had that as their policy, decided to implement it. Was the implementation great? No, it wasn't great. Was implementation necessary? Yes, it was necessary. It could have been done better. But to now argue that you shouldn't have done it is kind of like foolhardy because it was necessary. Now, I've thought about things deep. An alternative way that maybe we could have done it, maybe would have been to sell part of the NNPC joint venture and raise a couple of billions of dollars. And do you now want to use that to continue subsidizing dollar? Or you want to use that to give us backup and then float it? That's an argument I don't want to have tonight. But we probably could have done something like that to raise money by selling part of NNPC, and we could have used the money for defense to pay off some things. But if we just allow it to enter the market, let me put it this way.
Was that not what Atiku proposed?
Yeah, I think Atiku proposed that. But when I started thinking again, Obasanjo left what's the name of that guy that died? Yaradua. He left him 60-something billion. Is it 60 billion or 65 billion? Yaradua and Jonathan used that money largely to defend an expensive naira. By the time Jonathan was leaving, he left 40 or 30 something billion dollars. We've wasted too much of our reserves defending the naira. We need an economy that works.
He left 32.
Let me finish. Tunaja, you talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that video so you see it.
No, don't play video. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is those were necessary steps. Is it the right implementation? Did they have the right personnel? I will say no. So that's it.
You see, what you missed is that because they went and floated the currency, the economy went into a tailspin, which they didn't need to do at all. If you are talking about,
do you understand when we say it was inevitable? Everybody knew.
Very, very no. It wasn't inevitable. You see, that's the problem. When they
let's look at the options. If they did a crawling peg, like the one that was done in Argentina, to gradually devalue it. If you start gradually devaluing, first of all, the FX, we still did not have the FX supply. And we still had the $7 billion backlog. How are we going to solve that with the gradual devaluation?
How many $1 billion backlog?
7 billion. Where the 7 billion backlog?
7 billion, which is almost exactly the same amount NNPC was owing. So hold
No,
on.
NNPC started owing that later. The backlog at that point in time, NNPC
And there
couldn't pay
was
shit.
forward contracts on the
And there was forward contract. Exactly. There was also
When they
forward
floated
contract.
the currency, the floating of the currency is what caused the backlog in the NNPC.
No, but we had backlog before they floated the currency. Buhari left the backlog. That was when the airlines were taken away. They were leaving Nigeria.
You're not understanding. Before, the subsidy was being paid by a different part of the government. But when this government came into they passed it through the back door. Since there's
They
no
passed
funding
it through the back door, and NNPC, it was hitting NNPC's books.
So it's funny. Hold on now. So it's funny you said it was 7 billion backlog, and that's
You are mixing up backlog. They're different. This is a different backlog. NNPC zone is not backlog. NNPC zone is NNPC zone is what's it called? Oh God, whatever NNPC zone is not backlog. NNPC is just BC.
So Nigeria had $7 billion.
No, at what point will you let your other panelists talk too? Eh?
I don't know.
All just gonna be there.
I don't understand this.
I think we are learning anything from you at all. I don't think I'm learning anything from you at all. So I don't think the relevant.
I'm not learning anything because you don't. Okay,
we have to listen to like.
Go ahead and talk now. Go ahead, since it's not my channel.
No, I'm not. I don't know how much you say. I'm just saying. You got all these other people here. Let them talk.
No, but maybe they are listening too. It's not only about talking. Sometimes it's to also listen to conversations that you are maybe you are not at this thing that sharp on it. So on this one,
to Nigeria, let me bust your bubble.
Okay.
When we talk about subsidy, the biggest scam that has ever afflicted our country, particularly let's take it from 2015. Buhari was never at a time taking hand currency, putting in the pockets of NNPC. NNPC was the one doing their own trading abracadabra. All Buhari wanted was the prices must be moderate, maintain the price I met throughout. And that was why NNPC had never audited their account or declared any profit. If you remember very well, last year, when everybody was clamoring for the edited account and everything, they came up with something fake and said they even made a profit. They never made any profit. Did they? Because if they made any profit, we will see it in the sense that they reflected that they pay already 20% of Dangote refinery. And at the end of the day, Dangote burst their bubble by saying, no, you only paid me 1.something billion, and that amounted to 7.5%. So nothing has really come. The country has not been earning money or subsidizing. NNPC has been the person doing the minus and plus for and on behalf of Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Petroleum, who are the stakeholders in NNPCL. So that is the arithmetic. So there was no money. All the money Buhari was borrowing was to pay salary and do one or two things on infrastructure. NNPC has been defrauding the nation. So that is the essence. So when we say subsidy, no, there was no money to even give to NNPC.
Even Baba, do you know that even up to now, Nigerians, we are not making any money from oil up to the present moment.
We've not made money from oil in a long time.
In a long time.
All the money that the government is just from taxes and some from other sources. They are not making any money from oil.
It's a big tragedy for our country. That is why anytime I see Mele Kyari, my blood will boil. I don't know why Mele Kyari is not sharing the same cell with Emefiele. They know what they did. It is now they are trying to restructure NNPCL and bring sanity into that area of the government by asking them, now anything you sell, whether you are owing, whether you are paying, please bring it to CBN. Let us know.
But
which is
Baba, I want to ask the economists on the platform this question, because I could remember sometimes last year Ghana was having issues with their own currency also because the cedis were getting the value on a very high rate. No, that's what I want to say. It almost got to like 20 cedis to dollar at that time. But all of a sudden, they went for one IMF loan. They gave them maybe about $4 billion or something
3
like that.
billion. They
And
bounced them though until they
then
audited them.
it crashed. I mean, it brought it down to like maybe 11 or 10 or 9 or so. But now they are back. They are back. It's almost 20 now.
No, 16.4.
16.4. That's officially now. Is about 18 in their parallel distance. So the issue is I'm very sure that they use that money to defend the cities that time. It's not high
No, they
time.
are doing the same thing, but they don't even have capacity. That was the problem. They
Why?
never had the capacity.
Hold
to
on.
do so.
Let me just share something here. The ideal situation for any nation is not to demand any foreign currency at all. In other words, you need to be able to produce all your goods, so you don't need anything from overseas. So every single thing you are ordering is harmful to the economy, except you are ordering things that are using.
So Nigeria, that's an extreme view. That's not true.
No. The point is that the ideal situation, you have to start from the ideal so that you can
No, that's not the ideal situation. You're starting from a wrong premise.
The ideal is you don't even import anything at all, but you export only.
That's not ideal.
That's the ideal. Why is it
No,
not? Tell me.
it's not. The ideal is for you to is for you to trade in a way that's favorable for you. Doesn't mean you don't export any. I mean, it doesn't mean you don't
What
import
is
anything.
importing means ways that
You're supposed to export. You're supposed to try and sell things you are competitive in producing to the world, and import things you can't, and import things that maybe you will struggle with. That's the ideal.
You just described an impure situation.
That's the world. That's the world. There's
No, I agree with you, but you have to
there's no
start with the
situation
ideal
where
first.
you will not import.
Try to understand what I'm saying. If you start with the ideal, then it will make it clear what you need to do when you approach this trade.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that is the ideal according to the small school I went to. That's the ideal, not that you don't.
So
you need to trade.
Ideally, you shouldn't necessarily import more than you export. You definitely want to export a lot more than you import. But in the case of Nigeria, the reason why I'm highlighting that ideal situation so that people understand that you have the responsibility to cut demand, and that is the part collateral you always leave out.
No. Nobody leaves out cutting demand.
You do.
What we talk about when we start asking you when we start probing you about how you cut demand, then you run into roadblocks. Then you don't know what to say.
I don't run into any roadblock. You created it in your mind.
Because when you look at the economy right now, to an extent, we've increased supply. The part of demand cutting is so varied, it's so whack. There's the normal demand, there's the speculation, and then there's the one that is just pure corruption. That governors, for example, using FAC allocation to buy dollar. I mean, demand that makes no goddamn sense. There are all sorts of things, and for you to stop them, it's not as easy as just okay, I'm going to stop demand.
It was easy for Tinubu to do when he wanted to stop it. When he meant business, he stopped it.
Has he stopped it? Has the Naira still not continue to lose value?
No, it's losing value, but he restricted the ability of the parallel market to make profits. So that's something they could have done initially.
No, that's not cutting. That's not cutting demand, though. That's just kind of like leveling parallel to what's it called?
Yeah, so that they don't go out of control. The speculation doesn't get out of control. So that
That is arbitrage. That is people buying from the official sources and going to sell it. That's a different thing. I mean,
how is it a different thing? Is parallel market versus this thing, isn't it?
Parallel market versus. I mean, right now at least we have the disparity between markets is not that huge, but you still have more demand.
I am trying to let you know because of the law.
That was the intention of floating. You couldn't do that without floating it.
No, you could.
You could not.
Sorry, let me ask you. Because all these Tunajati, he will not listen to you. What I want to ask is this: is it possible for a country to be borrowing money to defend its forex?
It's possible, but it's stupid.
It's not, but it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable now. It's stupid.
The only visible option that is sustainable is to increase your local production.
Yes.
You see that? So hold on. before you increase your local production, is it a wise idea to float it? Because when you float it, you trigger inflation, you trigger speculation. In other words, you create an instability in the economy that it will cost more money.
Okay.
Hold on. You're going to lose more money than you're actually using to defend it.
To Niger, since we've been defending it, what has it cost?
What?
It actually has created the opposite. It has also created the opposite problem. It has increased our importation because we have a artificially strong currency. So people are just bringing all manner of crap into the country.
Later, if you have an issue of governance and corruption, don't blame it on the
No, that's not corruption. People importing junk is not corruption. It's not corruption.
Anybody
It's just people importing nonsense.
will tell you that you should not float a currency that relies on imports.
No, to Niger, finally, we have a positive balance of trade. That means we're exporting more than we're importing right now.
Yeah, no, actually.
Yes. Yes.
No,
Go and check any economic sources. We now have Nigeria now has a positive balance of trade. Go and check.
Whatever number you are using, that is a dodgy number, I can assure you.
It's not any dodgy number. As of today, our balance of trade is positive.
If you want to know what is dodgy, you will find out that it's going to be in Naira. But what they will not tell you is
no. Balance of import versus export in dollars. We have a positive balance of trade.
Right. I will check it now. Let me confirm what you mean.
Don't forget the ACFAD, that African continental trade there.
Nigeria, isn't it? Yeah.
Our latest balance of trade for the past few months has been positive.
Yeah, that's why they put it in Naira, isn't it? It's very funny when you see that in Naira. You need to know that they want to cheat. They forget that because the Naira.
It's not a matter of Naira. It's import versus export. Right now, the value of our export is more than our import. And it's because of the devaluation.
How much?
We've had a couple of months. Let me look for the latest one.
Because if you hear that it's by 50% and it's in Naira, what does that tell you?
And don't forget
we have a
the
trade surplus now.
is going up.
So
yeah.
So if they put it in dollar, it will be a deficit, Abi.
If they put it in dollar, yeah, the balance, the change will not be.
So how does that one sound to you?
Yeah, because because what you have to look at it in real terms.
Is it not the dollar they convert to Naira?
No. Because let me explain what is happening. Like the year before, because they check it between 2 years, isn't it? The balance of trade. So the year before, let's say it's 5 Naira difference. We're getting 5 Naira. This year is 8 Naira. But because of the reduction in the value of the Naira, you will not detect that if it was dollar, that there would not have been much of a difference, if anything. So that is a very tricky thing because the Naira has lost value. You should be seeing Naira. You think everything is good. Sorry, go ahead. Give us the percentage.
It's Naira to Naira. I mean, what you exported and what you imported, you can convert both to dollar. So I'm looking at it now. I mean, we had a trade surplus in 2024 Q2. We also had a trade surplus in 2024 Q1. So I mean,
whatever you convert to Naira today, if you convert hold on, if you have $100 in 2002, convert it to
Naira. To Naira. If I listen, if I export
about Q1, Q2 of 2024,
if I export, Nigeria is still running Naira, right? If I export 100,000 Naira and I import 80,000 Naira, I have a positive balance of trade in Naira in dollars. So what's the point? What's the argument?
No, you have a positive, yeah, but we're talking about the increment, isn't it? You were saying increment.
Well, your initial argument was like we didn't even have a trade surplus.
Oh no, I'm looking at it from the numbers. If you give me the numbers, I can be able to tell the difference of what we are looking at.
I'll send the link. But if you were on what's it called now? It's on my phone, my other phone.
Forefather. Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
Forefather. So the thing is this. So are you saying if you have positive balance sheet on based on Naira, so if you suddenly convert to dollar, so it's going to be negative? Is that the Is that how close you are getting us?
An example of what I am giving you is that, like, the Nigerian GDP now, by the president's and by Nigerian standard, our economy is growing, but in dollars it has almost halved. So you see the difference. So you
We
have
have a trade surplus of 6.9 trillion.
Oh, you are still repeating the same thing. I just gave you that in dollars, the Nigerian
Well,
GDP.
do you know the meaning of surplus? That means you've taken the difference between import and export. The net, the balance of it is 6.9 in favor of export. So convert that 6.9 into dollars. That's the difference.
Okay, the year before, what was it?
Larry.
Now you have to check the comparison. Now that's what I want to see.
See, listen to Kulata with
are you following the politics of this? There's one politics.
I mean, we're speaking between two of us.
Larry is talking very calmly.
Okay.
Larry,
yeah, let me just ask this question. And Baba, are you following the politics of Oando in the last 2 days?
I'm following it too. I'm amazed. I'm really amazed.
Oando is trying to
which politics? Is it the one in Trinidad?
Yes.
The refinery they are buying, refinery in Trinidad.
And Guyana.
Yes.
That is not a bad move, if you ask me.
Oando will basically, they have their crude. It will just be basically taking their crude to Trinidad, to that refinery, refining that crude in that space and bringing it to Nigeria.
How is he going to compete with Dangote with that kind of attitude?
How is he going to compete with Dangote?
You travel overseas and you process it there, you bring it back, and you're going to compete with somebody that is sitting on the ground in Nigeria. What are you putting in the petrol? Are you putting lead in it?
Do you know that they are the owner of the crude?
Yes.
They own the crude. They own the blending machine. They refine it, right? And been able to open that space for them to be able to bring it. So which means that you see people going for something even cheaper than Dangote, and Dangote knows it. And at the point,
it's a win-win for Nigeria now, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying about the thing going on in that sector. Probably before I was probably thinking, okay, probably.
But wait, hold on. They're using their own crude. The trade will be recorded in dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they need to source? I'm thinking. I mean, if this sounds whack, let me know. They need to do some sort of trade. I mean, it's going to be some intercompany because it's within, but it's going to be in dollars. So are they going to raise dollars to lift their own crude from here, take it to Trinidad or Guyana, and then bring it back? That transaction is going to be in dollars.
Sorry, when you say it's their own crude, did they actually drill it themselves?
They are backward integrated.
Yeah, 50,000 barrels every day.
They produce.
Okay.
They produce.
So then it's only cost that they have to worry about. They don't have. Why will you sell it to yourself? It's only cost of.
You still need to record the transaction.
The beauty of that arrangement is they own the matured field. They own the processing in Trinidad.
I know.
The only cost, they don't have a vessel right now. I will not be surprised if they bought a vessel tomorrow.
But will they use Nigerian crude? And if they use Nigerian crude, they need to record a purchase, even though it's within the company.
That I know. They have to invoice it, no doubt about that.
They have to invoice it, and that's what I'm saying. Do they need to raise dollars to do that, even though it's within the company?
No.
Yes, they will.
No, they don't need to.
For sure.
No,
they will have to.
They will, because it's international transaction. So
yes, they will have to.
No. See, how raising dollar? This is just it. The only thing that would be is not like you're raising dollars, right? It's just like this is your cost, and at least you factor that cost in. And at the end of the day, when you sell, you just net it. It's not like you need to go and raise dollars.
No, I don't. Larry Kulata, I don't want to cause controversy to drop some information, but NNPC is not involved. It's not a JVC, joint venture, that they are oil well. It's not JVC.
Yes, but they will have different companies. There's one holding company, right? the
they created
company.
an holding
Yeah,
offshore company.
they will have an holding company, and then
because
they will have.
they are in Equatorial Guinea. They are in that Portuguese territory with two
That place
names.
that has fine babes. I mean, that place that has fine
Principe.
girls.
Cape Verde, okay,
Eh?
yeah,
No,
Cape Verde.
See,
Yeah, Principe. Something and
I'll,
Principe.
Sao Tome and
allow
Principe.
you.
Sao Tome and Principe.
This thing is straightforward. We are Naira economy. When you are transacting across somewhere, you transact in the currency that we accept. Whether you own it or not is a function of moving entry from book to book. You cannot go and produce in Trinidad and Tobago using Naira. It's impossible. So even whether you hold a crude oil or whatever, assuming you are even doing everything in Naira, immediately you cross the boundary, you cross the border, you are no longer using Naira. So somehow it's still going to have some impact on our forex. So let's just face that. But how they are going to make it cheaper, how they want to compete with Dangote is meant to be seen. Because I think Dangote too.
Ola, magic blending. Magic blending. And NNPC will not check the quality. Let me leave that one.
Dangote will insist on that. I think my suspicion is that
very president was
downstream. This thing Dangote will start drilling sooner or later.
Kingpin done for nothing.
No.
That O&O within the last 12 months. Watch O&O.
Oh, Dangote can just buy
I think the biggest mistake people made was not to buy O&O stock when Tinubu became president.
I'm telling you, man.
I swear to God. You know how much that thing has increased? Unbelievable numbers. Unbelievable.
It's always like that with these things. Nobody ever knows where it's gonna go. Sorry, Larry, wanted to say something?
No, who allowed to Nigeria to escape because I know that Kulata really had the forefather down the other side.
Oh, he's feeling sorry
you
for
don't believe that
now.
Nigeria is progressing, right? No, now
what?
You don't believe in that trade balance that is positive for Nigeria. So, see.
No, you didn't give me proper values. That's why I'm disputing it.
No, I don't even need to give you proper value. Even if I don't know the value, don't use GDP because our exchange rate has chopped into our GDP. The truth is this: when you want to quantify, when you remove the monetary value, it has not really changed. It's exchange rate that changed our GDP, and that GDP is just an indices. The one is just an index. The one you are talking about. But are we more productive? Probably we are more productive than like last year. But you want to use exchange for our GDP, it won't give you the true economic situation in this scenario. So look at it this way. Japa before, do you know how much Japa is deep into our exchange? Whether you want to talk of education, tourism, or whatever. Since the Naira floating, that has reduced, whether you like it or not. So the thing that used to be everybody before is no longer everybody. So if you are Japan today, or you are doing education somehow, it's no longer in the way it used to be before. Although I know that all those foreign countries, through their policies, they've helped the country, like Nigeria now, like Canada, like United Kingdom, they've actually reduced, although they've changed the policies that used to favor the Japan people from different countries. So you expect more currency, more forex now to now stay behind, apart from being too expensive. And I think again that people are looking inwardly too, to look for, because not be the money you get, you go change it to dollar and carry Japan or take to import something. So even without even using all those indices from Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, it is clear. It's a street thing. It's what we can just know on the street.
Okay, now let me explain where that SS comes from. He says boosted by energy shipments of this is energy plus 1,113% energy shipment, and this may be Dangote creating that effect there. And then crude oil, this thing exports also increased by 154%. Agriculture 170%. There was a precipitous drop in 2023 for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the floating of the currency. That was a massive drop in 2023 October. I don't know what was it. October he floated the currency. It could be. I'm not sure. So that was a massive drop last year. But the increase in energy, 1,020%, that's a massive one. I think Dangote is the one showing up in these numbers that we're talking about.
So finally, you supported Kulata now, because the thing
No,
is,
I have to go with numbers now. I
even
let numbers
subsidy
judge me.
removal alone saved lot of dollars, right? It saved lots. When you remove subsidy, it saved lot of unnecessary, because we were having some kind of paper importation that we just present your paper that okay, maybe you imported 3
That's a
million
very
of.
good point you raised there. That subsidy that just got hidden is part of it too.
So
that's interesting.
I think the only reason this government appears unpopular to different people is just because of it being power, And the thing is this: if there's even if the entire world is being flooded or is being submerged, if someone is hungry, now that hunger, the person go dey shout.
Sorry, let me ask something. Is this comment section, is anybody looking into that comment section and trying to put normalcy into that place?
I'm looking at it. What is there any issue?
You cannot do anything. It's Tony now. Tony DPT, that guy in Germany.
I think who is Yes Daddy TV?
Yes, Daddy TV is writing nasty stuff about
This is
me.
nasty.
So, yeah.
No, not just about you.
That was your nickname, Kolata. Kolata writes nasty stuff about people all the time. Oh my God, what is this one, Shawo? Eh?
No.
I came to listen to you somewhere yesterday on this our guy. This Futurian. What's the name of this guy, sir?
Are you talking about, is it Dele Ogun or something?
No, that's your guy, the guy you normally hold for now.
Dr. Damages.
Now, so this Yes Daddy TV started attacking me too. You understand? I was just talking tribalism today. Now, as I was talking, now he's attacking me. So
that's not nice. Yes, Daddy, that's not nice. That's a bit. Come on, man. Come on. You can't do that. You can't be using such languages at people. Even Kolata he can insult people, but I don't think Kolata ever goes that far. Come on, let's not do that. It's not nice.
Even
what do you mean by Kolata can insult people?
No, Kolata insult people all the time.
I don't insult people. What do you mean I insult people? I don't insult people now. No, I correct people. I don't insult people.
Tunaja, can somebody bring down that thing she wrote about Choma? Can somebody bring it down? I think it's.
Let me see if I can get it.
Can you bring it down, please? It's insulting. It's crazy.
Delete comment. Yeah, it's not nice. Where is the Choma one? Have I removed it? Let me see.
No, I think you just removed it.
Okay, that's not nice. Now, come on, Yes Daddy TV. Don't do that. It's not nice.
He wrote it in multiple places, so you have to go deep. It's all over the place. Yeah.
I don't
make me you know one funny thing about we Nigeria is this: we want to be Puritans. We want to claim that I'm better than you. I'm more sensible than you. At the end of the day, you end up being even. Don't let me use a very nasty word, like the one that Trump will use. You end up being the worst of all the kind of, when you call someone a social miscreant, you end up becoming social miscreant, the worst one. So the thing is, I don't know when it has become a sin for someone to openly express himself in a serious manner. Why not insulting you? And all of a sudden, you start calling people names. That's so terrible.
Yeah,
you were trying to correct someone.
People go fast sometimes; they get too far. But Kolata, let me ask you again, because I don't know why I keep asking you as if you are part of the government. I don't know.
People think I work for Tinubu now.
Yeah, sometimes the way you talk, you make it sound as if you do. But that said, anyway, the question is about this Ajekuta steel. The government went to Russia, signed an MOU that this company that actually was responsible for building it up to where it is should also come and finish it and run it. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of it, but anything like Jakarta, I take it with a grain of salt. That Jakarta is just a way for every government to steal money.
You see, that's the problem. You see, I was beginning to be hopeful, but if you are beginning to sound as if this government is not serious about it, that is really concerning.
We shouldn't be jumping up when we see an MOU. I mean, do you know the MOU I
That's
signed
true. That's
before I
true.
left Nigeria? If it's based on MOU, I should be a billionaire. It's not
That's
by
true.
MOU. When they get a real contract, and then we can read between the lines. I mean, we can redline it and see all that stuff. But if it's MOU, it's just BS.
Well, MOU, you are telling them that they will run the. Isn't that what we are looking for? Where private institutions run these
Oh,
companies?
let me put it this way: Peter Obi signed MOU to build monorail in Anambra. Where is the monorail?
Yep, that's true. But I
You
was
know,
hoping that
forefather.
your Jagaban is going to be serious, but it looks like you
You,
don't
you
even
know,
take
forefather.
Jagaban serious. Go ahead.
What annoys me? What annoys me in the way our politicians steal is they steal unintelligently. All stealing in law form is not good. Let's just accept that. But assuming, I'm not accusing Tinubu now, assuming that Tinubu is truly stealing through Alpha Beta. Please, I'm not saying he's stealing, no, it's just allegedly. Now, you see how someone can steal brilliantly. Assuming that Awolowo was actually collecting money from Pepsi or Coca-Cola or whatsoever, all those stories we used to hear. Assuming he was actually finding a way to get money from them. Look at how someone was stealing intelligently. What am I saying here is this? You can still build a Jakarta to have all the benefits. Use this to develop our automobile industry, use it to develop our other industries, and yet maybe I'm not promoting this anyway. Maybe people are now accusing you, oh, you signed some kind of deals that we're getting this particular percentage. Those people, those leaders that are smart thieves, they end up even getting more from their corrupt way than even those people that will just go and dip their hand into the treasury. Ajakuta by now should have moved our country forward. But unfortunately, we just see people that sign paper and just pocket the money. Very unfortunate. Then they still here in this Canada deal. You know, initially I used to fend for all these people said they know they steal. The day I hear them, me, since that time I know they trust politician again. You understand?
Yeah,
Even the
all
US you are saying, the US you are saying now, I hear say
Ola,
food.
that Jakarta, I think is going to work. Probably that's the only thing that guy will achieve, that minister.
You think so?
Yeah, because number one, they made him minister of steel. He's from that state. And I think because I've been looking for the past 1 year, has he even been able to achieve anything? So I think this is just probably that's the only thing, is I can say that probably is done. If Tinubu wants to reshuffle his cabinet, I don't know how that guy is going to survive.
What is happening? Is he going to take machete to him? I don't know. I think if that deal is solid, then he should survive.
Yeah, one thing I like about this issue of Tinubu, kind of like removing subsidy in everything, there are so many things that we spend money on that we subsidize that we're not supposed to be subsidizing. And I know a lot of my Muslim friends, but my fellow Muslims will not be happy with this. It's Hajj. I don't see any reason.
It's not about Muslim thing. Just say religion, Christian and God.
Yeah. I don't know about Christian.
Sorry, can someone please ban this Yes Daddy TV guy? This guy is not stopping.
Let me see. Which one? Where did he insult anybody again?
No, it's
No, he's just complaining, but he didn't insult anybody.
No. Those things.
Yeah, no. Enough now. That's enough. I think
those things about Choma is absurd.
Yeah, that's enough. Come on. I'm sure there's no point. Let him just sit there and roast. Yeah, that's not good. Okay.
You know, case like this, I wish the person like Choma could just make sample or some kind of people online. A lot of evidences just to. You see, people sometimes come online and they say rubbish. Online is not really anonymous as you guys think. If you are doing rubbish online and someone want to fish you out, you will be fished out.
Quite easily, actually.
So it's
Quite
so
easily.
anonymous that people think I stay behind computer and type rubbish.
All right, now,
so that
what else?
space, so that space like Hajj, right? You know, I don't see any reason why government will be subsidizing Hajj. And I think today, you know, I think they basically came out today and said no subsidy for Hajj.
They said that?
Yes. No, it's
Wow.
not. It's not
Have they said that?
No, it's not house. Next Hajj is 10 million. So
10
Oh, so
million?
they're stopping it?
Yeah. 100%.
Wow.
No, I think Buhari has stopped it for long
No,
period ago.
they still
Tinubu is going
subsidize
to
a
struggle
little
to
bit.
get their vote.
I will believe it when it happens.
I'm telling
No.
you.
Simba, go
All these
mention Buhari
politicians will do something like that.
Larry, I did hear you, Larry.
We're waiting for Baba. We're waiting for the
Larry.
price. So we were waiting for the price. So they just gave us the price today. For
Price of what? Price of Hajj.
Price of Hajj, the next Hajj. So NACO just came. They just came out.
They cannot. Nobody can put a cap or say this is how much we are going to pay, unless there is a kind of fraud there.
No, Larry, you are missing the point here.
Did you see the email?
They say, wait, Larry, they said 10 million, but they themselves.
Lally, I want to ask.
Yeah.
Kene, I beg, just let me make this point 30 seconds. Kene, please, I beg you. Look, last year, they subsidized because of the yo-yo of the Forex.
Yeah.
But now, if the Forex is steady, they will not subsidize. But they do sponsor people.
So
institutions sponsor people, police, DSS, this ministry, that ministry, the presidency, they sponsor people to Hajj. That is what should be stopped.
In terms of sponsoring, so I don't that one, you know.
I think we should be calling it pilgrimage, not only Hajj. They also the other ones also they do the same thing there.
Simba, I don't know about that one. I know about the one that is.
I go Israel, may go chop Hezbollah bomb for head.
You know one thing is
some states. You know what happened? Some states have started collecting money for Hajj. Some states were collecting 8.5 million. So today they sent an email out and said next year Hajj is going to be. They are benching in that 10 million at 1650 exchange rate. So now
hold
that
on.
exchange rate.
I think you are mistaken. They are saying 10 million per pilgrim.
Yes, now what's 10 million per pilgrim?
The total may be as high as 950. Let me confirm the precise number.
No. So what you just do is this: 10 million divided by 1650. 1,650. That's the benchmark as of today.
Let me give you now. The number is. They said the federal government may spend 950 billion.
No, I'm telling you about price that was given to. You don't understand what I'm saying. This is not out. I'm telling you on this platform. This is not out. I'm telling you about price that was given today. Right?
You mean per pilgrim?
Larry, from experience, let me tell you what used to happen.
Wait. So it's like $6,000. That means they removed the subsidy. That's $6,000.
They are painting it at $6,000, 1,650.
Okay, please pause. Let Ekene come in. I forgot I stopped him. Ekene, please come in. Let's hear him. Ekene.
Oh, okay. Is this issue of Rally saying that the only thing he appreciates is government removing subsidy and everything? This is their government. I don't know what you are trying to say. What are you trying to say? There are major areas.
Wait now. Don't misquote me. Don't misquote me. I said there are some things that I do not support subsidy on, and one of it is Hajj. Right? I said I do not support government subsidizing Hajj. So,
what other area? Because as it is now,
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Don't take us to other. Just let us even discuss this Hajj issue first. Let us discuss it.
So why are you trying to?
That Hajj issue, nobody knows. No, it's nothing to discuss about because there is nothing. There is no sensible government that will subsidize Hajj. If you want to go to
So why are you
to
now?
go and worship your brother.
Even the Egypts.
But
Let me tell
I'm
you.
talking about
Do you know how
major
much
areas of our
forex?
economy
Do you know
that
how
really
much forex
that
will
really
require apart from subsidy? Do you know how much forex you will require to even finance those things?
whatever they want to do about that Hajj is when they do it, then I will know. Not what they say. It's just like what Baba said. It's when they do it,
Issue here, it's a
I will
very
know.
delicate issue. They use it as a political. You can hear what Baba is saying. We have ministries, we have parastatals of government that do sponsor people. Apart from, forget about subsidy. With the money that the government is even spending, then the forest that we require to finance almost how many, almost 2 million or whatever. I mean, 40,000 or 50,000 people that will go.
Let me finish. The issue of Hajj is a different thing altogether. Because nobody will support that. But I'm talking about general other things that maybe I don't know. But Larry said he's not saying, he's only speaking on Hajj.
It's
But
also so I don't want us to change the topic. Let us, because if you look at this, the Hajj, that's why I said we should not even limit it to Hajj, because the Hajj one is actually the one that is popular. But that's why I say we should call it pilgrimage, because if you look at the genesis of even it's only Nigerians that have, or Africans that have pilgrimage to Israel and all those places. Awolowo was the one that even started the Christian one, because when they have the Muslim one, he was one that started the Christian one. They sponsor both Christian and, if you go and check for pilgrimage, there is subsidy on both in Nigeria. It's only that because we have more Muslims going for pilgrimage, that's why the one for Hajj is so popular, and it's because it's also ceremonial, because it comes at the time of the year when Muslims also celebrate Eid al-Kabir. But I'm telling you, we should not be restricted. We should not be focused on. A lot of thousands of people are also sponsored and subsidized for pilgrimage to Israel and all those Rome and all those things that they go. Because whatever you do for one, is people in government, they say whatever you do for one, you must do for other. You cannot imagine.
No, Simba, you know the sugar, the honey in this thing is this. If the president and the vice president are Muslim and they are stopping it, there is no sentiment, religious sentiment here now, because Muslims are the ones stopping it for Muslims. When it comes to Christian, when it comes to that going to Jerusalem, Rome, nobody can talk, because once it just have to start. But if you are started with those people going to Jerusalem now, they will tell you, oh, the way we told you that.
No, nobody is saying they should just stop the two at the same time. That's what I'm talking.
And those people within the parastatal that are sponsoring too, I think they need to scapegoat some of them, because
will they stop it? Will they stop it now that they are giving license for everybody to have his own airports?
No, Baba. See,
they can stop it.
Baba, if Baba has a religious organization today, and if Baba is using his own money to sponsor his congregation members, and they are not subsidizing dollars, they are not subsidizing anything for you, fine. So subsidy should be going to, maybe Simba want to have farm now, but there's a policy that, okay, if Simba can employ 2,000 people, I will subsidize your production, because I expect to tax those workers that Simba will be employing. Those are the kind of subsidy we should be having. I'm a pro-subsidy, but not subsidy for personal reasons.
For consumption,
Not subsidy to put
something that's not adding anything to our economy.
Exactly. So Dangote, for example, now, if Dangote is going to employ, like, let's say 10,000 people, you can use your fiscal policy to subsidize. Okay, Dangote, don't worry, we want you to survive. We give you tax break for the next 10 years. Just make sure you don't employ less than a certain number of people. As long as you don't employ less than 10,000 people, we are okay. Meanwhile, you are using the payee to balance whatever subsidy you are giving out, just to make sure that Dangote refinery survive.
But they've even given him something better. tax credit
Exactly.
to build roads.
So for those people that are saying we are not subsidizing, sorry, we are subsidy is good, but don't subsidize finished product for all those gasoline that we
Ola, let
endorse
me even tell you this. Even Saudi Arabia that has the so-called the religious this thing, they don't subsidy for their citizens.
No.
And you as a Saudi indigene, just let me tell you this: you cannot just even say you want to perform match. You must also register.
Same as it true, I even heard that Saudi Arabia does not even subsidize petroleum for common people. Is it true?
Because the price that they are selling PMS and in Saudi Arabia is far higher than our own now. It's far higher than our own.
And they export 10 million barrels, I mean 12 million barrels a day.
12 million, and they refine about 5.6 million every day. Apart from the 12 million they export, they refine 5.6 million extra.
Kai. And there are just 33 million people, Abi?
No, including foreigners. So I think their own they are less than 30 million. The real lineage.
Those guys are stupid rich because of the way they
Nigeria
manage.
still dey play. Nigeria dey
And
play.
then
Nigeria never
go
still.
and spend hard money there too.
No, that is why anytime we talk, I will just look at us and say, what are we even looking for in Nigeria? How much
we never
do we
started.
have? That Nigeria is very, we are very poor. When they say wretched.
We are poor. They really 1 year. I've been saying it.
Let me share this video of some Nigerians doing some stupid things.
Naturally, the way we were going in the early 60s, we were supposed to be ahead of Saudi. And those kind of mismanagement is what we are seeing today now. When you subsidize pilgrimage, when you are subsidizing petroleum for Cotonou, for Kasi.
Ola, if you see how much
I have
they
a
pay
question,
for,
sir. What does
people,
the government get back in return from that subsidizing Hajj? What is the benefit?
It's just for eye service now. It's for eye service.
So you put money where you don't get anything in return.
Fear God now. Go pray for my sake.
Baba.
So prayer is what they get in return.
All those things, the government does not prioritize it for them. For Hajj now, the money that you pay within Saudi Arabia to go for Hajj is actually, if you convert it, is more than the money that Nigerians pay though. And they put it because they know that this thing is not a compulsory thing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You know the ridiculousness of this Hajj thing. Do you know DSS, police, they fight every year because they have number of intelligence officers that will escort our so-called pilgrim. And at times they are in their hundreds, apart from maybe IG sponsoring some policemen as extra. So the whole thing is rotten.
Do you know the number of medical personnel that they take along? And they have to pay them.
It's like Super Eagles. One time they were traveling, about 22 of them, and they were escorted by 50 officials.
That's where we miss it, because now it's unfortunate that we are talking of a country. You know, I think I can only pray for those people that remove that subsidy from this thing, because we are talking of a country that we were leading in almost everything. A country that had TV station before France and Netherlands and some Western
before
countries.
Spain.
Wait. Are you guys
talk about this thing? You want to invent the TV?
Are you guys serious? Are you guys sure? Because I feel that thing is propaganda.
Yeah,
No, Kolata. No.
It's not
the
propaganda.
TV station
watching
thing.
TV in France.
I think that's probably propaganda.
I think it's beer parlor. I'm going to check it now.
Somebody said that about Ibadan once again. When I checked it, I'm like, come on, man, that's not true. People just say stuff. They don't know how.
No. Check when Spain first started transmitting TV.
Is different from not having TV now.
It was even debate. I think it was even debate on the floor of the parliament then, when they were telling you that it was not going to be possible. Anybody should just go.
Guys, now France got TV in 1931. Nigeria got TV in 1959. I'm making a fair God.
It don't even make sense. So they invent TV somewhere. So those people, the French don't get money to buy TV. So Nigerians have the money to buy
Nigerians are the
We don't even question it, man. We just
take it. I'm
there are
like,
some things I
don't
grew
think
up
I'm the
hearing. I
right.
mean, Nigeria, even as a small boy, I used to wonder, like, this thing does not make sense. Right?
No, you ask
But we
yourself,
see
where
some
did we copy it
adults,
from?
grown
Where
men
did we
believing it.
copy it from?
Can I play this thing so that because I mean, for me to actually see this man himself saying these things before my eyes with Adiola here, it really, I just couldn't make my. How can I believe that our fellow Nigerian would think the way this man is thinking, and he's a minister of health? Let's just watch it. I don't. Has anyone seen this video? Just today that
Yeah,
she posted.
I've
I
seen
didn't
it.
follow it, but I saw it. But I didn't follow it.
Let's say this is the minister. I've never heard him talk
So
before.
Yeah,
let me
minister
get
of
something.
let's
When
hear
was
it.
the first TV station in Nigeria? When?
Hold on, not
In the
now.
background, but I'm here tonight with my father, the Minister of Health, Alhaji Ali Pate. Daddy, thank you so much for granting me an audience. Real quick, Daddy, as the health minister, do you receive all your medical treatments in Nigeria?
Yes, I do. And I believe that we're building Nigeria's healthcare system to be one that Nigerians can feel comfortable, that they will be receiving safe and effective services. We have begun an investment to establish 6 cancer centers in each of the geopolitical zones. We have many gaps, but we're working hard to ensure that we minimize those gaps and we continue to improve, to rebuild Nigeria's healthcare system that we can be all proud of.
So, Daddy, not even for checkup, you don't come abroad for anything. All your treatments is done in Nigeria.
I do my best to eat well. I try to exercise, and so far, thank God, I am healthy.
So that is a yes. All your medical
My doctor is in Abuja. I can give you his name, his address, but I will not do it here.
That is very impressive. Yes. Hopefully, other government officials can emulate you. But real quick, Daddy, as the health minister, does it bother you at all? Do you ever feel like you failed as a health minister when the president keeps going abroad for treatment every few months, including for something as simple as medical checkup, just regular checkup? Does it ever bother you as a health minister?
Adiola, I think you are simplifying a very complex issue of tourism. There are many kinds of tourism. People travel all over the world for education, for conference tourism, for religious tourism, for medical tourism, for all kinds of tourism. Health tourism is not a phenomenon that is limited to Nigeria or Africa. There are people who leave the United States and go to East Asia to get medical care. There are people who leave the United Kingdom and go to Africa for medical care. And there are Nigerians who choose, because of all kinds of reasons, to go abroad for medical care. The question you should be asking is, how is our healthcare system addressing the basic needs of our population? Immunizing kids, protecting women from childbirth so they deliver safely, delivering basic treatments of things like malaria, and for higher levels of service, provide the option for those who choose to have their services in Nigeria to have high quality services delivered in Nigeria. That is what we are trying to do. So the red herring of really targeting medical tourism, I think it's a misguided.
So that it doesn't bother you that the president is going out. It bothers the rest of us that he's going abroad for treatment. It doesn't bother you.
$2 billion that Nigerians spend in outbound medical tourism. Private individuals, public individuals, everybody.
So, but the president is supposed to lead by example.
Yes, I'm telling you this, that our effort is to ensure that the $2 billion in outbound medical tourism is returned in Nigeria. When people go abroad, they go to private facilities, not public facilities. When people go to the UK as private individuals, they pay private facilities. So how do we stand up private facilities also in Nigeria that can deliver the service? And how do we guarantee that every Nigerian should have access to the most basic healthcare available?
So are you saying that someday people from all over the world will be coming to Nigeria for medical treatment as well?
As we speak, there are many leaders and people from the Africa region who come to Nigeria for medical treatment.
Really?
Yes, they are.
So what will it take for our president to see what these people see in Nigerian health sector?
You are keen in personalizing it to just one individual. The phenomenon of medical tourism,
president of the country.
The phenomenon of medical tourism is a global phenomenon. And you cannot limit it to just one individual. What we are saying and what President Tinubu is trying to do is to transform Nigerian healthcare system so it works for everyone.
Okay.
To save lives, to reduce physical and financial
I'll ask my next question, but just so you know, my conclusion is you have never talked to the president about the importance of him fixing the health sector of the country so that he can. Have you ever talked to the president that as the number one citizen, sir, you should be receiving treatment in your country? This is what
I can just tell you straight up. That in the last 24 years, Nigeria has not seen a president that is determined to fix its healthcare system. Ask this president.
And he can't even do checkup in his country, but he's determined that
you can speculate as much as you want.
Daddy, listen to yourself.
You can speculate. You can speculate as much as you can. I'm not a physician, so I can't speak about that. But what I'm telling you is that Nigerians spend $2 billion in outbound medical tourism. They spend a lot more in education tourism, in all kinds of developmental tourism, and you're not talking about that. On the health side, we're fixing Nigerian healthcare system, that people don't have to go to Egypt for cancer treatment.
That's good.
That they would have access to the most.
I really admire that.
By the way, there are many people who, in fact, the miracle of vaccines protect their children against measles is still work in progress, and we're trying to fix it. There are many women who don't have skilled birth attendants.
Nigerians will stop going abroad, and hopefully you will get to the president as well. That someday you should be proud.
This president is just 1 year in office, and he began to put in place the building blocks.
The Nigerian president is confident in being treated in Nigeria. You should be proud as the health minister.
What evidence you have
that he travels abroad for treatment? That like half the sheriff. My last question, because I know they are saying that time is up. Are you doing anything, sir, because you say you don't want medical doctors to go abroad to practice, which is great. You want people to have easy access to medical doctors all over the country in Nigeria. But are you also doing anything? Are you put any policy in place to prevent politicians from going abroad? Because a lot of Nigerians believe that is what will fix the health sector if they are forced to receive treatment in their own country.
I think you misunderstood the policy. You took it upside down.
What happened now? Hello?
Now you go out, go.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know what happened to it. It just stopped. It just stopped strangely. There was just one point he wanted to make that I thought you guys should hear. I think she was just asking him just now, actually. I don't know what happened.
But that video is putting us to sleep, man. How long is the video, sir?
No, it's going to end soon. It's almost ended.
For the first time in Nigeria, which talks about incentives to keep them, enabling their work environment, providing enablements for their capacities to build,
did not
expand the training.
Their salary.
Look, I think you are taking elements to build the narrative.
It doesn't include increase in their salary.
Of course, the issue of adjustment of allowances are still in consideration.
So it's
in fact, we tend to look at the most simplistic solutions for a complex issue. There are not enough health workers in Europe. There are not enough health workers in the remote part of the United States.
In Nigeria.
And
why don't you just forward it to where you want us to hear, Abi? All this kind of stuff, man. These are not new now. These are new things.
Mike, okay, fine. Hold on.
Well, we are just watching a long video. I don't know why you always play long videos.
Why you? I don't know how you manage to pass one exam if you don't have patience. See, the point is
not watching video that's 20 minutes long now. Just to make one simple point. We all know it's not new. It's not something new.
No. They say I have to.
Who told you that you wrote the exam?
See, Mike, calm down. I get your point. See, the reason why I wanted to
forward it to where you want us to hear it, then we can hear it. But all these other irrelevant things we are listening.
No. I think that I just wanted you to get an idea of the way he.
But we all the idea of it. What we listen to, we already know the idea. We
calm down now. Okay, it's past now.
We hear every day on all these channels. Okay, the president. Hold on, the president should do this thing in Nigeria. We know that. But the main point we want us to hear, take us there so we can hear it. We don't have to listen to 30 minutes video.
You've done it. Okay, good. So the point is that you had a minister of this in health not understand that it's a bad idea for his leader to be traveling overseas at all. And the lady keeps asking him, Adiola keeps asking him over and over again. He doesn't see any issue with that at all. He keeps saying that it's health tourism. Your president
is he supposed to speak against his boss to Nigeria? The person that make you appoint you as minister, you be talking against him.
I get that. I get that point.
And so if you get that, so what is your? I don't understand, man.
No. I get that, but his loyalty is to the nation, not
really
to the president.
Really?
Yes, of course. Don't you get that?
How is that one even an issue now?
Why is it an issue?
No. The reason why it's an issue.
Why should we be bothering ourselves with that for now?
No, you shouldn't bother yourself that your president is going overseas. You know, 3 of them now in UK right now, in London. There. That is why your country is not functioning.
No.
But even this video that you play, to me, it's not an interview the way I look at it. It's just like the guy, maybe somebody was asking, it's not Adiola that is asking those questions. How can he be talking daddy? I don't think it's an interview.
It's skit. It's like skit.
Yeah, it's not an interview at all.
It's not a skit at all. One. Then you saw what he said at the end. This is serious, or you think this is a skit? This is real.
No, you don't understand what you are saying. Why? If you are talking about Mike, I don't even know how you pass the exam if you do one at all. The question we are telling you that this video that you just watch is like it's just extrapolated those questions on that video.
So hold on. So you don't understand the seriousness of what you just heard.
See, let's
You see, Nigerians are
If
part
you
of the
not,
what
problem.
the
oh
problem we
God.
have. We keep deceiving ourselves, right? And oh, the president must be in this hospital, it must be this, it must be that. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. This is more of a medical thing. Prior to this time, the president actually has medical history with an hospital, right? Probably has his personal doctor that he's been using. Now, we are saying, okay, transfer all those medical histories to someone else, right? Probably because we want it to be like that. And we kind of like bring issues from all those things, which for me, which I think what the minister is basically saying, rather than focusing on that, why not focusing on ensuring that more people have access to health care? Because if those are the questions that Adeola is asking, I think those are genuine questions. If Tinubu is having his, okay, probably now, let's say Tinubu is in Nigeria, he flies all his doctors to Aso Rock, right? And he has his medical and everything in Aso Rock, while majority of Nigeria do not have access to proper health care. So what's the difference?
Well, okay. If that's a fair point. The difference is that one, he remains in the country, and whatever doctors. No, let me finish my point. Whatever doctors that come in, they come in from overseas, and which our own security can manage. If you have your head of state travel to a foreign country for treatment, your nation is compromised.
No.
It's that simple.
No.
And the
no,
nation that you are going to is not just like a Togo or a nation that you are stronger than. If you are going
Okay,
to a
so
more
what do you want
advanced
us to
country,
do
you
about
need
that
that.
now? Yeah, what do you want us to do?
Pardon?
What do you want us to do about that?
What I want you to do
So we should
about
vote
that.
for Obi next time, right? Obi will not go abroad.
Hold on now. It's not about Obi. It's about doing the right thing. If the
Well, this
president decides
conversation
that
is not
he's going to do
that.
that,
Because we are asking our head
those
of
are not even the
Mike,
right thing.
enough. This is serious stuff. If it's too serious for you, then you can this thing just be quiet about it, because there are certain things that you guys you keep saying you want things to change, but you act as if when you see the chance to condemn certain things, you just pretend as if, oh no,
But
it's
to
okay. Let's
Naija,
carry on happening.
to Naija, if you listen to that interview, there are more important things that you can raise apart from this one.
No, what is more important
To
than
Naija,
the security of the nation?
is
Tell
not
me.
that is not
really
even,
they will bomb Nigeria
to
because
Naija, let me tell you something. When you are talking of security, that's not even security.
No, it's not.
Because for all these
You
ones,
hand your president to foreigners and you think
wait,
it's not.
forget about that one. Leave my president to foreigner is not even the issue. Because
Are you not see foreign doctor where you are?
leave
I'm
my
not the president of
president to
Nigeria.
foreigner.
Millions
Because
of
the
people are
same
not.
thing you said,
Short. Do you know the president of
it
Nigeria?
doesn't even make
They are
any
talking about
difference.
the amount. Do you know how many million people
You're not the only one
that
to
are on the
talk.
Nigerian
Let other people
president?
talk now. Let the man land his own statement too.
Mike, stop being irritating. You just
No,
talking
I'm not being irritating, but you seem like
just
don't let other people.
jousting. You're not contributing anything. You're just arguing
No,
constantly.
I'm just saying let someone else talk now. Other people want to chip in. It's like you don't give anybody.
Let us have a conversation instead of you just keep butting in.
Are we just here to be looking at you guys?
No, not at all.
I don't want to do monopoly of talking. Like you have monopoly of
If they want to talk, let them talk. I'm the one
But
that
I said the man is talking. Let the man. It's like everybody.
We are just here now. You have not said any of us. What are you contributing? What are you saying?
Just
Nothing
arguing
of-
negatively
we are
since
just-
you came. You just started arguing negatively. Most of the time we're arguing here. We're all doing it in a laugh, jokey way. You just come and start being negative constantly.
No, I'm not being negative now. I'm just saying give people a chance to talk to.
The final point. If you let me present the matter, other people can be able to get in.
You haven't presented enough.
Can you have not? Can you just stop? You're just being disruptive. What kind of child is this?
Who's being destructive? We are
being
let people talk now.
You don't even know what
We are
I'm
not
here
here to lecture us. Let people say their own.
Let me present the matter, then they can discuss it.
Which matter are you presenting?
Okay, now you see at the end when she was talking about the healthcare professionals in Nigeria, which everybody wanted to talk about, that what is their welfare and all the rest of it. His focus, do you notice that his focus is saying there are other countries that need doctors, so let's train them here and send our people over there. That was his focus. That we should be training our doctors to go overseas and work.
I can tell you about that space, right? I can tell you about that space because my wife is also a nurse. There is nothing you can do to hold Nigeria healthcare professionals from leaving that country. The only thing you can do is to ensure that you increase the quota of doctors, the quota of nurses, and have more people. So this issue of, oh, we don't want people to leave. People will definitely leave, right?
Now let me even just tell you
Because
something.
you see, your problem is that you would design a nation that shouldn't
Nigeria,
function, and you wonder why it doesn't work.
People, do you know the number of nurses that leave the UK to US every
exactly.
year?
That's what I was
But
saying.
none of them are coming to Nigeria. Don't you get it? There's a difference. We are going
Can
to
Nigeria
Antwerp.
pay them the
Nigeria,
same
tell us
way?
how we can get them to come to Nigeria. Tell us.
Can Nigeria pay them the
That
same
is so we
way?
can share with the president.
First of all, your government, your president should be using the national health care. If you use it, the other people will trust it more. Maybe other African leaders will start coming and we'll start getting proper health tourism. That's and when the healthcare sector start becoming stronger, more people will start getting
other doctors from UK for
Nigeria,
Now,
that's
you
not
tell
the
us how we
issue.
can get British doctors who migrated to Nigeria to come and find work.
I got your point. I got your point to Nigeria. That's okay because our political leaders, they are not emotionally invested in our system. I got that. But let's look away from that because we have to accept the fact that our health system, we've not developed to that point that we create some kind of urgency for foreign professionals to start trooping into our country. But we were there before, to the extent that even the King of Saudi, I hope this one was correct too. I don't want to just missound like that on TV again.
So, this one is
I know. Honestly, I've listened to so many leaders, and I believe that rubbish for a very long time. To be honest.
One time they told us
that rubbish. I just confirmed.
they said lion. The football turned to lion when we played against India.
I believe in that rubbish up to now because you know when people just now just went against. I said, okay, am I so stupid too? I just started to go. I said, I should have
but I
used
think
my
for
ChatGPT
Spain,
to
I think
confirm.
Spain is right though, because in Spain, the first TV station in Spain was actually in 1956.
No, see, look, even for the fact we're even saying France, it was a lie.
No, France
is
obviously a lie.
So
is it true that when Nigeria was playing India, football turned to lion?
No, all those ones.
India don't beat us 99 to 1.
That's not right now.
People talk nonsense.
That's not true. All those activist stuff in those days don't play football now. They don't play football in India now.
Steve, I know you didn't hear that story back in the days.
What about the one that you said that Awolowo in the moon? I can see him in the moon with his wife.
Or Teslim Balogun gave a shot and the goalkeeper his stomach burst or something like that.
Wow.
The shot was so hot. You do stuff in those days. So funny.
I'm sorry to have even tried to even narrate on that rubbish that I've heard over time. I'm happy that the thing was even debunked, and my GPT even did better job. I just put in my GPT and just told this.
Economic situation is the main thing that's making people to move. It's not only about
income too.
Income now.
If they offer you
income, you see, even UK now, healthcare workers are just using UK as like a stepping stone. Nobody want to stay in UK because in UK now, even as a healthcare worker, you can only pay your bills. You have nothing to say.
Let me tell you what happened to that healthcare space in UK. Now, if you come directly from Nigeria to Canada, you won't be able to practice. You will have to pass some exam. But if you are coming from South Africa, if you are coming from the UK, you get your license to practice immediately. So now what people will do is this.
No, Ola, that's not right.
I just confirmed this thing yesterday. Maybe I could confirm again. That's what I heard.
No, that is a profession that my wife is actually in. And if you want to practice in Canada, you need to write Canada NCLEX. You can't just go from UK and go directly to practice in Canada. It doesn't work like that.
Okay.
The NCLEX is universal. No specific.
NCLEX is not universal. There's a difference between NCLEX US and NCLEX Canada.
You are talking to a doctor too.
No, doctor. NCLEX is not for doctors. NCLEX is for nurses.
Let Larry,
I have nurses there that are doing it. They want to.
My own wife say. My own wife.
Larry, this thing I'm just telling you, I just heard of it yesterday.
Wait
so
now.
Listen to me first and get it.
Wait now. No.
Our doctors, they be coming to Canada.
Wait
They
now.
have conversion exam they used to do, even including lawyers.
Bros, I'm not talking about doctors. I'm talking about.
I'm just talking generally now.
No, let's see. This is a public platform, and people are hearing this. So when we say things, we use it also to educate people, right? So if a nurse is coming from Nigeria, like my wife, for instance, my wife was trained in Nigeria. She was working in Nigeria. She wrote her NCLEX from Nigeria, and she came to the US directly and got her green card at the port of entry, right? So if you are a nurse and you want to practice in Canada, why is difficult is it's not really easy for them to do that conversion for you to directly write NCLEX Canada. That's why most people prefer to write NCLEX US. So most people that you see, if a nurse goes to UK, for instance, so when the nurse is there, the one thing they want to focus on is to writing NCLEX US. That's why in most cases, most of Nigerian nurses don't go directly to Canada to practice. But if it's easier for you to practice in the US once you have the NCLEX. Because if you have NCLEX in the US, you can basically practice in any of the 50 states in the US.
No, now the same.
I think he's right. I'm just checking it now. I think he's right.
Just to,
you have to take that exam.
Larry, just to buttress Larry's point. My nephew, his wife, just passed that examination. He was an NHS nurse in the UK for like 6 years. He moved to Canada like 4 or 5 months ago, and she wrote that examination and she passed it. They celebrated it big. So that guy is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for the person, let me just for that person saying
Nigeria is spending $2 billion
for that
every year.
person saying, one person in the comment section is asking, do they write NCLEX in Nigeria? So basically, they don't write NCLEX in Nigeria, but most people from, like my wife, for instance, went to what's this country? Philippines. She wrote her NCLEX in Philippines, and now people are now beginning to write NCLEX in South Africa. They're also writing NCLEX. They've just opened NCLEX Center in Kenya. So Nigerians are going to Kenya to write NCLEX. Unfortunately, Nigeria is not really giving that because of all those things that, malpractice and several other things. But prior to this time, there was an exam that people were writing called CGFNX. So they were writing CGFNX in Nigeria, but most people don't write CGNX again. So you can actually write NCLEX straight. So that's why I said, do you know the number of nurses, at least from my wife's side, right? The number of nurses, because every day it's an open thing, right? If not because of recently that probably, there's been delay and everything, because it's easy. Once you are trained in Nigeria, it's is a respected country when it comes to nursing compared to some other African countries. There are African countries that don't even have that opportunity to directly write NCLEX and come to the US and practice straight. So for the minister to be talking like that, he knows what he's saying, because you can't even stop them.
But Larry, also, you said we are giving information. Don't give us information. You can't just write NCLEX directly. Also, you have to write either your IELTS or your OET before you can do NCLEX now.
You can.
But what kind of minister though? What kind of minister just trains their people to go and work for other people? What kind of plan is that? No. Like I've been in the UK, I've never seen the UK minister working to send their people overseas. What kind of people are that?
Okay, Simba, let me answer you. So you can without writing IELTS. IELTS is just test of English. So IELTS is basically needed when you want to come in for your immigration. It's not because the fact that you don't write IELTS, because you can get your license. Take, for instance, a lot of people go.
Which one, if you want to go, which one do you initiate first? You initiate your immigration first, because that one it takes times.
No. You don't even initiate your immigration before writing NCLEX. Immigration is the last point, because at that point, let me tell you,
do you know that NCLEX doesn't get expired? but your IELTS and your OET can get expired.
Wait now.
Yes, the IELTS is for 2
Before you
years,
start,
and,
before you
and
start
it's for immigration.
Okay.
Okay.
And mind you, you know
I'm
that
just saying this. This is just because this is just an information that I'm giving publicly, and probably for people that actually have access to this. Now the thing is this.
Okay, Larry, you will continue. One thing I know here is that if you are coming as a certified nurse in Nigeria, you can still practice at a lower
Hold
level
on, this is not
environment.
a session about certification of nurses. It gets boring. How many people knows anything about certification processes?
But you say it get boring. Larry is talking, Simba is talking, Remy is talking, and people are engaging in this comment section now. Abba, is it really
Let
boring?
me see who is engaging in the comment section.
I can
Nigeria
see Ben.
has
No,
good
why?
people.
Because he cannot contribute now. He knows nothing
No,
about
I
it.
know
That's why
it's a very
he's
simple
feeling.
When
competition.
Tunaja is not talking,
Hold
Tunaja is
on.
be bored.
You guys like to talk. I think the thing is that I think you guys, it looks like our people enjoy talking about things that are like
No, people in the
procedural
comment section seem to be enjoying
stuff.
it now. At least someone is
No, they
correcting me.
are, I don't
Ola,
see that though.
that's
They are
not
just saying
good.
Nigeria
You know that if Tunaja is not talking, Tunaja cannot breathe. You know, it's not. It's like shark that's not swimming.
They say Nigerians are good in medicine. It's not like they know too much
Okay,
about
see Ben
NCLEX.
Aroko now. He said India are on the moon. Why Nigeria remain? See, people are
to
enjoying it
Nigeria,
because
please,
people are
please
responding.
Yeah,
calm
but that
down.
is not about NCLEX now. That's about the main topic.
The main topic is at least migration of our health workers. But
Yes.
if you cannot prevent it, then we can make money out of it. But Nigerian government is not making anything out of it. All these health workers that we train with subsidized education, the Nigerian government supposed to be benefiting from. Other countries like Egypt, Cuba, and even Kenya and all those other countries, they benefit, the government benefit from all those people that they migrate. And the funny thing, the way Nigerian government is not getting involved in the migration of our health workers. So it's also is making those countries that are recruiting them to shortchange them.
Yes.
Yeah, well, now you
So
see
that's
exactly
the
what I
new
mean. Sorry,
Simba.
Larry.
Have you
Hold on.
seen the new bill?
Larry, hold on. Now you've been talking. See, that is where what I'm concerned about. Their attitude to it is like we train them, they go and work for other people. They don't look to tap into it because
They
some
have
of all these
worked
people may never come back.
to
They will
Nigeria.
have
They've
children there, they will
worked
never
on
come back
that.
again.
They have worked on that. That's what I want to say.
What did they work on?
Right? There is a bill.
He doesn't know anything. There's a bill there
There
already.
is a bill that has just been signed, right? And what that bill says is, if you are an employer, take for instance now, you are an employer in the US. Part of what you are supposed to do is to also invest into educating more people. So now, if you are taking a nurse, if you are taking a nurse out of the US, you should be able to also invest in training extra nurses in Nigeria. So that's what they've actually worked out. If you look at, probably you've been hearing one or two things about nurses issues, like probably like for like 6 months now. So these are things that they are trying to work out. Prior to this time, it's always been everybody go freely.
Like that was they stop even the verification. They just open it back.
They open the portal again.
No, I don't understand what you just said. Did you say that if they bring people from the West or from Nigeria to the West to go and train them there? I don't understand what you mean. Let me explain it properly, but I didn't get that.
Okay, so there is this issue of reciprocity, which means that let's say you are a recruiting agent for nurses in Nigeria. Let's say, okay, probably let me look at one of the popular ones, probably Avance or O'Grady, right, or Passport USA, that goes to Nigeria, take a whole lot of nurses, take them out to the US. So basically, they are also committed to also invest in nursing schools in Nigeria, which means that can actually allow you to take out, but as you're taking out, you are also investing in training more. So in that case, it is now those foreign people that will be the ones to invest. What government just did is to increase the quota, and which they've just done. So nurses, there is a quota every year in terms of the number of nurses that has to be trained in Nigeria. So they've increased that. So if they can do that, which means that increasing that quota, rather than government investing in training those people, subsidizing their education, and you taking them out, you also committed to also invest in training more people.
Okay, I get your point. The question then is The devil is in the detail, isn't it? How much are they contributing versus how much they are taking out?
Go and do your research yourself.
Larry, the way the other countries do it, let me tell you, by the time they are recruiting, you understand, they have an agreement with the country that is recruiting them, certain percentage of their salary. You understand? That
Needs to come to
they
Nigeria.
used to come to Nigerian government, exactly. They will
No,
come
it
to their
needs
country.
to, because normally there's what they call tax treaties that they have, because I've dealt with this issue before, that because our government seems to be encouraging our people to travel overseas without any way of getting the funds back that they've invested in all these people. So if like in the Nigeria has tax treaty with the UK, but I don't know what we don't know the detail of the tax treaty. So maybe we are not even getting anything out of it. Like America now, American citizens, whenever they travel anywhere in the world, they have to pay tax to the country, no matter where you are in the world. But you don't see that in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have any way of retrieving the wealth they've
The
invested in.
Nigerians that benefited from Nigerian government, they will be after that is why Nigerians are enjoying living abroad after they have been trained in Nigeria, because because they are trained cheaply. They have no loan that they are servicing. Everything that they are getting is very
Yeah,
lucrative,
but
and
it's
that's why
a
you see
bad
people
trade.
doing it.
No.
They're doing a very bad trade.
I want to ask Tunaja one question. Okay, Tunaja, look at it this way. Assuming you are an American now, you work in Canada, let's say in Toronto. After taxing you, like say, let's say 35%. Let's say you earn 100,000 a year and they tax you for 35%, and they remove some kind of retirement benefit. Maybe your total take home at the end of the year is around 55,000. Are you saying the US is still going to tax you on that? NAFTA is what we
Yeah.
used to. NAFTA, no, they won't.
No. If you are a US citizen and you go overseas to go and work, you will still be taxed no matter what.
That's not true.
Okay.
There's a difference between corporation. Wait, there's a difference between corporation and payee, an individual. So don't mix them up.
Oh no. I think the way to do that is through tax treaty. No, you do pay, but it's through tax treaty that they swap. The government they swap.
Tunaja, let me tell you the way they do it here. What they used to do, even before they would tell them this is the amount they are going to get. You understand? They've already had that agreement. In fact, it's not open. It's not open to the employees. You understand what I'm saying? Let's say they said, okay, they want to get you as a nurse, and they would just tell you that, okay, $2,000 or $3,000 is your salary per month. Before they agree on that $3,000, certain percentage of your money, maybe ordinarily it's supposed to pay more than that. So if it pays you, you take it. You understand? It's already going to your government.
And what is the guarantee that the Nigerian government is getting anything out of this people? Have you ever
They are not getting anything now. Everybody's just going free.
That's the problem now. And sorry. What I find problematic about this is that you see how we sell our people into slavery. This is almost like a modern one. If you don't have any way
issue is why are we focused even on health workers alone? It's only health workers that Nigerian government actually subsidize their education. No, everybody.
No. It's just that the minister himself that made maybe that's why I believe, because he was focused on it, like he wants to send people overseas. It's our. He was like, oh, they need our staff. Like, is it your job to supply them people?
To Niger, don't deceive yourself. Don't deceive yourself. What the minister has just done is he has actually done the major thing, which is trying to look for solution.
Because all these people overseas, this solution, we've had it before, you remember?
Wait, no, we've never had this solution
when
before.
we're selling our people into slavery. What is the difference now?
I don't want slavery or no
what
slavery.
Is the difference?
This is not slavery.
What is slavery? You send them overseas.
Who is sending who overseas? The government, the one sending people overseas. Why are you talking about slavery?
Because didn't you hear what he said? They create the condition, they train the people so that they can go overseas to go and serve.
Do you hear what the minister said? Basically, the minister is making you to understand that you can't stop people from moving to anywhere they want to move to.
And you can see that they are the ones creating the conditions. He literally said
somebody is telling you that
need workers.
Oh, I don't like this kind of argument. You can continue.
Didn't you hear him say those people need workers?
I've told you, probably go and read. If you want to help yourself to Niger, take your time, take like 10 minutes, go and read those bills. Probably you understand better.
I asked you about the numbers so that I can understand, but you say you don't
that's why I said, because having this kind of arguments, it's not really going to be fruitful.
Okay, maybe it's not fruitful, but the point is that if something is happening and you have the numbers to, make a valid case that okay, they are taking a lot of money from these agencies to make up for the amount of people that are going away. See, you don't understand my own problem here. My own problem is that we are not stopping bad habits that we've had in the past.
That is not a bad habit. Let me tell you the truth. In any country, everybody have a right to move to wherever they want to be in search of opportunity. So if you are training Nigeria as a nurse, if you have an opportunity to move abroad to work there, who's going to stop you? Even the government put that, and we are not. Listen, we are a democratic nation. This is not an authoritarian society. This is a democratic country. If you want to do something, that's to be the people have to negotiate or dialogue or legislation. And according to the Nigerian government, what they are trying to put in place is a good thing.
What does democracy give
So
us?
what you are trying to say is to curtail them to stay in Nigeria. That is not.
No. My issue is that the minister should be focusing on building a health system that is fully functional, not sending it overseas.
Even if you're going to do that, it's not going to be in 1 day or 1 year or 2 years. It has to be a good plan for the next 10 years. And as we know, it's a democratic.
Not when you have that kind of mindset.
No,
not when you have that kind of mindset. You will
what,
never
what
build
they
your
are,
own.
what they are doing, let me tell you, what they are doing is that, according to what people have been saying, education is subsidized in Nigeria. If I were government, I would make most of these public institutions to be semi-autonomous. When you make them like that, the people that goes in to do nursing or medicine, they pay more higher tuition fee than the rest, or maybe engineering, or the so-called bigger professions. When you do like that, then you create a standard. But when you do like that in Nigeria, a lot of you guys will be shouting, "Is it not that education supposed to be free? Everything's supposed to be free."
I hear what you're. No. I'm not saying. I never do that.
So even
Larry,
let
what is
me
that
say
bill you are
something.
talking about? Larry, what is the bill you're talking about? Let me get the name so that I
No,
can
go
review.
and look at. There's an health. Just Google the latest health.
But what is all this conspiracy theory against health workers?
I don't
Why
even know.
why is the focus on
Let me
health
even
workers
say
alone?
something.
Why not
No.
everybody?
Because of the minister, I'm just saying that the mindset
It's
of
not the
our
minister.
leaders.
It's not the minister. It's not only the minister. Everybody has been talking about it.
Yeah, you know
So
the
you
thing
think
is this.
okay, it's only
People
health.
are even Simba. People are even like nurses now. People are even saying, "Oh, government, they subsidize people and all these things." How about take for instance now, my wife, for instance, she went to private school, right? Even before she went to the university, she went to a private school that pays, as at that time, they were paying like 500,000. And this was something around 500,000, something around 2000, and I think around 2003, 2004. And after she left there, she went to Bangkok, right? And at that point,
1 million tuition fee.
so at that point, are you telling me that government has any right over her? No.
No.
Because she paid her tuition. It's not like government is subsidizing Bangkok.
Let me even tell you. Let me tell you now.
Your wife you are talking about is also the same. My nephew's wife also went to Bangkok. And after that, she went and practiced in UK immediately as an NHS nurse. After about some few years, she just moved to Canada this year. Right? Wrote that examination you are talking about.
Remy, even now, if you have your child in a private university in Nigeria studying medicine, you pay as much as 6 million, 7 million annum.
Per year. You see now.
So now, if I've invested in my child, and then he or she will now come out and be earning 300,000 or 400,000. What kind of investment is that?
It's not enough.
So nobody can prevent such a. So even whatever law they are passing, they should also look at it.
Simba, I'm surprised you are contradicting yourself now. Because you guys, you are among those people that are saying education is subsidized in Nigeria. But over time and time, we've been able to debunk this fact that the pricing is relative to your earning power. So because the problem we are doing here is this now, we are comparing the cost of education in America and the United Kingdom to, to what is in Nigeria without comparing the minimum earning, what you can earn in America or Canada to what you can earn in Nigeria. So that is where we are missing this thing. So
no, what are we missing there? What are we missing there? We are talking about public institution and private institution. You said we are missing something.
Let's clarify it.
Ola, can I
Education
ask
is
you a quick question?
subsidized.
Sorry,
Simba,
Larry.
please.
I quickly want to ask Ola a question.
Simba, please just give me like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Let's clarify this. Education in Nigeria is subsidized for public institutions.
Exactly.
So when you say education is subsidized in Nigeria, it's only subsidized for public institutions.
Public institutions, yes.
Sorry, I
Education is
never
not subsidized.
Okay, why do you think education is subsidized for public institutions? Because I can tell you, even where you pay 40,000 tuition fee in Canada, I can still tell you that education is still subsidized in Canada, even for 40K. If you don't know.
So okay, Ola, the question I want to ask is this: your narration. Look, the people that are sending their children to school, maybe to higher institution, even if they work for government, their pay is not level 1. So it depends on which level.
No, don't even go to the pay. Whatever Ola is talking about, even if they are paid 40,000 in Canada and still subsidized, subsidy is different from subsidy. You cannot compare a university. If you have my daughter in a private university in Nigeria, and I know how much I paid for her, and I know what they are paying in public institution, it's not even comparable at all. You are talking about somebody studying medicine wait, see, let me finish now. Let me finish. Paying 200,000 that you can even pay for a term for a nursery and primary school for annual tuition fee for a university. Then the same cost in private universities is 7 million naira. And you are saying we should not be talking about subsidy.
Simba, when they are subsidizing, you will say that subsidy will be intentional. I will be paid that you will see it, the policy glaringly, not the one we are assuming the way we are assuming it now. Now, look at it this way. Afe Babalola University, probably average tuition fee there per annum, let's put it around 7 million. But look at Afe Babalola University. He's even has its own independent power plant. He has some kind of security infrastructure. As of today now, Afe Babalola is among the top 200 universities, although depending on the agency. There's a school I went to, Afe Babalola University is even rated higher than that school. One of the schools I went to. Now, what I want you to look at is this. Though the facility there is matching what they are demanding because they ask for money to provide facilities. But when you go to all these public institutions we are talking about, someone is going to universities in Nigeria, you say you are studying computer science. You don't have computer science lab. They are writing everything on the blackboard. And someone is having access to my computer. Probably that my computer maybe it's like a workstation, like maybe it's costing the school like let's say $7,000 to put it there, $7,000. And you are now telling me that the one that is going to the one where they have a workstation of 7,000 is paying full fee, and because the one that is attending, let's say Obafemi Awolowo University, that they are writing program for on the board that has no computer to practice, is now paying 1 million instead of 7 million. You are now telling me they subsidize. No, the thing is this. You are
telling me that don't mind Ola. Probably you went to a public institution to.
Simba,
you want to tell me.
And the doctors you found out
where I for going not for public institution. My parents get money to go to private.
What you are saying now, what you are saying now, I want to just take you on it. Majority of the nurses and doctors or health practitioners or engineers that find themselves in abroad, I can categorically tell you that 85% of them went to Nigerian public university.
That's not the issue.
That is the no, because you are making comparison that you get a standard and quality for 7 million compared to 200,000.
Uncle Remy.
Not Uncle Remy.
we have high school here now. We have high school. You know, we have junior high, we have a senior high. Now, right from that senior high, now, if you want to learn mechanic, if you want to learn electrical job, right there, you have automobile, you have facility to even learn all those things. You feel it. Not that someone will be telling you theory. Now, a school that is equipped like that, now, if that school is supposed to cost 10,000 naturally, and the government has said, okay, you are not going to pay more than 500, that is subsidy. But when you don't even have that equipment at all,
so you are saying that the facilities that we have in our public institution is the price that our people are paying. Is that what you are saying?
Honestly, that's what I think.
It's not true. It's not true. Forget about it. That is not true.
I've just reviewed some of the policy. I saw some information regarding this that Nigerian government plans to bring back 12,400 jackpot doctors. And at the core of it, I think this may be what Larry was trying to explain. He said something about for every one doctor they receive, they have to also fund the training of another in Nigeria. That's not necessarily directly. It's just like one-on-one training. So you receive a fully fledged trained doctor, and then they start training another one in Nigeria. Personally, that is not this thing. I don't know how that is going to work. The only one I see that might benefit us is they start returning back.
Let me tell you one thing. Once you start giving all those people conditionality, they will just look away from you. You understand? They will look away from you and collaborate with another country.
No, the people that they are sending, is it their citizens or Nigerians, doctors that are working with them?
They can never
No, they're not sending their people back. They are just saying they will use some money, they will get some money back to Nigeria so that they will train, they will use that money to train Nigerian healthcare workers. So in other words, we're just training them for them to go back again. If the chain keeps going on like that, what do you think is going to happen?
So
you pay for them to go overseas, then they train another one in Nigeria again, because they're not saying train 5, they are saying one-on-one. If they said one go, you train 2. After all, it's cheaper to train people in Nigeria, but they are training one-on-one. That seems like not a fair deal.
The advantage that Nigeria has in the UK, all those we are talking about, is English. They can see. If these people knows that Nigeria is becoming too expensive for them, they will find alternative. Larry, don't say they will not look away.
No,
they may not. They may look away for the next 5-10 years.
You know why I said they will not look for alternative? Because out of all the countries they are taking nurses from, Nigeria is probably the cheapest.
No, Larry, ask yourself question.
In Africa, wait now.
No, if you go to francophone country,
wait now.
France.
The countries that major US recruiting agencies take nurses from, right, are Nigeria. They can take a little bit from Ghana. They take from Kenya, and they take from Zimbabwe.
All English speaking.
Right. So those are the basic countries. No, it's not even English country, because there are some English countries that the US that they are.
No, you are not getting me. French-speaking country take nurses
There are some English countries
training our people for nothing.
There are some English countries in Africa that they don't take nurses from, basically because their nursing education, it's not at par with what we have in Nigeria. So that's another restriction. Don't forget that nursing is just not anything that you just take anybody to. Before you even take it to, you're even able to even bring nurses to the US. There are a lot of things that you have to go through. Because
sorry, Larry. Tonight, can you check the private chat? I put a link there. I think it's it's worth discussing about it. Larry, sorry, tonight.
Larry, if you want to study nursing in Nigeria, could you believe that the requirement is the same thing as medicine? Because even people are now prefer to study nursing than medicine, because it's easier for them to japa than doctors. So if you want to do BSc nursing now, the same WAEC requirement, the same JAB requirement, that's what the university are demanding.
Yeah,
because of the competition. A lot of people, yes.
Yeah, because there is a lot of people now, because nursing in Nigeria now, to even get nursing admission in Nigeria is hot. Because
And that's what I'm telling you.
Because
that's what I'm saying. That is the same JAMB requirement, the same cutoff.
Now, because nursing is and you know the thing is this. Now, aside all those agencies, like probably like 6-7 years ago, I can name like, probably like 4 agencies that I know that are probably recruiting from Nigeria. But today, even there are a lot of Nigerians that are also into that, because that's another business.
No, it's a lot of business. So it's if you see the people that are engaging in it, they make millions in dollars. Because even the money that they are charging the health workers now to migrate, they don't charge in naira, they charge in dollars.
See, our mumu wear trousers. I'm telling you, man, the way we behave is really scary. Like in the UK now, you know that there are many jobs you want to do now. You have to sign security clearance to do it, and they prevent some people to work for, like, you can't work for China, you can't work for this one. When I think what Simba was saying, oh, we are free to do whatever we like. No, Western countries too, you're not free to do whatever you like as a workforce. You can't just walk off and just go and work anywhere you like. And we just give our people like they are nothing.
So
to other people, we
Nigeria,
don't value life, and that thing's going to cost us again.
To Nigeria, for a nurse to leave Nigeria to come to US, averagely that process takes 2 years.
Averagely, minimum
of 2 years for that process.
Okay,
right?
okay, guys.
And
let me start. Let me stir this place up a little bit. See, when I told Larry that they will look into other places the other time, you said no. Let me tell you something. Now, the statistics is saying that as of now, we have about 13,700 Nigeria trained nurses working in the UK, right?
How many?
About 13,700.
Oh yeah, they said Nigerians make up for 25% of NHS now. That is
now.
Crazy.
Do you know how many from India?
No, you can't be comparing us with India.
India is a giant now, probably more.
You got, that's what I'm saying. I say if it begin the question is
no, it's not now. That one is not about looking. They've been there before us.
Yeah, that's a tiny amount compared to the size of
the Indians have been there before us.
So if you are looking at probably they want to move, you look at another country in Africa, right?
I think now they focus more on Ghana, and because of the issue that Nursing Council of Nigeria was giving Nigerian
Nursing Council. It's not even
Ghana. India is not like Nigeria. India is a nuclear power, a space-faring country. It's
so
not
the problem why some of them are moving away from Nigeria now is because of the visa. What do they call it? There's a delay. At a point, India had that delay. I think Nigeria has a delay now.
Even presently, right? I think there is a ban on Nigerians going to UK.
No, there's no ban. There's no ban.
There's a ban. There's a ban. You can, and most of if you see any, I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm not talking about Nigerians general. I'm talking about health workers, Nigerian health workers. Let me tell you, anyone that you see migrating to UK, they migrate through another country.
No, I still have people that I still have people that are going to UK next month. So
yeah, they do.
People are going every day. I still have people that are going to UK next month. I just wrote their IELTS in Abuja. People they go to UK. So what happened in particularly with the UK?
That's IELTS are 419, honestly.
What do you say?
IELTS is 419.
No, they use
it to make money. It's just they just use it to make money.
Canada has already exempted Nigerian students writing out. It's only UK that is.
UK, Australia.
I think that minister was lying because UK is showing that
Canada is not exempting in Nigeria.
I read something like that before.
Baba, they are not accepting Nigeria.
Do you know how much they are charging now?
No, Ola.
I
hear you.
The thing is this:
they exempt.
So they exempt.
I said they are not accepting.
IELTS is true. Do you guys know IELTS is true?
No,
there's
Larry,
different types of IELTS.
Just 30 seconds. Let me complete my statement with Simba. See, it never reach. See, they accept that for you to come to school. Yeah, they know you want to stay right. When you want to become a PR, that I had to know right that time. You go right time. They are waiting for you. So initially, you will write it later.
That is cheating.
Okay.
They want you to bring in the money, and then later you go.
And why should somebody you learn in their domain? They trained you. At the end of the day, you don't understand English again. That same English that you used to write your exam and pass. What kind of rubbish is that?
You will be sure before that even if you were born in England and you call yourself Briton, you will write. Yeah, don't go. Except the things that change.
It shows you that they are just using it to make money. It's not because of anything.
Yeah, they talk now. I see. Look at how I tackle people. If you ask me now,
Ola, all this country, they have a lot of advantage, a lot of sources they make money from. You see how many people apply for American visa every day that they deny, and they make billions of dollars from that. IELTS. There's so many things they have advantage. In fact, we should just forget about it. What we have.
Problem of Simba, you were asking about the problem of health workers in the UK. Do you know what happened? It was IELTS issue, and the exam they did malpractice. There was malpractice in Nigeria, high-skilled malpractice in Nigeria with IELTS and the nursing exam. So a lot of Nigerian nurses did that malpractice, and the UK caught them. So basically what they did was they had to cancel licenses. They had to make people go write those exams again in the UK, and some licenses were totally cancelled.
Larry, let me quickly correct something. That thing is not limited to Nigeria. You understand?
No. I'm talking about they can.
No. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Even not generally, certification today, whether be Microsoft, whether be whatever.
That's not what I'm saying now.
I know.
I'm talking about a problem that is currently on board with Nigeria, with Ibadan. It was Ibadan Center and Benin Center.
No, I know. I'm saying issue of malpractices generally is not limited to Nigeria.
No, I'm not saying malpractice. You don't understand. Simba was talking about probably they stopped Nigerian medical professionals from going to the UK, and I'm trying to give him what actually happened.
Hey, Simba. Simba, can you hear me? Hey, I just came back from Nigeria, so I traveled through Doha Airport in Qatar, and in that airport, there are thousands of people working there, and let me say hundreds of people, and they are all black, all like Africans. I was surprised though. Like, what's going on? Like, that's the first airport I went to where everybody working there are Africans.
All their people are rich. They have a lot of money. So
do you know the population?
I thought I was in a black country. That was the first time in my life I went to an advanced airport and everybody working there are black and they're all professionals. They did. They did a good job.
They are just like 300K.
Mike, they are the blacks in that airport. They are almost. They will be up to 60%.
Those blacks that you see, they are East Africans, so majority of them
they look East Africans. Yeah, they look all East Africans.
No. They have a lot of
that is what Kenya. You know, Kenya has a lot of treaties with all these GCC countries. Yeah. You understand? They don't allow any. This one that we are focusing on our health workers alone in Nigeria, and then we say no. Even ordinary maid, you know, that go and be doing all this maid job in all those countries. They have an agreement with Kenya government and Ethiopia.
Yes.
You understand?
What kind of human beings do we have running our countries? Even it's like,
but these people, they were so professional. You won't believe they are black people.
You know, they have.
Because let me tell you, any slight mistake like this, you are gone. And the law is so strict. The law is so strict that any malpractice, before you know it, you are already in prison. So there's no room for any channel. All these are black shenanigans. There's no room for it. No room.
Oh boy, I was
And
stunned, man.
you know, the thing is, most of those things are being facilitated by their government. So, you know, Kenya has very strong relationship with the Asian, with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, particularly mostly all those Asians. And that's why I see that most of the trade that goes to Kenya, take for instance now, their crude, their petrol. Kenya don't buy petrol from every other place that will buy petrol from. They basically buy their petrol from Saudi Arabia. And most of their trade are towards that side. That's
So,
why
but let me ask you though, as a leader, let's say you become president of Nigeria and you be comfortable like having your people go overseas, you sign this type of agreement so your people can go overseas to go and work.
No, I don't have a see. This is it. You see, I don't have a problem with people leaving. The basic thing I'll be focusing on is how do I take advantage of people leaving, and then kind of like bringing things back.
I
Take for
can't hear
instance, look
you
at the
anymore. I don't know
model of
whether it's just me.
wait. Look at the model of India.
Is it just me?
What's that?
No, sorry, I couldn't hear you anymore. Repeat that. I think I wasn't hearing you for some reason.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
So if I'm a president, I don't have a problem with people leaving. The major thing I'll be focused on is how do I take advantage of that? And I'll be using the India model. India today, do you know the number of people that India themselves, India government send out of India to go to US schools? But the basic thing is just that if you're able to take advantage of that, if you are talking about tech in India today.
You mean like bringing them back? Bringing the ones that have acquired brain, bring them back. I mean, bring in.
No, you might not even need to bring them back, right? You might, if the country is all right.
I think what Nigeria is supposed to be doing is put some
they are supposed
measures
to
in
invest.
where you attract you attract all the people that have advanced, Nigerians that have gone out there and acquire so much brain and things like that. Something as simple as maybe create some kind of special status or some kind of incentive where or some kind of special card or ID or some kind of something where you're in Nigeria, you've advanced to this level, you can acquire this level of status and just something like that. Just give them reason to always come back. You understand? So those people, they are not out there just waste as a waste or just
exactly.
giving their
Mike, I will dedicate at least $1 to $2 billion just for those groups alone because they are very, very important. You bring them back, you give them the right the environment and give them the tools, they will create jobs. They will
exactly
create jobs.
That's what I'm saying. Like almost if you look at Nigerians in diaspora, for example, many of them come from there. I'm talking about we are in the tens of thousands. They are making at least, if not $1 million or close to $1 million a year. You understand? Where one of their 1 month salary can transform a village. And most of them come from these villages that are still backward in Nigeria. When the government can just, if you just give them this one status, one kind of reason why they can just be coming, they don't have to come on permanently, where they can just be connected. You understand? And they can just that capital, they can just bring, because I literally know Nigerians, like people that be. Let me make this point. Hold on. I know Nigerian, like even one of my professors like that has been in the UK and US since the 70s. And this man have made so much. He has advanced savings. He has he's everything. And this man died here in America. And all his wealth, everything stays in America. Everything has attained everything. So nothing went back to the homeland. So I'm like, wow.
Okay, Mike, I'll quickly comment on what you said. Then I'll ask my question to Larry. First and foremost, people, when they stay in abroad far too long, sometimes, most of these guys, sometimes they don't want to go back anymore. Some might want to go back because of other reasons or factors. So even if you put the incentive out there that, okay, this is what you get, it does not mean that the generality of them would like to move back to Nigeria.
Remy, not necessarily move back. Not necessarily move back, Remy. They don't have to. They don't have to move back. Okay, I don't abandon where I did, but connected. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
even the time we live in,
I don't think we are not so patriotic. Don't let us be comparing ourselves with the Indians. The models of India cannot work with Nigerians.
So,
we are
Larry,
so polarized, divided that it cannot work. You see some people causing themselves.
Remy,
yeah.
Remy, can you hear me? Yeah, let me quickly say this. This is a personal to me. My father-in-law has been living in Australia for 50 years. I married their daughter 10 years ago. He's been telling me the day I married their daughter, he's going back to Nigeria. He's still in Australia making money. It's not ready to go back to Nigeria. He's been telling me 10 years ago that I will soon move to Nigeria.
They don't know how to connect back with that society. That's why.
They never come back again. That's my concern.
And that's why the government have
when are you going back to Nigeria?
Yeah.
Only with everything that has happened, for now, I'm not going. It's almost 10 years now. So it's very difficult, my brother. Even with only your health, if it is only my health, I'll still stay in abroad. That I know that if anything happens to me today, my health is being taken care of. Forget about all of the other things.
But Thomas, that's what the government have to fill in.
The
Nigerian government have to fill in because you need these brains, you need these people. We have to fill in that.
There's brain, no? There is
you
brain.
Understand? The economy is on here, so government have to create special.
Mike, there is brain. There is brain. Nigeria waste. They are not wasting in abroad, but should have done many things in that country.
In Nigeria,
like my father-in-law now is an engineer for almost 45 years.
Yeah.
Engineer for 45 years in this country.
They've learned so much. Even their mentorship alone, being Nigeria, just mentoring other the small engineers or even college students, the student Nigeria transferring brains, knowledge students, like a library, just teaching them stuff, just mentoring. Just their brain alone, transferring it to that society, they can contribute a lot. And this is what, if you have serious government, you're supposed to tap into these people. Just know that they exist out there. Figure a way to create some kind of accommodation for them in Nigeria where they know that, hey, the government have created some kind of venue for me to just land, so special status of where I can come and the things I'm worried about, they're taking care of it for me. So all I have to do is just, land there. Government have covered me. They cover my insurance. They can create like an insurance.
Mike. So if you are in the office now, you will do these things you are saying, Mike, isn't it?
Yeah, that's number one thing I would do.
That is my concern, that the ones there right now are not thinking like that.
Let's it a little bit. I want to
ask you said you want to ask a question.
Larry this question. Just that yesterday, the Nigerian government makes Dangote the sole seller of diesel in Nigeria. So also the Naira exchange. I mean, the Naira buy crude in Naira. So, Larry, quickly, I just want you to tell us that what would be the short-term gain for Nigerian government through this, and what would be our long-term gain? That's my question.
No, the short-term gain, it's what is so obvious to all of us, right? Just look at it. The fact that, number one, there's no need of government helping anybody to source for dollar, and there's no need of CBN subsidizing dollar for anybody, right? Which means that pressure, aside the fact that Dangote or no Dangote, as of today, that pressure is out. And number two, the fact that Dangote is even with this swap, this Naira crude of a thing, the fact that Dangote is even able to refine that thing and get several things from it, not just focusing on petrol and diesel, the other things that is also going to get from it, which he is also going to, in the short time, export. Now, I'm not talking about petrol and diesel. I'm talking about those other derivatives. Because there are some derivatives like
in the next 90 days, is that possibility that the Naira will appreciate against the dollar?
No, in the next 90 days, now this is it. In the next 90 days, in as much as CBN is as hands off from giving anybody, because every month what happens is that every day CBN look for ways, put some dollars for some guys to import. Now, if CBN is not doing that, so what that means is just that there is no pressure everything will just be focused on Dangote. And in the next 90 days, what we can see, it might not really be huge, but at least we'll start seeing some impact. Right? And now, I've seen people said, oh, Nigeria is going to lose money, by not selling crude in dollars. And I'm still finding it difficult to understand how they think we are going to lose money.
I don't think we are not going to lose
No, we are not losing money.
I've even seen some people, some people that I respect go on TV, all these, on TV in Nigeria, now everybody is
a liar. Do you know that Femi Falana, that son, do you know that the reason why I cannot take VDM to court is because February this year, there is no cyber stalking or cyber security stalking anymore in Nigerian constitution. So there's no basis for him to take him VDM to court anymore. So all those everybody that hide under that thing is no more possible anymore.
So I've seen some people, people that how they hype them on TV and they say some things.
They're just liars, man.
Me personally, I sit down and look at some of those things. I'm like, does this thing really make sense? But Nigeria now, Nigeria like anybody that say things they want to hear and he's saying the truth and all those things. But if you look at it deeply, Nigeria is going to gain more. And I've always said it here that probably God just wants to help
from
Nigeria.
Dangote?
What do you say?
Did you say Nigeria was going to gain more from Dangote refinery?
No, Nigeria is going to gain more. Now, I'm not saying Nigeria is going to gain more in terms of reduction in price. Right?
Oh, no. I think we'll gain from that too.
Yeah, we'll get, but it's not immediate. So that
no, not immediate. I think it's in medium term.
Yeah,
maybe
so
before the election, actually.
So that will make people have that orientation that
I think when Nigeria will gain more is that when that CNG, most commercial vehicles in Nigeria, about 60% of them or 50% of them now started using gas.
Yeah, we're talking about that yesterday, but it's going to be difficult. You know why it's going to be difficult?
Yeah.
Because federal government cannot do that thing alone. Until you have
if they give it to private people, they will gouge the price, man.
Until you have state government,
exploit our people again.
Private people
are wicked human beings. Really.
Yeah, because what you see today, they say federal government gives 60 buses to these states, and I'm like, it's just like you are dropping something.
I think what they should have done is this: all those states. The federal government and state will collaborate with the National Union of Road Transport Workers. They now design the route for them. The government and the state government will give them a soft loan with a low interest to be paid in maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years, I don't know. And then they cannot give them the CNG gas propelled buses or car or whatever. So that way they get a new something in their hand and they now pay the government every month, maybe some certain amount of money from the loan. This way, because Nigerian people, they like free thing. They don't want to pay for it. This is another.
I think, for what I see, the Nigerian economy now, if the petrol price
it's picking up a little bit. Okay,
let me finish what I'm saying. I think if the petrol price goes back to around 500, I think
forget that one.
Hold on. Let me explain why I think you'd be surprised why I'm thinking it might go there, because there was one analysis that was done on TV today. It says because the dollar demand will come down because of the Dangote refinery now.
Don't listen to some of those analyses.
No, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
You know why I said that?
Let me finish now, please.
No, let me just say this.
You can't just stop me from talking.
500 that you said is part of what is causing
maybe it's
problem
rubbish.
in Nigeria.
Maybe it's rubbish. But let me finish what I'm saying. What the reasoning is that because the demand for dollar will reduce significantly, we're talking about almost 37% of demand for dollar going away, that the Nigerian currency is going to appreciate. It's not because Dangote is going to reduce its price, but if the currency appreciates, gets stronger, let's say it's $1 to 900 or 1,000 naira, you can see now the petrol price will drop because of it. That is where the magic is going to happen.
Okay.
No. Sorry, Larry. The question you must ask yourself to Nigeria is this: how much naira per liter is Dangote using to produce one 1 liter of petrol.
From what he's told, he said it's going to cost 40 something cents. 40 something cents.
How much is 47 cents in naira?
If we are looking at it right now, it's around almost 900, 800, 900
want
naira.
a miracle to happen that it will not produce at 10 cents or 5 cents.
No, the reason why because try to understand if the currency now, because now the $1 this is $1 dollar is 1,500 naira or 1,600 naira. But if the dollar naira appreciate to around 1,000, you can now see that for something cents will now become around 500
That's
naira.
gonna be magical.
That is magical.
Why are you thinking it's magic? Why are you?
No.
Oh my God! Just 2 years ago, Nigeria currency was a lot better.
To Niger, we are saying it's gonna be
You guys
magic.
just think that my goodness, how will you settle for this rubbish?
No,
you guys are so used to rubbish that you are used to it now.
You know, see, most of us are scientists, right? And we always say things based on probably the data and things that are real, not based on what we may be optimistic, right? And that optimism does not really lead you to not taking facts out of the way, right? Then the moment you take facts out of the way,
numbers, then since you are scientists.
No, the moment you take fact out of the way, then now if you are saying naira should go to 1,000, and why I said it's gonna be magic is looking at all the variables that we have at the moment. That's gonna be, I don't know how that is gonna even be possible. Let's say if naira is stable around 1.5 for some time, with this Dangote and everything, probably
how can your demand drop by 30% and you think it's just a
that
marginal
demand?
increase?
Wait. You see this issue of those issue of big things that they give you. Demand is dropping like there by 30% and this. Some of those things, empirically, it's not real.
Oh my God!
Empirically, it's not real. Before we start seeing that benefit of exchange rate moving, and it's not even like it's going to.
What do you mean empirical? You can't just say that. You're supposed to be scientist. You can't just say empirically it's not real.
Whoa, wait now. Empirically is not real. It's not really this. And most of the problem, and that's why if you ask people, these people will come on here, tell you, if they do this, naira will go to 1,000. And if you ask me, it's not possible for naira to go to 1,000.
You are not giving us your reasoning. There's no numbers there.
No. It's not even matter of reasoning. Okay, now if somebody tell you to Niger that this is a free bet, right? Free bet that you should bet that probably Dangote start now. Let's say in the next 6 months, naira is going to go to 1,000. Will you bet?
Yeah, you could bet. I could bet actually.
Will you bet? Yeah, no, it's not. I could
because
right?
I made the same prediction myself.
No.
Not because this government decided to flow the currency.
Wait now.
The economy will be in a different place right now.
About if not. No, we are talking about what we have now. This is the exchange rate we have now. And somebody is telling you, don't worry, to Nigeria, by December, naira will go to probably Dangote with this crude, and probably by December, naira should be at 1,000, right? And they gave you an opportunity to bet. Probably you have $100,000 somewhere. Bet for $100,000. Will you do that?
If I have the money, yes, I will bet.
And you think so? If you bet now, Remy, Simba, Thomas, if you are to invest on to Niger, will you invest on that?
Why would I do that? He does not understand what he's betting on.
The only reason why I will have a bit of trepidation is because what I've seen our leaders do. They are very capable of sabotaging the economy when they don't have to. And that is my only trepidation based on the fundamentals that the demand for dollar is going to drop. They've removed the fuel subsidies. All that expenditure has gone away. They don't have to defend this in the naira anymore because the demand for the dollar has gone down. And then not to mention Dangote is going to also be selling a value-added product and bringing dollar into the country. That's dollar that didn't used to be there before. Like I discovered in the trade surplus that they were talking about. We are talking about energy export that has increased by more than 1,000%. Now you can start seeing. That's why I was predicting that the Tinubu can win this election without even campaigning, because if all these things come into fruition, you will see that the currency will appreciate, and you will see that the the petrol price will come down, except they find a way to sabotage it. But that you can't put that beyond our leaders. You can't put that beyond them.
So let's not deceive ourselves. If anybody asks, even if Cardoso comes in and tell me, oh, you know this thing they used to say, oh, the true value of the naira is around this. Cardoso himself, right, cannot come out and tell you that, oh, naira is going to go to 1,000. We've left that.
Why not? Jesus, I don't know what do you understand about finance at all?
I am telling you that Cardoso cannot tell you. If Cardoso tell me now, oh, Larry, don't worry, by December, naira is going to go to 1,000 to $1. I will basically tell him
You are not giving me your reasoning. If you tell me that, oh, because Cardoso is compromised, he cannot dare
no,
to.
not because Cardoso
What is
is
your reasoning?
compromised. We've left. See, let us not deceive ourselves. Until probably the only thing that can actually happen. Okay, probably let's say Nigeria starts. We start in terms of crude. Probably we start doing like 2,005, 3,000 barrels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is going to be extra things coming out. That's going to be outside the current model.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be something outside the current model. So with that, I can say, okay, fine. Presently, probably we're doing 1,003. And probably at that point, they've been able to get us to be doing 2,005, 300. Then that is outside. But based on the present things that we have, based on the present variables we have, based on the present, in terms of our current crude production, right? And in terms of every other thing that we have, there's no magic. Let's not deceive ourselves. Except something that is exogenous is coming into this variable, and probably will now put that in, and we will now factor that in.
My God.
That's what I can tell you. Except that, but if it's still based on this, and probably you just feel like, oh, because Dangote has started, Naira will move from 1,006 close to 717 to 1,000. Bros.
Wow.
I know the deal.
Check the conditioning, my God.
I know the deal.
Man, our people have been conditioned never to see progress. I don't
No,
blame
no,
you, to
no.
be fair.
See, the bottom line is it's better we are being truthful to ourselves rather than
what is the point of saying that when you don't even use figures? You just say stuff like
I'm
I can
telling
say
you, based
anything,
on the
and
current
it's
figure.
not based on anything.
Wait now, to Niger. Based on the current figure, and the figures I'm telling you is okay, this is how much we do every day, right? Let's say probably we do 1,003 every day in terms of crude. And which is just
1,003 what? How does that work? 1,003 barrels or?
yes,
Okay,
now
as an example, okay, 1,300 barrels.
1,300 barrels every day, right? Let's say we are doing 1,300 every day based on what we are doing today. And basically, the major source of foreign exchange is still from there for us.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, the only thing you are now telling me is more like, okay, fine. Probably what we'll use in importing, probably the money we are giving to these other guys, there won't be that pressure. Right?
Yes.
Which might actually, probably,
something percent.
It's going to reduce demand for dollars.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Which is
Not
still,
defending the dollar anymore.
Yes. Normal, it's still going to be the same thing. And the other thing is, I'm also looking at the current money supply in the economy. So all those things you said, for those to probably happen, like I said, number one, if we are able to do, let's say we are doing like 3,000 barrels, right? And there's a magic that we are able to do one magic and mop the money supply, right? Mop the excess money that is actually in circulation. We're able to mop it. The illicit funds that are probably going to be the ones, basically most of the things that are really affecting the dollar today in Nigeria it's not because of most of all those things. It's because of those illicit funds are also still finding their way to mop every dollar that you put into that economy.
Oh my God! No, that is not necessarily the.
No.
I hear that. Let me put what I'm saying. I hear the part of the money that is in the current, this in circulation, but that is not what is, because now the money that is in circulation is what you used to buy the current dollar. But what is going to happen when the demand for the dollar reduces because we are not spending so much dedicated towards this thing, buying for petrol?
You know,
Then
Senegal, all these things that we have too many.
see that money that is in circulation, you
It's
use it
because
to
we are not making enough. It's because we are not making enough money. That is it. If we are making enough money, we don't have issue with all this.
This is the first time I've ever had somebody say, if you reduce income from, if you reduce this in demand for the dollar, that is not going to reduce, it's not going to increase the value of your currency. It's like,
No, we are not saying but not like that. Not like
you're
1,000.
still using
It's
mind.
not possible now. I don't know how to tell you to Nigeria. Probably we are saying probably Naira will move around to be around 1.5. I think that's still reasonable. But if you are saying 1,000, for me, it's not
okay,
reasonable.
let me give you, how much did we used to spend defending the Naira before, when it was around 600? Give us, I think it was 1.something billion dollars.
1.5 billion every month.
1.5 billion. So that's around $18 billion per annum. Do you know how much Nigeria spent importing petrol? This thing that's going to 12-13 billion dollars or so, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even more. So you can see now why it should come back, because the amount we were using to defend it before was not that much more than what we are talking about, that the demand might reduce by. And we thought, oh, then we are not even taking into account that Dangote will sell value-added petroleum product and get dollars for it.
You cannot argue that way, because most of this money we are talking about, they were borrowed funds for subsidizing your Naira and subsidizing your petrol. You have to look at the productive nature of your country first. What are you guys chilling at, pumping out from your country? I'm not talking about even oil alone, non-export. Is it improving? Are you making more money? Then we are talking about that.
Yeah, it's already making more money. That's the excess in this in
I know,
trade already.
So that 1.5 billion is a loan on us, which we must pay back.
What do you mean 1.5 billion? Which 1.5 billion are you referring to? I'm
telling you that we are using 1.5 billion to subsidize your Naira, to make it at that lower exchange rate to the Naira for so many years in the bank. And those of this money were borrowed money.
No. We've already paid for it. That is defending now. That is what you are talking about, defending now.
What do you mean pay for it? You pay everything. I beg. You don't know about it.
Okay. If you say we are not paying everything, let's say we borrowed it. Whatever happens, you still, debt is different. Debt is not what reduces your currency. You see, the value of your currency. Debt is not the reason why your currency depreciates. It's your demand for dollars. If the demand for dollar keeps this thing going down, your currency should be appreciating automatically. If that doesn't happen, it means that again our government have gone somewhere to sabotage the economy again. Make sure it doesn't move forward. You need to understand this, because you guys have been in foreign countries. You've seen it. I don't understand why this is confusing for you, but I guess maybe Nigeria is always different, because you excuse your leaders for doing terrible things to your people, and now we are used to it. Look at Larry is literally saying, no matter what happens, somehow, I think what he's actually saying is that you are dealing with Nigeria. No matter what happens, that thing is not going to improve, and maybe there's some truth to it.
No, I think you know.
But my experience is that
what he's telling
this
you is very
to
simple.
block everything from improving. Sorry, go ahead.
What he's telling you is very simple. That Naira cannot magically go down to 1,000 Naira, exchange to the dollar. There must be some parameter in play. And when we talk about this thing, it's not just going to be in 1 week or 2 weeks, everything just changed like that. It takes months or years. But with this Dangote coming on board, and if
how long did it take to depreciate? Why do you always forget it?
That is flotation of the Naira. That is the real sense of your economy. That is the real.
It's
this
not
is reality
true.
of Nigeria.
You are believing in things that you shouldn't believe in.
Sometimes you don't understand it very well. When they float,
see, I'm in London here, the financial capital, basically almost
so
the world.
What that has to do with where you are in London?
No, because maybe the way we sorry. The reason why I'm saying that is because maybe the way we understand finance is different. Maybe the way we understand finance is different.
When you float your currency, then we're able to know the reality of your country.
No, that is not real. It will never be reality. People are
Okay.
speculating on your
It's not the
currency.
reality, but you are borrowing money to make that naira at 400 or 500 naira exchange to the naira. You borrow the money, not that you have the money in your own kitty. We could have pegged the naira, but if we peg the naira, we are not a productive nation. We cannot do that because we don't have the backbone to back it up. So try to understand the basics of it first. If you can understand that one, to me sometimes the way you argue, I don't know.
Look at no. Let me give you this. Nigerian NNPC obtains $3 billion loan to stabilize the foreign exchange market. This is 2024. I'm telling you, they are borrowing money now. You guys don't see what is happening, but maybe you want me to show you the link so you can see it on the screen. They are borrowing money now too. So what is the point of borrowing money now when we're borrowing money before, but it was cheaper for Nigerians? I don't know. The entire thing is madness. No, you tell me after this depreciating the naira to $1 to 1,500 naira, why are they still borrowing $3 billion? You tell me.
Maybe you better read what they borrowed the money for. If you can tell
okay,
what
let me show you so you can see it clearly. Let me show it to you so you can see it clearly, because this one passed my head. I don't, the Nigerians, the way this government, this is why I'm believing Larry, because they have a way of sabotaging things. I don't get it. You don't understand why I sound exasperated. This is why. Because I see this and I say, this doesn't make sense. What are these people doing? Just look at it. Does this even make sense? Look at this. Like, this is literally headlines. Does that even make sense? Look at the date. Look at the date. This one is, look at what is showing up here. Look at the date that they are doing these things. Man, Nigeria, man, I don't know what is going on out there. I really don't know what these people are doing with our money. You are borrowing this money to stabilize the currency that you have already floated. That's why I told you, this floating that they are doing, they have to control it, because if you leave it, our economy will topple over. Because people will speculate on our currency, hard money, bet here, before you know it, all hell breaks loose.
So Niger, when you listen to the president, when he said subsidy is gone, categorically he said government will intervene, and they have been intervening. That is the work of the government. You cannot know it more better than them sometimes, okay? Because they are the one that know the true reality of what your country is.
So I know enough. Okay, I don't know anything. Okay, let me show you something. Let me show you something that somebody said.
I'm not.
This one, I don't know who this man is. I don't even know his name. I think he was on TV. This was Arise.
Protect vulnerable citizens.
IMF, they are speaking with two mouths. When I saw that, I was wondering, IMF is calling on the government to protect the citizenry, provide more safety nets. But it is the same policy prescriptions of the IMF that provoked this situation. So it's ironic. It's a conflict of policies. I think what the government should do, we've always said it, the twin policies of free floating of the naira and the removal of fuel subsidy, they are the policies that have brought us to this state, to this condition. You cannot free float your currency. No, even China is a managed float. Even China, because I think probably is in the Guardian too there, about our our exports. Exports, we've had an increased amount of the export process in dollar terms, that we now have a surplus in trade. Not essentially because
since depreciation weakens import, trade surplus hits 6.95 trillion naira in Q2.
Not essentially because of quality or content, but because of devaluation. So, like, a devaluation is supposed to incentivize and is supposed to stimulate exports. But in this case, it is not, because those who are supposed to export, those who are the productive base of the economy, is shrinking because of energy cost, because of insecurity. Farmers cannot go to. So what are you going to export? So it's just the few that are exporting now, because the value in naira terms is increasing. not necessarily in dollar terms. So government should not. So when people clap for government because we're exporting more in terms, or we have turned to the trade of balance is now in the surplus, it doesn't mean it's just because the naira has been weakened. It's almost useless. Look at the Benin. Just a few years.
So this is what I'm talking about. Hey, I'm not the expert now, but I started saying this since last year.
Saying the same rhetoric.
You see, to Nigeria.
It's not bullshit, okay?
Even Babajide that used to support Tinubu, he's like this is crazy. This was they have messed the economy. See, even he has picked up that foreign exchange, this in floating is the problem.
To Nigeria, when you are done, let's know when you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So the problem I have with most of all those people, it's easy to go on a rise and blah 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 blah, and not being truthful. You are talking about, you said the government should do a managed float. What is a managed float? Managed float means that you should always intervene. And how do you intervene? You can't intervene when Nigeria presently, in terms of what we are producing, it's not like Nigeria has that base. It's comparing Nigeria to China.
Then don't float at all then.
No, you have to float because you have to float.
No, it's only diversified economy that exports that floats.
See, we've always been shouting of diversify since 1960, right? And diversification of the economy is not something that happens in a day.
If you've not diversified, then why float then?
Wait, you definitely float because the moment you keep borrowing and borrowing, to get to a point that you can't even borrow again.
Larry, and are you only thinking only on one track? Don't you see that Dangote's refinery is coming on stream? Just remove. No, think about it, Larry. Let's say you are the president.
When is Dangote? You said Dangote refinery coming on stream. So
yes,
from May 29 to this point, right? Was Dangote refinery on stream? Was Dangote refinery operational? Why are you talking about Dangote refinery? Dangote refinery is just an immediate thing, right? And these people that are telling you, oh, no, don't do this, don't do that, which basically means that probably government has, even if you have a very good debtor, a very good person that is ready to borrow you at every time. They can't keep borrowing you like that. We all know.
But they are, don't you just saw that they are still borrowing?
Wait,
this is just one. They borrow multiple times.
Wait now. When you are done, let me know.
Okay, let me add. See, if you are the president, and you are thinking, okay, I'm having to defend this currency. Why am I defending this currency? I need to do something about it. First, if you are the one, I'm sure you are the one, you will be thinking, let's just keep dancing the way we are dancing. Let's find a way to get money here. But what will come across your mind will not be, let me throw the inflation so the inflation go higher, especially when I know that money is coming on stream. Like if you are working at home and you know that by the end of the month you're going to get paid, you don't start going to go to loan sharks to go and borrow money now. You wait until your money comes in so that you can use that money more effectively. Like Dangote refinery is coming on stream. Yes, you are borrowing money, but you know that if you float the currency too early, then the damage that is going to do to the economy, by the time Dangote comes, you would have lost far more than you would have used to defend it. As a matter of fact, let's say you're spending $10 billion defending it every month. You can do a managed depreciation so that the money reduces to $5 billion that you used to defend it. So until Dangote comes on stream, you can manage it, not doing it the way they just floated it to a very, very extreme extent, and they still have to defend it because why do you think they still have to defend something that they floated? Because if they left it, it will be 2,000, 3,000. Then the economy will topple over. Because the reason why that is going to happen, because people are going to speculate on the economy like crazy. And they have to do all these things to protect the economy. They even have to pass a law to stop round tripping. So the kind of stuff that they are doing, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how many ways I can explain it. I really wish you can see what I see. I really wish you can see it, because what I see is people that are just deliberately mismanaging the economy. I'm not saying they are not capable. They are very capable. They are doing this deliberately. It's not by accident. And that's why maybe your argument is true, that no matter what Dangote does, they will find a way to ruin it. Except maybe he will do it, he will just allow it to go through because he wants to win an election. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe everything I'm saying, I'm totally mistaken.
but I've been saying it from the beginning. It's not because I'm an expert. I just look at it like you just save money from subsidy removal. What is the rush? You've not even spent the money that you just removed from subsidy. You're at least the financial freedom you just gain from not having to pay subsidies or borrow money for subsidies anymore. You've not even recovered from that. The next thing, you just lose the currency immediately. From that time, I just think, okay, this is wrong. The Naira cannot go on up to this amount. And then if they had just left it like that and the petrol price went up to 1,500, everybody will lose their mind now. That's why they started paying subsidy through the back door using NNPC. Before you know it, is $6.8 billion that they owe now. Oh, they just shifted the goalpost. It's like all the debts we used to owe before, we still owe them now, but with the economy worse off. Don't you see that, Larry? Don't you see that all the money that they said they were going to save, we still ended up owing at least more than half of it, but with the negative effect of the economy being worse. That has to be sabotage. That's my only explanation for it. I just look at it and think these people are too clever. They are not stupid. If I look at their certificates, they are very, very highly educated people. So why are they busy listening to IMF? Why didn't they wait for Dangote to come on stream? I find it easier just to even make it better. Why are they not taking that money that they are borrowing to go and fix our refineries? If you have to pour another 1 billion, pour it in there, because it's going to save you foreign exchange demands. That foreign exchange that is killing our currency. Can you imagine if Nigerian currency goes back to around 1 naira to this thing? Yeah, I hear about your excess this thing. But if it goes back to 1 naira to this thing, not 1 naira, the 100 naira to $1, do you know the power that Nigerians have now? They can be able to travel freely. And because people know that Nigerians have more money in their hand, Nigerians can be able to go out, get goods in, come back into Nigeria. We have a high purchasing power. We can buy more equipment, machines that we can use to build stuff in Nigeria. But we don't see things like that. We just see things like, let's give depreciation and somehow it's going to get better without having an exporting economy. You have to have an exporting economy before you depreciate your currency. Because then your goods will be more
having
attractive.
that exporting economy is just 1 day or 1 year job, right?
It's not. See, personally, if you are serious about it,
let me ask you a very quick question. How long does it take Dangote? How many years does it take him to start pumping diesel or start realizing his growth of fertilizer from that plant? How many years does it take?
It took him 6 years to build a refinery.
6 is that the 6 years that he promised before initially?
I think it was 3 years that he promised.
Listen,
but
this PM is supposed to come on board 2 years ago.
We said 6 years? Dangote started this whole refinery thing in 2013.
Yeah, he started building in 2016.
So 2013 to this time, how many years is that?
No, I think he actually started construction in Lagos because I think there was a lot of
when you say construction, or there are some preliminary things that you have to do before you start a business, right?
Yes.
Is it not part of the business?
No, I agree with you, but I think some of those things that he did was delays, not construction itself.
I don't want us to, so that we can have a conversation, right? So that's why I didn't say anything. That's why I'm more like, probably when you finish, so that it can be more of a conversation, right? Rather than it be one way. So you can say whatever. So probably when you're done, me and Remy can come in.
Okay, let me just say my bit. See, if you want to float your currency, you have to have an exporting economy. Most economists will advise you to do that. Even when you have an mostly import-based economy, the maximum they will tell you to do is you have to do a managed float. You have to control it, similar to what China is doing. And China does it the other way around, where they devalue so that they can be able to get advantage over other people. So those sort of things are established norms. To watch our own country do almost the opposite when we know we literally import petrol. That's how bad it is. We export petrol, this is crude oil, and import petrol. At that same time, there's a refinery coming on stream within a couple of years that is going to be exporting petrol and processing it at home. what was the rush to float it? At least wait until the trade balance starts favoring you before you start doing that kind of stuff at all. So they did it, and you know that they floated the currency when the CBN head is not even in place. You don't have your CBN chair, and you floated the currency. It took about 5-6 months before the CBN head came in and started taking over the running of affairs. So the way the entire thing has been managed, for the life of me, I don't understand it. I'll summarize it this way. The changes they look to make, the gains that they said we were supposed to make from it, the gains were not there. The debt that we're supposed to reduce, if they reduce it by anything at all, it's maybe by 30%. So the debt was not supposed to be there at all. But then instead, they just reduced it maybe by 30%, or maybe not at all. I've not done the whole numbers. All I know is that they borrowed $3 billion for the foreign exchange the other day. So ask yourself, why subject the economy to this? All the upheaval for marginal gain or none? I just don't understand that. So if you can make sense of it, you let me know. Thank you.
Remy, you want to go? So Naija, now let me tell you something. You see, it's always easy for us to keep saying, oh, why did they do this? Why not do this? Why not do that? Right? But another thing is for us to look at the reality. The only thing, if you ask me today, the only thing that I think Tinubu did not do that probably I would have done is the fact that Tinubu did not probe Buhari's government and bring in all those illicit funds back into the government cover. That is the only thing that, for me, if you ask me, because those money are still the problem that we are still having today. That's the only thing that probably Tinubu ought to have done. Immediately he came in, it was, even if you're not going to probe Buhari, you were supposed to go after, make EFCC more effective. Go after every of those guys, wherever they are keeping those money, boggle everywhere and bring that money out. So that at this point, it will just be normal economic indices that you are looking at. Because as of today, the normal economic indices can actually tell you this is what is going to happen. But you can't even account for those illicit funds because you don't even know where they are. You don't know how much it is.
You think this government cares about corruption?
And those illicit money are coming out every now and then because at every now and then they are bringing it out. The best way to save that money is to use it to buy forex. That's the only way they can use it. The only way they can clean that money. Use it to buy forex. So that, if you ask me, that's the only thing that I think he got wrong. You remember,
you are increasing
when
foreign
Buhari came into government, that was his number one strategy. He went after some of those guys. They brought a lot of those money in. Even those ones that they couldn't bring in, those people were even afraid to even bring those money out. Some of them had to run and leave the country. Right? So for me, that is one of the problems that I think Tinubu, because I don't say Tinubu pro Buhari, don't pro Buhari, but there's still a lot of money that some of all these guys.
How is he supposed to probe when the economy is already on a free fall? Then people start running out of the country on top of it.
No. So see, basically what happened during that Buhari's, towards the end of that government, was basically some of those guys, they knew Buhari was gone. And the only thing they could do was to just pack. So they used that opportunity to pack a whole lot with the help of Emefiele. So they packed a whole lot of money, right? And some of them, kept it in their places, spaces, kept those money in their spaces, and now, so what most of them are just doing, because it's free, right? Go to the market, mop this money, clean it. It's every country that you see all this dirty money now. People look for a way to learn, probably look for a way to clean it and all those things. And that's part of the problem that the government is currently having. Because if they had done that, now it would just be based on, now you can look at, okay, fine, this is probably if Dangote is not, they are not giving this guy, so there won't be pressure. You can look at that based on the normal economic indices. But that other money that is there, you don't even know how much that money is, right? Which means that any gain that you have towards that, it will also be mopped and kept, not even spent into the economy. So there's a difference between taking money, changing money, and also still putting that into the economy, and taking that money and keeping it, taking it. So I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
That's taking the money and taking it out of the economy. I definitely do understand that. If you keep it within the economy,
it's more like, even if there is a gain, that pressure will also still come and mop out the gain.
Yeah.
Right? And also still, it will still keep coming out every now and then and mopping up the gain. Now, let me give you an instance. Within the last, I think last month, so CBN said they were, is it last month? They said they were, I don't know the exact time. They said they were able to pump $3 million into the economy, right? By selling to some of all this bureau de change. And they sell to some of those guys. Probably they sell to them as 1,580, right? So, and every time CBN brings that money.
Hello, go ahead. I will just use the alarm.
Okay. Every time government brings out that money.
I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear anything.
Oh.
I can hear you now.
Me?
I can hear you now.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear both of you.
Okay. So anytime government brings out that money, the illicit money will always still come out to mop. And that is why, if you ask me, that is the only mistake that I think Tinubu did, and which is basically political. Because if he had done that, I can tell you by now, because if he had done that, we won't be at this point we are. Right? Because at that point, to just be normal, okay, fine, this is, because we've been able to reduce. Another thing we've been able to reduce.
The economy is almost tipping over. People are struggling in Nigeria. That's the only mistake
we've been able to reduce is education tourism. Right? Education tourism has reduced. Unlike last 2 years, where everybody was just jackpying to UK for school, right? But at least that has reduced. So those are part of the gains that we're supposed to be seeing. But we are not seeing those gains because of the illicit funds.
Or maybe you shouldn't have floated the currency.
No. Floating the currency was not even an option, because we can't. If we had not floated the currency, I can tell you this economy would have collapsed.
No, what would have collapsed the economy was as a matter of fact, the economy wasn't even close to collapse. Do you know when they said? Let me add something else. That one other thing that they did to us.
You know why I said the economy will have collapsed?
Why?
Because as at that time, even that reserve, don't forget that reserve that we thought we had at the point, we thought we had around 30 something, right? Not until JP Morgan came out and told us that if they do a net, right?
Yes.
We're having less than $10 billion.
Yes.
So, which means that we will have even kept doing the same thing with JP Morgan, and we'll have probably be at negative reserve.
I don't think that is new, is it?
No. So if you are negative reserve, which means that at that point, you are not even able to even make things to cover it. To get to a point that you won't even be able to cover your
Oh
recurrent
my
expenditure.
God. I don't know how you got this kind of way of reasoning about these things. It's not
do not understand
true.
the economic implication of having a negative reserve. If you know,
No, you wouldn't know, but it's not a negative reserve. The only reason why it's a negative reserve is when you pay off all your debt in one go.
What is this? Is
what
not
are you
debt
talking
now.
about?
What are this?
The money, what JP Morgan is saying is that
Oh,
based on the ledger that the government is due, that the money that was due to be paid out, that the remaining is very little. That on the reserve, that the government is supposed to pay those money out. That's what Tinubu came in to do, that the other government didn't.
no, yeah. Oh, Remy, can you explain better? I'm tired.
Okay,
I cannot.
explain.
Me, I'm going outside.
There's nothing to explain.
So,
Personally,
so,
I don't
so,
see much
Naija,
to explain.
so let's get some things right. Not floating would have been more disastrous. Not ending subsidy would have been another disaster. Now, you may argue about probably the timing. You may argue about, oh, probably they should have waited. You may argue about the only thing for me, right? I don't even have a problem with the timing. I've told you the only thing I have a problem with is those illicit funds, which I felt at that point, and I think it's actually intentional for those guys to take Magu out. They intentionally took Magu out. Because if you look at everything that happened around Magu's, Magu's dismissal and everything, you definitely know that it was an intentional thing to take Magu out so that they will be able to do everything they did.
Larry, so that is why I send a link to the private section. Private what here? There are 16 states. They took the EFCC to court. They won the Supreme Court.
Yes, I saw that.
From checking their account.
Kogi is the major. Kogi, don't be so. Even our Ogun and everybody joined us.
It's also there now. Ogun is
Crazy
there.
people.
Oyo is there. Delta is there. Some northern states is there. There are 16 in total.
Crazy
so what
people.
It's very funny, really.
Remy, don't let me deceive you. Even Tinubu appointing this guy, this EFCC guy, for me, that guy is not the kind of guy that can do that job.
You mean he's too religious? Or
No. It doesn't. Sometimes, there are some jobs that, not because you are a lawyer, probably if you are probably a former police officer or former this, you will have been effective. Not those kind of people. Look at what is happening in NDLEA now. Can you tell me that NDLEA is not working?
They are working.
The only agency that I can talk about today that is working is that NDLEA.
Yes, so they are really trying. Because of that Marwa.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, you think if it's somebody like Marwa, all these Yaya Bello and everything, they will not march inside and pick that guy out?
Yeah, I don't know what they are waiting for, sir. I don't understand.
But if it's all these, I'm a lawyer, because for me, and
even
that
if
is why
they would have picked Yaya Bello. But
yes,
this guy,
now that is why they were ensuring that most people that were taking that position were probably former police officer, former military, so that they will be able to have.
In the so-called developed country, sometimes they use orthodox method to attack, to arrest people. It's not every time you must obey the law like that.
So for me, because that guy would have helped Tinubu to take out those illicit funds. But for me, rather than him doing that, what was he doing? Is all you hear by EFCC is they've gone to Boku, OAU today. They went to UI tomorrow. They went to Osu next tomorrow to go and take some students with laptops and say, oh, all of them are Yahoo boys. That's the only thing EFCC has been doing.
As a lawyer, you want to do something constitutional, and
yes, and you can't do that thing.
Nigeria,
so imagine that kind of guy. Remember those Obasanjo period now, Tafa Balogun and the likes. Can that guy do that kind of thing?
No, he can't do it.
So if they say that guy should go and arrest IG, can he do it? So,
They're
so,
not serious.
so for me, that is, if you ask me, and I've said it, that is the only place that I think Tinubu got it wrong. I understand you don't want to open your party's yansh and everything, but go after some of all these guys, not these. Go after them heavily. The Malami.
I think some of them return the money silently. Okay?
No, I don't even like all. You see that
Yeah.
silently is 419. Remy.
So they bargain with them. They return.
Remy. Okay, now I took. You know how that thing is. I took 100 billion. I'm bringing 10 billion.
And these people, they are going to use that money to also go for political posts in future.
Of course, now.
And they also about 70% of the money will end up in foreign land.
Of course, now.
They'll go and buy mansion they did not live.
Of course, now. So that is.
Nigerians, young people, they are so I don't know what to say. You
So,
buy houses all over the world. You do not stay there. You will be paying property rent.
No, is Remy is a normal thing that everybody they do everywhere. Is a way to clean the money. You know, that's the issue of cleaning that money. It's a dirty money. So they need to look for one way to legitimize it and clean it. That's why probably they buy property or they buy gold. They look for a way to, you know, the
But
thing now.
isn't our approach should be looking to try to stop all these things then?
So
all these things that are damaging is
most
why we
of
are all overseas.
Most of your thought tonight about this thing can only happen in dictatorial society, not in this kind of democratic sector.
No, it's on happen. That's why for me,
you don't steal money in America and just disappear like that, or the UK. You're always accountable.
What are you talking about?
Not democratic.
There's so many corruption there too now. What are we talking about?
So Remy, that's why for
they
me,
have corruption, but the corruption remains within the system. You just said it. This will take the funds overseas.
So if you want to, for me, one of the appointments that I think Tinubu did that were wrong is that EFCC. Let me not deceive you.
It's supposed to have picked, even if it's a retired soldier.
Cardoso should have been fired. Cardoso should,
no, not even Cardoso. If Tinubu had picked one rugged, you know the thing is this. Sometimes you need a rugged officer to be able to do some of these rugged jobs.
Yeah, so.
If Tinubu had, look at what is happening in NSA. NSA is trying now. Ribadu is really trying.
Yes, it's just kicking them out one by one without making any noise.
What did Ribadu do that was so good?
Do you know the number of bandits that these guys have taken down in the last 3 weeks?
Oh, 3 weeks. Okay. But
Do you know the number of bandits?
Larry,
they were basically using. They were basically using the Israel approach.
Yes,
Take
apart
the
from
guys,
bandits,
take them out.
Yes, just clean out any terrorists, bomb them out of wherever. Don't make noise about it. That's what they are doing now, even including in Niger Delta. Finish everybody you can finish. It's a go ahead to kill.
They are also losing a lot of people. I know somebody that lost his life in the north.
No, it is.
They didn't even end up on the news.
There will be collateral damage. Sorry to say that, unfortunately. So, but
I mean the security officers. This guy was working with security officers.
That's a normal thing now. The other guys too, you wouldn't expect them to hold their hands when you are shooting them now.
But
it's like gather them together and finish them once and all.
Security situation has not improved that significantly, though. I still hear about cases
where people are
It has improved a lot.
Okay, let's check the latest one now.
No, it has improved. You know, the thing is, unlike what it was before, right? It got to a point that people couldn't even move from Abuja to Kaduna.
Yes.
That it was so dangerous. Even that train, you can't even take that train from Abuja to Kaduna, not to talk of road.
I have a person that goes to Abuja once every week by road from Lagos to Abuja. For the last 4 or 5 months, before he used to tell me that when they nearly after Kwara, it's like they will be praying that nobody attacked them.
Particularly, you see that Kogi side.
Yes. But now he told me that it's all smooth sailing. If you travel in Nigeria now, from the south to the north, there's so many checkpoints on the road. It's after about 10 kilometers or 5 kilometers, you say checkpoint.
Yeah. So
It has
for me,
improved significantly, but people
Yeah,
will not.
I'm just seeing 3 weeks ago kidnapping this thing in.
no,
That is isolated cases now. It
it's not
cannot
like
just.
there won't be those isolated cases. Let's not deceive ourselves. Those ones will still keep, some of those guys. But the key guys, they've taken out most of the key guys. It got to a
Yeah,
point that almost
I
every
died a
day.
long time ago too. See, I'm not so convinced. See, okay, we are going to talk about this. I'll give it a month or so or two. You'll still see that I still don't think they are ready. They are not doing what they need to do. I remember Tinubu said it before he got into office that he cannot fix it. The idea that you think this is going to change, it's a joke. It's going to
Hey,
carry on.
no, to Niger, let me tell you something. In terms of, at least for this Tinubu's government, one thing I know he has been able to do with that security. Now there is crisis among even those key guys, from Matawale to Ribadu to all of them, because all of them don't have a choice than fixing that security issue in the north. And now it's not about negotiation and anything. They are now going deep, right? And that's why, for me, for the economy to be able to work, if you ask me one appointment that I'm not even pleased with is EFCC, because it's so critical, right? Because the major problem Nigeria has is not the fact that, we are not really an exporting nation. We've been like that before. But until we're able to take corruption hands down, right?
Corruption is, there are different legs to what they do. There is one they would say is corruption, then the other one is sabotage or
No, you see,
downright incompetence.
sabotage or no sabotage, everything is still corruption.
It depends
Right?
on what I guess
So,
some people would like to call that corruption too,
no,
but
no.
mismanagement is not corruption.
The bottom line is, how do people sabotage you? They sabotage you basically because they want to have something, have some advantage from it. Right? Look at the situation where you carry one bad guy, put for ICPC, carry another bad guy, put for EFCC. And let all of them be working. At that point, we won't even be disturbing ourselves about things that we can't even account for. Because the major problem why we're having this problem is there are a lot of things that we can't even account for. Take, for instance, now we are talking about governors, they collect allocation immediately, they move it to bureau de change, buy the bureau de change. That's an abnormal thing. Which, if
Of
we have
course.
a normal, financial crime unit that can monitor everything. So it's you understand what I'm saying?
But why are we surprised? They remove subsidies, they floated currency, and go and give money to governors. They didn't.
No,
Normally, what
they
the
can't. There is
unions were
nothing they
fighting
can
for?
do now. Why are you saying they give money to
What
government?
the
Is it
unions
federal
were fighting?
government giving them the money, or they are taking what they are supposed to take?
Hold on. What the unions were fighting?
Larry, we should have asked
Why can't you let
what
somebody
kind
talk?
of government do you, if you are giving, it's like you're going to be a dictator.
Yes. If I need to be a dictator, what are you talking about? If I need to be a dictator, I will be a
Because
dictator.
the way you talk is like you are just talking as if a president can just do anything without actually obeying your constitution.
Actually, there are so many things you can do without even being a dictator, just by setting good examples in many cases. Like in the one I'm talking about now, if let's say you see something going wrong, you can't just say,
So you should not give governors money. What is due to them should not give them. Is that what
you
you are
give
saying?
them what is due to them. But remember, the unions were complaining that if you remove subsidies, you have to know exactly what you want to do with it. But now they
Don't
remove
beat yourself. Why can't you try and move away from these subsidy issues? Try and move away with this subsidy issue.
Why? It's billions of dollars, and you are telling me to move away from it?
Nigeria
Why?
watches a lot of Arise News. That's the problem.
See, this is real money, and this is our nation here. And
Which money are you talking about? It's like everybody has been trying to educate you, but you feel to be educated.
The reason, you just think the status quo is okay. Do you know that are
Nobody is saying the status quo is okay, but you are so fixated as if without subsidy that country cannot survive.
No, I'm not saying without some. You see, that's not what I said. I said the unions were arguing that
If you want to take
Which union? Which
see that,
union?
can you just let me finish talking? They said if you want to take the subsidies out, you need to know what you want to do with it. Like if they take that subsidy out, they used to build like a, or let's say they just want about 10% of it or 20% of it. You use it to build an ultra world-class hospital in Abuja with that all our leaders will be going to, so that they don't have to travel overseas for treatment again. You take some of the money, you take it to recruit some people to come and they help secure the country so that people can be able to go to farm even further. You take some of the money, you invest it in healthcare or whatever else. But this one, you just took it and just spread it within the governors and let them share it. Where did he get all of
Okay, you have finished. We talk. So the question I asked you earlier, which union are you talking about?
I think the NLC and what do you call it?
And you think that those people that you are that are the leaders of those unions, you think they are being sincere?
No, I'm not saying they are being sincere. I'm saying
Then the same money that we have told you earlier this morning, there is not as if there is a money there that is actually assigned for subsidy. As if, okay, if you don't spend this money, this money will just be lying fallow there.
Just stop. Do you know they borrowed that? Say they've also used that money to borrow now. I don't know.
Okay, no. Let me ask you a question.
Borrowing the money
Let me. Don't let us extrapolate. Let's assume you are the person. Let's assume that you are the one. Is your business. You are borrowing money to give some certain incentives to your worker. It's not as if you have the money. No, you are borrowing the money to do that thing. Then you now say, okay, you are not giving them that money again because you are not ready to borrow. And you are not saying, okay, if that same money is supposed to be assigned it to some other thing, that money that you don't have in your hand.
Yes. You can choose to, instead of you're not giving it to your workers,
So
you
you
can
want, so you say,
to build a canteen for them. You can use it to
okay, so you borrow
pension
money, you now borrow that same money that you say you cannot afford again to go and be building canteen. It's not your money, no.
See, hold on. They are borrowing the money now already anyway. So what are you talking
Which
about?
money are they borrowing?
Okay, Simba, breaking news. NLC, this NNPC owes $6.8 billion because they are paying subsidies. They were paying the subsidies that they just removed. That's the mumu wear trouser I'm talking about. You remove subsidy, you create a problem to bring it back. How can you support something like that?
I think we should not be arguing about this thing. My own perception about it is different from your own perception. So, I'm not ready to agree with each other. I think it's not something that is supposed to be debating.
No problem. I think I'll plug everything to pieces anyway. So let's call it a day. And I think I've enjoyed the conversation. I've learned a few things about Yoruba history. Those are the only few things I've learned today about Yoruba history and some other issues about this healthcare stuff to the training. You send one doctor overseas and you train another one in Nigeria. Personally, I don't see
No,
that.
that one, no. I don't think I cannot even I can't. It's not. It's like something that you don't understand. How can you be sending doctor and be sending training another one?
That's the name of the game. Why did I say our mumu wear trouser? Something we've been making mumu decisions.
The only thing, let me tell you, the only
Like
thing I
that,
can
take
make
your
people
time
to
to take your time to
stay
go
in
and read
your
that thing very
country
well.
I've read it
is
now. I read it.
No, read it and understand and probably look at conversations around it. That will
They
help
say
you.
one-on-one match.
So if you want to understand it, so after you read it, so there is another, go and look for, there is another interview, Sheon Kimbaloye and the minister, where he kind of like explicitly explained it. Probably that will help you.
even Larry, that is whatever the minister is saying about that, it can never work, is just total rubbish. What they are doing now, is only even for nurses. They have increased the quotas of all the institutions in Nigeria training health workers, both nurses and doctors. They multiply it by 2. But the problem is that did they increase the facilities?
Oh no, they probably will increase it to an extent, but the
They
question.
did not. They did not. I'm telling you, they did not. They just increased their intake.
So that
You
they can have more
understand?
to send overseas.
They can turn out more. They just multiply. If you are having, let's say, you are accredited to train 150 doctors per year, they now say, okay, you have the capacity to. They just force the Nigerian University Commission to approve all those things.
I don't like it, but I will have hope that someday if somebody comes into office, because to reverse the damage these people are doing, it's just somebody that has a strategy comes in and say, you know what, all those people that are going overseas, I'm going to bring them back. You have to have a strategy to bring all
In fact, what is going to happen is that, okay, we're an international platform. Don't let me be saying something that can actually work against them.
Don't say that. Don't say.
Why are
Don't say
you
that.
why are you scared?
No, you
What are
shouldn't
they
say
going to
it
do to
I'm
because
you?
he's also
included
in that
now.
sector.
Do
He's
you
in
know the
that
kind of
sector.
things they say online? They are not going to do anything to you. What are you worried about? I don't think you are about to say anything that
It
controversial.
can affect me also. I'm a health worker
No,
also.
he's
So
in that sector.
Okay.
So Simba, don't say it at all.
I don't know. Except you are gonna, maybe you're about to say something that is going to affect you, but there's no need to be that scared because people say all kinds of stuff on the internet, man. My goodness.
and there are some people that say careless things, they don't care. But me, I
Nothing
care.
happens to
I care about people. It might not really affect me much because at least the people coming behind. So it's
them.
I won't spoil
Okay, I see
chances
what you
for
mean.
them.
Okay, I see
So
what you mean. So yeah, but regarding the exchanges, personally, I don't see it as a fair trade. I just see it as us again doing this thing that we do best. You know, I had a topic here once when I said we don't value human life. There's something about us that just when we trade our people, we don't understand what we are doing, especially for Nigeria. Nigeria is a strategic nation. We like it or not. That's what we are. We are. You can't be just doing this willy-nilly. But then again, you just need to get a good leader. If you get a good leader that takes their people seriously, they will focus more on bringing people back. You know, me, I'm overseas. I would like to come to Nigeria and feel safe and everything. You know, I want to have the same thing too. So if you have a good leader that comes in and values the people, brings them back, make sure that everything that they do it for the country. Why would anybody overseas? Nigeria is a very nice country to live in if you get everything you want there. You know, Nigeria is easy going and you can travel wherever you want to travel. You can travel to other African countries. You know, and many West African people, they actually respect Nigerians. At least in Africa, to an extent, we do have actual respect. Overseas, nobody cares too much about us, but in Africa, they respect us to an extent. South Africa might be a little bit throwing tantrums here and there,
My
but
brother, you don't travel West Africa by land.
yeah, I have actually. I have.
Okay.
I don't know.
When you submit your green passport for all these French code, they not carry you go one side, stamp the recipe for
No,
free and start exploiting Nigeria.
no, I didn't. When I went through Benin Republic, Togo, I didn't have too much of an issue. Maybe
Yeah,
if you go past
those
that.
places, there's not too much issue anyway if you travel that area. By the time you start crossing to Mali, Burkina Faso, Senegal,
Yeah.
or
Oh no,
Cape
Mali.
Cape Verde as in Nigeria, they will deport you straight without wasting time.
Wow.
My brother,
They hate
who they
Nigerians.
respect us for? Now, man, we day the way they will treat you when you need something from the authority. Now, there you go, no see, they not they again the way they look us. So I tell you from experience, this will not be say go come. Senegal, if they want to deport Nigeria, you know where they put them? There is a forest between them and Mali. Now then they go they throw away the and I food that place they chop Nigerians. Nobody they talk about this. You want cry to? This one is not talk 2000 something year. I they tell you. So that not make we not they look and say that they respect our government don't finish or nobody they respect us. But for mouth, they feel say that they go do something with the authority, then you will know the hatred they have for us.
I guess the ones I'm talking about, the types you meet on the streets and all that stuff. But I agree with you. The Nigerian government have basically abandoned its people. Is that not what I was saying? We don't value life. I don't know whether it's just the Nigerian government. It's just you heard how long it took myself and Larry to just debate the issue and Simba. They seem to cover up for some of us as if it's normal. It's normal behavior for people to. I don't understand why we are like this. We just believe that this is the way to be. That somehow it's going to be all right. It will be all right too. If you expect it to just resolve itself, it won't. So it's a shame. I'm sorry you had to experience some of all those things. you know, it's really not nice. Imagine Nigerians trying to travel overseas and they get deported. Then they put them send them to a bush, and the next thing is hyena. You know, that's somebody's child. You know, that's somebody's relative.
That is Africa to Africa. Just imagine.
Exactly.
Africa to Africa. It's a shame. Then now we'll be shouting Pan Africa. Let's come together. Pan Africa. See how you are even treating your own black brother, black sister. People in their own continent, same continent.
Imagine.
It's just
they will not anyway, they will not do that to French colonial, French speaking people. Senegal will not do it.
No.
Yes,
sir.
Even Ghanaians, to some Ghana and Nigeria, they're 50, but the way they will do Nigeria on, it will be like say we born on the corn. Just do them anyhow. And they tell many of our people, your day detention there. They know they try their case 4 or 5 years. Some are innocent. Most of those one where just broke where before they can't enter that problem. Nobody to help them. Leave them through there. You know? And when they want to come deport them, they just put them for one train. That train they waka follow between Mali and Senegal those days before this coup people can enter. So maybe they block, and I don't know whether because before this coup can happen, it 2 times a week. Then go look for inside. When they reach that border, police go say make their contact. The police will follow the other side. Train go come out. They go there. Now their life don't end there. Many people know say this thing they happen. Why they tell you so? But nobody taking action. Or even when you take action, there is nothing our people can do. You know, Nigerians they suffer. We get locked in entire advanced country, so we don't even know what God do for us. When you see where people they try their best to say, "I want to push forward," you go pity our people, and they tell you the truth.
And our leaders, when they hear all this thing, they just behave as if they don't see it. They just leave their people to suffer. And that's why I was playing that video of the health minister. He was like, "Oh yeah, those people they need workers. Like your job is to train people to go and work for other people. How about making them to work for your country, so that your country will actually have good healthcare, training people that are actually healthy? Do you know how easily Nigerians fall sick? Nigerians are falling sick left and right every day now.
Policy
I won't be Nigerians all the time.
Or dying.
Yeah.
Dying for what? Do you know people die in that country for medical attention that doesn't even cost anybody to go walk up into Australian hospital and
definitely.
Get treated?
I went to Nigeria. I stayed there for about a month. I managed to take care of myself, but young men, they keep falling ill. I was like, why are you falling ill all the time? It's like every month, every 1 month and a half, they're ill with something.
To Nigeria, anytime I'm in Nigeria, I just pray to God, don't let me fall sick. Don't let me even think of sick at all. I don't even want to visit any hospital at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. I don't even want to visit. So I don't want to. No, nothing at all. That 1 month, I don't stay more than 1 month because they can only give me 1 month holiday from work. That 1 month, if I wake up in the morning, God, don't let me sick. Let me go back to Australia.
4 years ago when I went, 4 years ago when I went, the prescription the doctor gave me, I went to hospital for my body was hot and everything. I said, okay, let me go to hospital. They said, I went there. The guy gave me a prescription. The list was so long, including drip and everything. I was like, I walked into this hospital by myself. How is it that suddenly I need drip? That since I went to the UK, I've never taken this list of this long kind of long list of medicine before.
That way they talk. That time they good. Now, the doctors way they good way no book. They don't come up for the country. Student I complain.
This is not a joke. That's even worse.
Now student I complain where they appear like doctor. The real doctors not be seen by the year these are 10-star general. All of them don't know. I'm just telling you. They are your call their day here. Do like this. It go work like this. Okay, before you know, they don't come out.
You know, scary.
So
that's really scary.
You see how wicked they have. We talk about just now. There is money to pay doctors in Nigeria, whether good or bad. They have the money, but they will just pump and pull for one project. The project don't even have accountability. Even the one they'll carry enter the healthcare, they don't plan their people. They can never ask how you take spend the money, put for a strategic position before they'll pump the money enter there. The rich doctors cannot see the money. Beside money, there was called security for life. You look at the future of your children, look at life to look right. All those things have been neglected. So, and this thing started during Babangida administration. It started with primary school teacher. They say they not go. I remember when they chased these people away, 80s. Say they not go school reach. Almost 60% of schools in Edo bended that time. In Yega even close Ekpoma University. Say you state not supposed on university. Since that time to today, now so that it start before you know I enter secondary school. Before you know a private school, now I call they take care for education. Now private university. Now you don't enter all sector. Imagine a old doctor. When you look left, you don't even know why you go inside Nigeria they work. So now very big issue, my brother. And the truth. He go look left, look right. Why am I working here? The friend go tell us, say, see what I the handle. If you want come, make I tell you what you go do. Take this one, go there, feed this one. Before you know what person tell me say before you go see read doctors with no book, even the professors with the lecture for university. Some of them now abroad there they can't even they work. If they like, they come back and they collect their money. They're not even there available again. Everybody don't tire.
It's just out of control. I just hope we get a kind of mind change. We need a mind change in that country so that these our leadership, they really start thinking. They don't think normal. They really, the way that health minister was talking, it doesn't look normal.
You know how many nurses and doctors disturbing me? They want to come to this country.
Imagine.
They want to. They
but
want
everybody
to
wants to leave.
If not your area, if that area has been your area, you know what to do. They start coming. You can't stop them. They are close to you because except you know they that feed. Maybe you need to get information.
I did medical area. So
I will show them road. You know the waistline. Show them. They come.
No, my brother. If I don't help them, then they collect from me now. Or if they're there here too, they go stop collecting from me. These are family members that I can't neglect. You understand? Close family member. So if there's any chance for me to tell them the way, information, why won't I? Why won't I, my brother?
No, it's not necessarily about going because it's like a kind of you know, they will go, but the plan is when they go, you have a plan to bring them back. And that aspect of being able to bring them back, because if you are able to have a plan to bring them back, it means that you would have done something in Nigeria to make the Nigerian environment conducive. And at the same time, when they return,
see the way the leader behave, Nigeria to Nigeria, you got the talk from this abroad sense. They are on to pass law. They'll come tell you, say, now before you travel, come and take this kind of document, making it difficult. Person go work and enter Ghana from that side, come out. They not even know that. He say they're wise. He go enter neighboring country, reach there, they don't confirm his certificate for him. He's qualified. Before you know, from that side, prepare a paper, come out. So they don't want to face the real issue. Number one, things are getting deteriorated. Nothing seems to be working. A tree cannot make a forest. I don't know how one president will fix country. You put people for medicine that all they honor to share money. You put people for Ministry of Work. Hey, we want to do project, we want to give you legacy. Costa Road. You pump money for that at the end. When you say make they open account, all of them are shit. So you will just be fighting everybody. Look at NNPC. Look at what Dangote is suffering with all his influence. The way we view that man. Huh? This is commodity what our people really need. They really need that heavily. Yet
you would
people
think
still
that we should know better than that. We still don't know better.
I don't know what is going to change things because the way we run, I risk see the when we come back, other people don't occupy our country. All these Niger people, all of they don't fool. You see the other day where they do demonstration, that they use French to they write something, carry Russia flag. None of them can even speak English. Those people, 80 or 60% of them. So we have a lot to be worried about as a people. You know,
I feel like you know, when the people's minds start changing, there are certain things that they need to start knowing. This is one some of the first time. If you had when I saw that video of Adiola when she was asking, you know, your president keep going overseas, are you not supposed to be doing something to keep him here? And all those, that's the kind of stuff we need to be doing.
We are not asking all these pertinent questions that, because if they start staying in the country, they will have to make it better. Like now, 3 of our presidents are in London. 3 of them. Tinubu is there, Buhari is there, and Gowon is there.
What are they doing? They want go and have their office. They want to bring investor. Everything's settled there. So they have to go there to bring it. That's all.
They are going there to go and it's like it's almost
to
as
go,
if that place they call home.
To go and attract investors. That's what they normally tell us, and that's all. Not be president. You know how many governors will not the office
now. They are some of all these people, they think they are Igbo. They think they are part of the Igbo family. That
see the greatest challenge with the greatest challenge
don't have black skin. They are Igbo, but they have black skin.
Yeah, they think they are Igbo. That's why they just keep it. That's the only way you can explain some of their behavior. Because they every time they were like, those people they need doctors. Let's give them more. And then you'll be like, when you get money, you take it there. And when you take instruction on how you govern your country, you take it from them. It's like, why do you keep taking instruction from these people? And our people need to start seeing it. You know, we need to start talking to them in a language. You know, the other day on Dr. Damages, we were speaking Pidgin English. We tried to practice. I've never spoken Pidgin English for years now. When I was in Nigeria, I couldn't speak Pidgin English. But that day, I tried. You need to see some people, man. So people, their Pidgin English is very, very strong. We need to be able to talk to our people. You know, you need to see some people now, wappy guys and all this kind of stuff. Their Pidgin English came back big time. And but it just reminds you that, my goodness, man, if we can be able to communicate some of the things we know here over in Nigeria to just get them to
understand. The solution is simple. The diaspora should forget about Nigeria. They themselves should start meeting. If they are able to put themselves together to some certain degree, they can make difference. But for we just to concentrate and be telling these people, well, we don't even have a solid body. And mind you, as far as we are in abroad doing such a thing, we should be careful also of all these countries that hosted us, because whether Nigeria is succeeding or not, they are benefiting. They are benefiting. They are not the one losing at all. So that their interest, we should try to evaluate it and put it on our table, not to go against it. That should be number one.
How do you mean their interest?
You that want to start comforting for new things, you need to make a lot of studies. That's it. Their interest is they want the resources. Number one. So they want it.
You shouldn't care too much whether they want the resources, because in the end,
they will frustrate every effort. Do you know how many people in Africa that have make effort for we not to end up like this? Where are they?
Oh yeah, see, just because you fail once doesn't mean you stop, because you don't have a choice. That's the thing. You don't have a choice. You have to do it, because if you don't do it, your people are going to be doomed sooner or later. You and your people are going to be doomed.
Their own interest of getting the resources is not actually our problem. Is we that we are not able to present our own interest before them as well. No, so that's we rest our own interest, but they are serious to make sure their own is successful. And if you want to concentrate on their own interest, because of their interest, that is why we are not moving forward, then you miss your track.
Oh, no.
I don't know that I understand.
Your focus should be on yourself and your people. That's your focus. You focus on yourself to build. And because you are focusing on yourself, it kind of hampers their own interest, so be it. You don't have a choice.
Because it doesn't hamper. I don't think it will hamper.
No, it does. In some cases, they lose power, because you see, power is not something. Do you know? Because of this stuff, it reminded me of something, a question that I asked yesterday. If I can find that question and I'll read the answer to you, and then you'll be surprised. I was just thinking, okay, this is bad, man. Okay, look at the question. It said, do large nations historically that are militarily weak, technologically less advanced than potential rivals, last long without being invaded and conquered? Then it says, historically, large nations that are militarily weak, technologically less advanced than their potential rivals, have generally struggled to maintain long-term independence without facing invasion, conquest, or significant external influence. While there are exceptions, several factors have historically contributed to the vulnerability of such nations: military weakness and internal threats,
lack of defense capability. If a large nation lacks a strong military to defend its borders, it becomes a prime target for expansionist neighbors or aggressive empires. Size as a disadvantage. While size can provide resources and strategic depth, a large nation that is difficult to defend due to internal disorganization, poor infrastructure, or weak military leadership becomes even more vulnerable to foreign aggression. So on and on and on. When you read it, it's like that's why I told you, if we think we have a choice, it's a mistake. We don't. There's no choice there. You have to do something. Sooner or later, the consequences is going to come home to roost.
See, the thing is this, in every circumstance, there are those who lose and there are those who gain. When you look at Nigeria, what we fail to understand, for me, I'm from Edo. I don't know whether you are from Delta. I think these guys, they are also from West. The thing is this. We were hoping to have a leader that would change our life and everybody would be happy. And that was a mistake of the Benin's and Benin people as a whole. And if I wish we have seen this idea of we are the one to rule, we would have resisted it on time. And that idea of we are the one to rule is what is ruining Nigeria today. I'm just telling you the truth. People are not honest, and as a result of that, tribe treats so many issues. So take for example, until we understand that how those things work psychologically in the life of people, I don't think we can go forward. Like Tinubu, now let's say he's not doing well, and we are united to tell him, look, Oga, you are not doing well. Change so many things, and the pressure focus on that. There can be possibility to unite against him to tell him to do it right. But if we shift to say, Oga, step down for another man, then the end of that game.
Yeah.
He will not be struggling. And a lot of people who join you to start is not doing well. We say, no, this is our brother. We have been in this nonsense for many years. You can't just come and destroy this administration. I don't know whether you understand. So we must be strategic. We must strategize ourselves to know what we want. We should support the regime, but we should be ready to say the fact that this is not what we hope for. I think that will go a long way to benefit everyone.
I think that to an extent I sympathize with you, but if you are supporting the problem with Nigeria is that they support the regime not necessarily because they want stability, because the person is their tribe's person, and that is a bit concerning. However, in the north, like when NSAS happened, you can see that they too were not necessarily keen to ask, because NSAS became about getting Buhari out of office. That's when it became bloody. But I agree with you 100% that you have to make specific demands from your leaders. If you like that protest that happened now, that good governance, like what is that? Who cares about good governance? Ask for something specific. If they had said, hey, you know what, the security forces that you say you're going to recruit into security to help protect us, yeah, we not done it. So because Tinubu promised us in Chatham, the stuff is echoing back heavily. You want to mute your mic? So that is what I was saying, that if you ask for something specific, like, you know, we want the refineries to work, you see that almost everybody in the country will support you. Let's say these protesters who said, oh, federal government, all refineries on working, all refineries working, protest. You will see that everybody in the country will support you. Even all the TV channels, all the radio, all of them will like, yeah, we want our refineries to work. Why are we not getting working? What is going on? Tell us. We want to know why all the 4 refineries or 3 or 4 refineries not working as they're supposed to. Or you say, which other one? Electricity. Why would you go electricity? Why is electricity so expensive? Why haven't you installed something that can be able to provide us at least 20 gigawatts of electricity? Something that Iran, a country that is under sanction for almost 50 years, can produce 70 gigawatts of electricity. Nigeria is struggling to do 5. No. Why are we not protesting, demanding that kind of stuff? If you go one at a time, just security alone, if you solve security alone, that costs Nigeria about $50 billion every year on average. $50 billion. You know what you can do with $15 billion? You probably don't need to worry about subsidies. You probably don't need to worry about all this stuff. If they had just plugged that gap. Fine. Let's leave it, Jare. Let's carry on next time. I think today we've run out of time, and it's already morning anyway. Thank you all for coming in. Obviously, all the people that came in today, I really appreciate you all. Let me just call out a few names. Eyo Adeyu. Thank you for coming in, Dami Eyo. Boaz Biggie is there too. Let's see who else is there. Ben Aroko, I see you there. Arroyo Musa is there. Latorish, I see you there too. Thank you for coming in, Latorish. OA, thank you for coming in, OA. There's a movie called OA out there. That's a weird movie. OA. Yes, Daddy TV, I see you there. I think Chema was here earlier on. Thank you all for coming in, and let me just thank a few people, and that should be it for the day. Till next time, let me see if I can place. Where is the song that she normally plays it from? Let's see a song to clear the day out. Let's see. All right, let's go with this one. Till next time, bye.
Ọbụna gịnị ka m na-achọzunu ịmana Chukwu agọziwo m o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Ọbụna ka ife nlachacha so, ọbụna ka ife mmechacha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me.